Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 23rd, 2026. Oh, and we have a dramatic day ahead. We are waking up to some drama. Google and Tesla, they ended up down, even though Google beat Cloud. They raised CAPEX. It helped out all the chips. The chips are holding up good, but then momentum started to get clobbered a little bit, not because of Google and Tesla, but because we woke up with a bunch more war headlines, oil above 90. We got to talk a little bit about that. You even have some Middle East countries raising some things out there, but then you also had some earnings that were not as hot. I guess you also had a ECB rate hike too that you could throw into the mix. So as oil climbs, unfortunately, even though it shouldn't really be a high probability, people are talking about inflation and rate hikes now just next week because of this oil move, even though the Fed has kind of made it clear how they are going to respond to that, or at least Kevin Warsh. But other than that, my friends, we have an exciting day. We have Intel still after the bell. We're going to get a lot of back and forth on it, and then we are going to go from there. But other than that, my friends, I hope you are ready for a good day. I hope you are excited. But before we begin our Friday Junior, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. Oh, excuse me. So on behalf of the cult, oh man, I get really excited about it. But for real, man, I want to give a huge shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation. For real, God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your commitment to all of our collective freedom. I don't know how far these thank yous could take me, man. And I don't do it to get anything. I do it to honor y'all. But what I'm saying is that I hope you could take advantage of everything that we do here. I hope you get a long term. I hope you end up owning the land. I hope I could show you how much I value you, brother. Please get the long term. But at the very least, I do think we should honor y'all every single morning. And for everybody else out there, if you have never served, I am not trying to make you a warmonger. I'm not trying to say you have to support this or that. But what I am telling you, my brother, you cannot take away the honor from a man or a woman who has decided to serve for their country and give up so many things and comforts for their fellow man that they have never even met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Horna. Oh, my goodness. Chattadon. How we feeling? Oh, we only got a minute. Oh, one glorious minute. So I'm going to be watching copper, chemicals, Dow, Alcoa. Who else? There's one more that reported today. There was Dow and FCX. Then keep an eye on Intel. We'll see if there's any pre-run-up. Those pre-run-up plays have been staying between break-even and 10%. So nothing really has been active there unless it wants to sell off. Pony, there was China news on AI and robotaxis. Ring and Deck have earnings, and then AXP on Friday. So keep your eyes out for that. And what is that? Ford and Apple? Ford will use Apple software, a new self-driving system. Wow, Habibi. Wow, Habibi. So, yeah, other than that, we got less than 30 seconds. Be on your best behavior. Again, I mean, after a certain amount, you might get members only. So, I don't want pumping. You could call out some good plays. Let's have a good time, a good discussion, and make the most of it, baby. It's Friday Junior. So, yeah, and we'll see where this leads us. And then, again, some of this drama, I do think people are going to react. Again, this morning move's already going to mess up puts. 3, 2, 1. Round one. Fight. Alrighty. Alrighty. They jacked up all of those. was that, 20%? Almost 50? 40? All right, I'll give that one a second. I have a couple of ideas. Oh, and then let's see. And then watch what software, just because of how the chips are reacting. So again, IGV is actually in the green, but chips should be green. No, they sold off. No fucking way. I thought they were going to hold some of that. So yeah, those are going down. Watch Intel. And then again, there's like 15 different post-earnings plays right now. So you got to think about that. Drink some water, please. Oh, Marco, you're too new. Do you know how many Chads have seen the graveyard because of that comment? So you guys should put your boy on game. Whose boy is this? Is this your boy, bro? Tyree, is this your guy? Whose guy is this? Because I don't know. Somebody better get him quick. You gotta get him quick, bro. I'm trying to get this play right here. Wait, did it give me the right one? Okay. Now gave it up already, and then there's Intel. Watch out for that. Spy off the bottom. I'm sorry, I have a good play, and you know what? You guys were kind of assholes yesterday, and I think some of you, again, because like even though ZS's got fucking crushed, but I do think you guys are going to be very annoying if I give you another play. You guys do not handle it well, but I'm still going to do it anyways. Okay, so because I like this play. Not a recommendation. You will lose money, but Dow. So you could go September or August or get more time or less, but this is a war play, you guys. So like I'm saying, I don't like the war play, but they just had post earnings. They beat, they're holding up. But remember, we hit a couple of 1,000%ers on this last time, but I don't want to trade oil or any of the agriculture. I think chemicals are the laggers, and we still have the FCX. So not a recommendation for the locked in. It's up to you, but depending on if you move the time frame, you're going to just change the risk. So adjust the time to your war stature, essentially. So not a recommend. And then we got the beach! Oh, I only gave you that because of Bradley. Now that I think about it. You know, Bradley shows up. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. Bradley! Oh, how you feeling? A put or call. If you don't understand, don't play it. So if you don't understand how it played out during the last war play, I just don't touch it. Please. Because again, if it goes up or down and I have to hear your follow-up comment, I'm probably going to ban you. So just keep that in mind. Don't worry, I'm giving you a good idea at a good time. Like I'm saying, I think yesterday would have been a little better. But again, they had earnings, so I didn't want to take it yesterday because the earnings risk. But yeah, any war shit, like I'm saying, if you know why we're playing this, but if you don't know why, please do not touch it. You will lose money. Iran IRGC, any base used to attack Iran is a legitimate target. The screen is black? Oh, my bad. I was still excited from Bradley. From Bradley Frizzle in the futures. Bradley Frizzle is from the future. You guys know that? I think Bradley Frizzle is from the future. I think he's coming back to let us know to keep going every day. Have you ever thought about that theory? I'm just letting you know. Ford, big stick, down 2-2. Ford. Hot dog. Yeah, I don't know. Ford, one candle down 2%. Yeah, Microsoft, they were moving for a little bit. Boeing's on the high. Okay, Micron, chips are trying to go. Where's your boy Intel? Let me check one more. That wouldn't pay for shit. There's NVIDIA working, memory. I mean, again, it sucks too, because even after today, chips are gonna. So think about it. If you want a position for chips for the rest of this earnings season, just think after today that Intel earnings is gonna change some of that for better or for worse. So that's either gonna affect the premiums a lot better or a lot worse coming into tomorrow. So that's gonna be your risk for all of that. EWY, yeah, Navitas, even the airlines that were a little struggling this morning, like UAL, they are coming back up. Mosaic, the fertilizer, that's one fertilizer play on the low. Who's the other one? Why am I blanking on it? Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, all of the chips are going up, and then service now down, though, so take a look. You literally just inversed chips and software again. I know, I like TXN. They went up very good. Or they went down, but their earnings was very good. Okay, SanDisk. Chip program turned on. And then even watch some of the staples. Some of them that were down are trying to come up, but staples are down 1%. XLV is up, so they brushed off even Molina. No way. Microsoft, red. Nvidia, red. Meta's down 3. Google's down 5 still. Oh, where's your boy Apple? I'm surprised Apple's not up, so you're lucky the chips are holding you, because most of your big tech is down. Cyber, IGV. Yeah, they're gonna get mopped if as long as until they find the stabilization with the chips. That's been the only downside, because momentum, it's good to have it, but until everybody feels really good, it's coming at a cost of one industry. Thoughts on tech as a whole? It's not bad. Like I said, I mean, I even think a lot of the market, I don't think anything economically is terrible. But then even after Google, I feel like Google, we're gonna find out what the other companies do. But yeah, Google just said, we hear everything. We heard all everybody was saying, and we decided to raise CAPEX. So just the company, the enterprise, the businesses, the way they are viewing this cycle is much different than the media, and much different than even investor sentiment right now. Again, there's a reason why we got up here sentiment-wise, but people were starting to get worried. And yeah, that move by Google is a very big signal about, where they think we're at. So the company spending all this money, they believe they're early. They're not worried about overspending. They're not worried about when it returns. So that says something about the story and what's driven us here, and how it's going to play out. But then again, the problem is you've only heard it from Google. So a lot could change day by day. Even we'll find out with Intel, you're going to get a little bit more of that story on the economy and how they're performing. these new or has nobody traded these? That's weird. Why does all of my options show that no one's trading them today? All my volumes say 0. But then it's like showing. Marvel, then there's Intel. Call it Intel. All right, Marvel's up 1. Intel's up by 0.4. Saying, yeah, if oil dropped, they would move a decent amount. But even then, when oil went up, chips, that was the buy. Again, Micron, DRAM, those are all on the high. But yeah, like I'm saying, it is the other part of today, really this week. I mean, we've had 7 weeks in a row, or the highest oil price in 7 weeks. But the thing people are talking about is inflation again, raising rates so that they can Meta is starting to pop here off the bottom, but yeah, they're talking about raising rates because of oil. Now I don't think that's gonna happen. But once again, oil starts moving up and then everybody's like, yeah, rates, we gotta raise rates now because of the war. So there's very what's the words, like tweaky, I think, from the market, or sensitive pressure. It'd be very fast. I mean, let me put it this way. There's a fascinating thing right now with oil and rate cut odds because the Fed is next week. CoreWeave, Meta. So again, chips are already leading. Meta was down 3. They literally just ripped 1% off the bottom. Yeah, there was a yen. There was rumor of intervening yesterday, but then that faded. Yeah, that's already dying. But again, I'd focus on Korea. Meta's waking you up right now. Again, you have no Mag 7, dude. You know that, right? You only have, literally, NVIDIA is not even green. So you have no Mag 7 in the red. You have Google and Tesla. Tesla's down 10. Google is down 5. I don't know how we're not down much more. NASDAQ is only down 1, and you have 2 big Mag 7s down, and then the rest all down. But then you just have all these other chips kind of holding you up. Not to mention, let's get a checkup here in a couple of minutes. Now went green. We'll see. Again, watch for stabilization between software, cyber, chips, all of that. That'll be a side. That will be how you could broaden out. But for now, like I'm saying, there's a very, very pervasive chip impact. Because you have a lot of Mag 7 down, but it's holding up pretty decent. SK Hynix now. And then there is the chip. Let's see. ISRG still going. That's from the other day. I didn't realize Tesla was down 10. All right, and then see whichever Mag 7, or just keep in mind Apple. I'm surprised, watch if Apple's going to do the inverse thing. Because remember, today is all about CAPEX. So chips are liking Google CAPEX. Google's still down off of the CAPEX. But yeah, remember, Apple, they're the odd man out. Intel again. Couple more chips. Now Photonics, STM, that's even post-earnings. Intel, Kratos, SMH. It's funny, the SPY's getting a red, but yeah, you're getting a lot on the high. But now Google's selling off more, and SpaceX. HIMS. Why is HIMS up 2% off the bottom? Peptides could soon become widely available. And then 2-day peptide AdCom is underway. So start of the 2-day FDA advisory committee on compounding peptides. Reuters writes, hims and hers stand to benefit from loosening restrictions. Stat News, expect peptide enthusiasts to clash with FDA. It begins at 8 to 12. Damn, it's 6 hours. Today's the 23rd. So, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah. So there is an advisory committee on peptides today. This is from the FDA, official source. So here's the schedule. They're going to BPC 157. Holy shit. Vote. BP freebase? Yeah, bro, y'all fucking crazy. You know that? Look at you, peptide, mother. They call it freebase. Bro, you freebasing Chinese crack so you could get fucking swole. Go take creatine. What the hell? BPC freebase, dog. Yeah, son. That's what, dog, they freebasing. Anyways. And then KPV-related bulk drug substances. And then afternoon session. So there's a morning session and afternoon. But yeah, you are peptides. Peptides. Who else? Find any other peptide one that's not HIMS. Are you a freebase maxer? That's crazy. Myrna and then Micron. Drones attacked overnight. 2 tankers approaching Russia's oil terminal. Tesla, dude. Tesla's down over 10%. I'm surprised, though. I mean, I'm surprised it did it now than yesterday. Like I was telling you guys, I was like, dude, that margin was terrible. Elon did say a lot this morning. And then Netflix is actually going. It's, again, just like yesterday. A lot of these moves, some things like Netflix, it looks straight up. It just barely went green. So keep that in mind. I think even... who else? I don't think anybody else. And then you still have Mag 7. Again, Tesla's or Nvidia's still down by 1. $157 for muscle recovery. Yeah, I've heard good things. You know, doctors who take GLPs because they don't have time to work out. Yeah, dude, I'd love like I said, if the peptides were at needles, and like, I don't know. I guess what turned me off lately about peptides is that it's not contrarian. So like, if peptides were contrarian, I'd be all about it by now. But now the fact that it has been so widely adopted, I'm like, nah, something's up. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I can't. The fact that it's consensus, I know, bro, we were talking about this years ago. That's why when it wasn't consensus, I was like, wow, that's fascinating. I was like, I want me some of that. I was like, whoa, I got to freebase this shit. Hold up. But yeah, but now I'm like, dude, everybody, dog. So that's why I'm like, wait a minute. Apple now, like I said, Apple kind of plays a bigger role today, at least tied to the narrative. Because look, I mean, people are they're not selling off on CAPEX. If they were selling off Google on the CAPEX, they would have bought Apple. So that's what I'm saying. It's very interesting. You got to realize Google raised CAPEX, did good, but then you're still watching, you know, again, not one Mag 7 supporter right now. And I think there's a reason. Not very, it could still just be positioning. Just overall the same morning vibe. Oh, Oracle. I forgot about Oracle. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 3M now. That one's fading. Remember, it's kind of post-starting. And watch, this little drawdown right here, it's kind of opening up some doors. So a couple things are trying to move off of it. KKR. But yeah, it's Tesla and Google weighing down with no. Now banks, though. Uh-oh, hot dog. XLF. XLF's down almost 1. Sky Q? That SK Hynix? Let me see. 1. Now moving up. If software wakes, that's what I'm saying. I think things are moving around right now. It's not necessarily. It's not what you think it is. What did I buy in the long term? I haven't told anybody yet. I ain't even tell my mom. You know that? Even mama don't know. I said, I'm sorry, mama. I never meant a long term. I did actually. Fully intentional. Google. No, I mean, I like Google a lot, but I mean, it's just they're a very slow mover, but that's why I think a lot of people forget that, you know, it moves very slow, and it has made a sizable price increase as of late. So we're going to see. Okay, oil ripping. So B&O and oil again. We don't have a war headline, but watch out. I think I'm still, we're above 90 at Fort. I hate it too. You guys got to realize, I do not think reacting to oil is the war. It's so dumb. But like I'm saying, unfortunately, it's broken all the key levels that you have to pay attention now. It's very, very unfortunate. And then, like I'm saying, volatility is lagging. So any other time oil has shot up like this, volatility usually catches up. But then by the time volatility catches up, oil comes back down. So that's the risk. By the time the market reacts to oil, like truly, oil's going to come down after it reacts. But for now, you've done fucking 2 weeks of this. If I read this, I'm happy to share the condo I own. I moved out and into another and rented it out to a great tenant above market rate. Welcome to the next cycle, baby. Good work. Good work. SMCI again. Alrighty. Dude, I cannot type today. Oh. Dude, I keep forgetting. Homegirl don't got money. So I can't even get Colt Sister or anything. Oh, that's sad. Pony. Trem. Oh, I forgot about Pony. The China one in the morning. Fuck. That one ripped. The dollar is disgusting. It's great. If you plan on going overseas, this is a great for you right now. But yeah, as far as momentum in market, it is, yeah, it's no good, man. No good. Is this not gonna work? Wait, hold on. I don't know if this is gonna work. It's kind of hoeing me. Okay, it worked. What the fuck? But yeah, I forgot. I gotta sell out of the cash. That could be it. All right. Well, yeah, I can't get any for... I made second one. I grabbed the second one. But yeah, I can't grab anything for Colt Sister. Long term's also up 120. And the crib! Welcome to the next cycle, baby. Buy it for her on margin. No, she doesn't have margin. So the last thing I want to do is give a liberal who's, you know, who wanted to sell out 5 other times. You know what I'm saying? Last thing I want to do is equip margin. So that margin is not turned on that account. ADVB, wasn't that a runner from yesterday? And then SPY is below this VWAP. So again, I mean, remember these last couple days. Last couple days as of late, you held up. But remember the days before that, every single pop was faded. So again, we are near the low. Zillow now at 30. Isn't that? I don't think it's about to be a 52-week low. Let me see. Oh, that might work. Sucks. Rejected the war slow. Dude, I just saying in the morning, we were right at that level. So both by the close, whether win or loss. Again, usually day of don't hit, so be cautious. I'm just, if you notice, I'm going for the other side. I want to see, again, I want to put some of that theory we talked about to the test. Amex has earnings tomorrow morning. And then GM and MasterCard, Kohl's, Target. What's up with these consumer stocks? A lot of consumer stocks are selling. ROL, the one that did bad, they're coming up. SPY getting a candle. Yeah, and oil did catch a small baby candle down. Software, though. So software, cyber hasn't moved. Chips are moving, or at least holding. They're all still red. That's crazy. Euro area consumer confidence minus 15. Let's get a checkup. Dow Jones. Dow is down. Oh my gosh, by 0.9. Only 7 names green, 23 in the red. So Dow Jones is down 1%. NASDAQ down 1.4. You have 33 names in the green, 67 in the red. And then S&P 500, you have 0.9 or down by 1. Oh, no. What the fuck? Yeah, down by 1. And then you have 192 in the red, 307-ish in the green. RTX going up. That's post-earnings and NOC. Mobileye, that's also post-earnings. Tesla, Dollar Tree, Nokia, post-earnings. Nokia did good, too. They flipped. And now Nike selling off. Nike about to go to below 40. Dow didn't move. XLP, washed. Financials and staples. Again, today, a little bit more carnage, bro. If you really think of, you're not getting Mag 7. You're not getting a rotation. It's just everybody's kind of a victim except for chips holding on because of CAPEX. But then again, like I was telling you the other day, it's just like, imagine everything we've absorbed and we're still kind of here. So yeah, there's been a lot. But now we got a nice little gap, huh? I think we've now filled, I don't think we filled this gap. But yeah, you got a nice gap there. We got 2 more days. And then next week too, think about how this week played out. Next week, you're going to get the same thing now, but with literally the Fed and then double, triple the volume of names reporting. Nibis, NeoCloud. We're not getting, I mean, the 1% on the Dow is pretty bad, but we've seen worse. It's just more the composition of the market today. Like I'm saying, you don't really have a sign of, you don't have real leadership. You just everybody, you got all the other middle ground names, but your big defining industries that make up a majority of the moves, I mean, you're not getting real support anywhere. But then again, look at Apple, because that's what I was saying, just this whole narrative today did revolve a lot around CAPEX, spend, AI, and Apple has already outperformed at a crazy rate because of that. So yeah, everything's scattered today is a great way to put it. But then again, this is post-earnings reaction to a certain degree. A regular Thursday sell-off. Remember, Thursdays used to be crazy. Sky Banyan Hill, top long-term moonshot play for aging economy. Bro, I was thinking about it yesterday. Are you ready? This is how deep I was thinking. I was thinking about it. The economy. I drive in my car and I think about the economy. I don't know if you do that, but I do. And dude, I was like, whoa, AI, the agentic development is all about the agent, right? The agent, AI agent. Get your agent. TTD, LVS on the low. Energy's popping though. FCell. Both like AI energy and like Neo Clouds, but then I'm sure XLE, but and like oil, but nah. I feel AGI when I put cruise control on. That's what I'm saying, right? But like again with AI, it's been about this agentic revolution. People are talking about getting your, learning how to get your agents, and they're saying the AI economy is going to be built around agents, right? And then I thought about it. And I said, all right, but like, when you really look at history, the whole economy has always been agents. I was like a real estate agent. But then, like, back in the day, they had a travel agent for, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a travel, like an AI agent. But, like, you told him, I say, I want to go Bahamas. So, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, he's like a plumber. He's kind of like a plumbing agent when you think about it. I swear to you, bro, I had this thought. That's why halfway through, I'm like, am I high? Because I was like, wait, it's like a plumber agent. You know what I'm saying, though? I'm like the cleaning agent. Like, we call them different names. We stopped calling them agents, but the economy has been built around agent type shit for a while, bro. So, yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, I got a landscaping agent. You know what I'm... See, you getting it now. You getting it. I got the roofing. I hate the roofing agent and the AC agent. I love them as human beings. But every time, they charge mad tokens, bro. Mad tokens. You know that? The AC agent? I don't know why. We have not had no Chinese deflation there, bro. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Wi-Fi and Cerberus rumors. Well, see, I feel like if they're fake rumors, they'll get denied quickly. And if not, they won't. That's something interesting about this week. IRS agent. Now you get it. FBI agent. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Your feelings are hurt. I'm an AC agent. Oh, I know. That's why I said, bro. I said I love you guys individually. I love you as people. Because I'm like, if you're a Chad and you're like, I fucking run an AC business, I'm like, fuck yeah. You're making so much money. That's so good, dude. It's a great business to get into with great future right now. But then, anytime I need to get my AC fixed, bro, they rob me. They fucking rob me. You know, I had to do another AC unit this week. I had to do another AC unit. Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started. You know what I'm doing next week? I'm getting a water softener. And they say, what the fuck? So, yeah, bro, but that's not bad. That one I don't give a fuck about. But I'm telling you, AC and roof, you guys, oh, my gosh. That's why I love you guys. But, like, when I encounter you in the wild at my properties, dude, it's like, I swear it's like playing Monopoly. And then you're like, lucky chance, you owe $10,000. HVAC, dead. Oh, nice. Oh, you need to replace a really obscure component. $700. Like, oh, man. I'm like, can't I just stay in jail and not pay? And then this is bullshit. Yeah, you got the red now. Oil back up. Microsoft selling. That's going to kill your server, or your software. The other ones aren't moving yet. Even some of the, it's oil, it's commodities. Gold and silver are reacting negatively. None of the food plays are moving up. Again, some of your chemical plays are not doing it as much either. Who is the... Oh, FCX. I keep forgetting. Oh, FCX call might be starting right now. All right, well, you're right back up to open. Just be careful if we lose the momentum. Everything is, except for the Russell, down over 1% right now. No, none of the... no, it's so weird right now. None of the other, like... Just see if the oil... Any oil-adjacent name, any war-adjacent name that's not... That's directly tied to petroleum. You want those moving, okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. You got, like, UNG, the commodities, but the companies are not reacting as much. It's actually pretty small, all things considered. NVIDIA's tweaking around here. So again, chips are negative 0.5% chips is offering you support. Because it's, even though it's negative, it's kind of funny. IBM, that's a second rip I've seen on the high ticker. Now you're doing the CBOE. Now we got Datadog. Datakelb is actually green. That's very surprising. They've held up probably the best out of the security. I guess Net2 and then Fastly. Yeah, those aren't bad at all. Yeah, Data Kelp. And then FCell, those smaller energy plays. Chib. Yeah, CBOE and ICE are doing the move again. Let's see if Hood or who was the other one? IBKR. Okay, XOM now. Like I said, watch if any energy can move a lot more. XLE type beat. Because again, oil straight up 5. We're not really reacting yet, but I feel like we still got some tension stored up here. But then, I mean, it is still pre-earnings. You are pre-Intel day. The low end of the box is probably right here, 718 or maybe 700 flat, I would argue, but like kind of where we've been at, 724. There was like this little gap. You could kind of visually see it. App on the low, XOM on the high again. UNH on the low. The SpaceX. Well, that's the thing, though. Do you guys not find it weird that the SpaceX hype has died? And I don't mean the hype you think it is, but like, have you noticed? Everyone still talks about SpaceX. They're still looking at it. It's came out. But have you noticed you do not hear the, like, you don't see the same reaction that you saw just a month ago? Where, like, they bring up merger, Tesla. It's just not causing, there's not as many buy type articles around it anymore. You had that more in the beginning around the IPO. But, yeah, I feel like people have easily they've normalized it in its own weird way. You're not getting the same pressure to buy that you were in the beginning. Good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. Today's a very interesting day. How things are moving. You've had a lot of info off the morning. We had a lot more earnings results. Some more bad. Again, we're dealing with a lot of the oil war mixed in with Google, Tesla down, and then the CAPEX debate. There was beneficiaries of CAPEX today, but then the market's still kind of rotating because of CAPEX. Hype might come back if today's launch goes well. It will, though. That's what I think it'll move with those types of things, but I don't. There was a I don't know. Let me put it this way, and it makes sense. I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I just think there was a campaign. It felt like an ad campaign. That's what I'm saying. It's like limited time only. It seems like the days before and the days after the IPO, it just seemed there was more. The conclusion of everything was buy, and everybody talking about, it was just more triggering. Every headline was jumpy. Everybody was lining up. It created this illusion of lines around the door waiting for it. But, yeah. Okay, SpaceX on the low. Okay, Staples are trying to come back up. That's different. They're down a lot, though. Iran sent Revolutionary Guard commanders missile-related equipment to Yemen's Houthis this month. Yeah, I think SpaceX is an interesting company. I don't think it's a bad company. I think the valuation is insane. Nobody in the history of the world has ever seen anything like that. So please give me grace, you bulls. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, just like you've never, ever in history have ever seen that level of pre-revenue, or not pre-revenue, but like that much over IPO, let alone talking nominal amounts that the world has never seen. So that's why. But I think SpaceX Starlink is cool. But I'm not gonna lie, you know, and I love this. This is gonna be fun when we're older, you guys. Okay. Some of you just hate me though. Some of you take it very egotistical. You love it when I'm wrong, but it's okay. But what I'm saying is this: like, it'll be fun when we're older. We could see if I'm right about this, and we could play this game. But yeah, the older I get, the more I fully believe space is a scam. Like, I don't mean, listen, I'm not even going to go Joe Rogan on you. I'm not even going to talk about the moon landing. I just think a lot of it, it's just a big money hole. And I think obviously space exists, but I think the whole economics and with this whole, like, spend money to explore space, they've been doing this for a very, very, very long time. And it just billions of dollars, trillions. It's literally, though, I think it's like the OG scam of the world, like, low-key. So, unfortunately, that's what but I do think SpaceX is going to they have satellites, they have shit to, I think they have something you can make money off of now, but I'm not, like, I think space exploration is a scam. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm sorry, it's the hair or something. Oh, man. IBM. I'm not saying space is a scam. Oh my gosh, you guys don't know what it is? See, I just caught myself I was like, I've done this before. Wait a minute. I've dealt with extremely hostile people who do not want to hear anything contrary to the idea they've already accepted, and then they misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm like, I just had an epiphany. It reminds me of ESG. And then I said this during Biden. I said this during ESG. I was trying to explain to people, I care about the environment. I am not a climate change denier. But I think ESG is a flat-out money-making scheme. You know what I'm saying? Like, I recycle. I do. You know that? You know my girl? She literally comes to my house on trash day, and I get yelled at if my fucking recycling isn't separated. You know that? That's because she's a fucking European. Okay? I'm with you guys. Believe me, I believe in we should take care of the environment. But when I was trying to explain to people, I'm like, ESG is a flat-out scam. You are being scammed by ESG. They're taking billions of dollars, giving it to their friends, creating a whole new metric to revalue stocks and do all of this, and none of that money is going to create any productivity. It was all a fucking scam. And then they would get mad at you if you said it. And they're like, you don't believe in this. You're this. You're this. I'm like, no. I'm like, you're missing it. So, like, I don't think space is a scam. I think stars are real, dude. I look up at the sun every day, big guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bro, the farm at night, dog. Oh, the sunset, the view. I'm a big believer. But I think the business or the concept of give me money to explore space is a scam. Give me money to capture carbon, scam. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna capture carbon, dog? You ain't even capture a Pikachu. How you gonna capture a carbon? Then why did we have carbon in the first place if we was gonna capture it? Why didn't we just capture it off the jump? I'm not following. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the space. I gotta spend how much money to go up there and come back down? And what am I gonna find? And then where is it wireless? How are you going to do the data center? I'm not the wireless. So, but yeah, I think it's all a scam. I think it's the act of give me money to explore is very, very scammy. So, I'm sorry if you don't like that take, but I do believe in space, but I don't believe in these people selling you space. I believe in the environment and protecting it and saving it. I do not believe in these people saying, give me money and I'll do it. That's kind of my problem. Did it break the law? Don't you love how we're just chilling? This is fascinating. Just when you think the SPY is going to have to rely on your Mag 7s and all of that, you get a day where it scatters, and then the SPY is extremely stable.
% of them,
IBM,
are keeping their capacity stable. 10 to 15% are always optimizing, deciding what to keep there, what not to keep there. We feel very healthy with that. Just two statistics. So other than the 85% who are growing, we also have 130% in this current mainframe cycle. It's 130% ahead of the prior cycle, which in turn was more than 120% ahead.
I don't think I'm 100% right on the
overall
space
capacity is growing.
Maybe I'm wrong.
And that's the hardware
and
capacity.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe
the
we'll find out.
software on that tends to lag
cool to
the
see,
hardware
but
capacity.
For now, I'm not.
And I do think that
I'm
if we give it another year, we'll find the software will catch back up.
I'm not like invested in it emotionally.
And in the third of the deals that have already come back, mainframe
I'm down for being wrong, though. I'm open to that.
And that is in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so a third. So you're waiting for the 2/3, I guess, to potentially come. You'll know what, in weeks?
We'll get to about 3/4 before the end of the year. So typically when it slips, we get to about 3/4 of what slipped over the next 6 months. The fact that 1/3 actually came in the first 3 weeks is a stronger signal than would typically be the
SMH
case.
and chips again.
So do you think that Wall Street has it wrong? I mean, the stock had its worst drop ever last week around this warning. I think there was a big surprise that you even came out in the first place. It's unusual for you to do. I know you wanted to be transparent, but I think that might have spooked the market as well. And you know what the narrative is now and how vulnerable software stocks are around AI disruption fears, especially at the enterprise. What do you think the market is missing here?
Look, I think Ben kind of said it well. Our free cash flow was a positive upside surprise to him that we're maintaining our guide on that despite some revenue pressure. We did take down revenue by about 1 point by saying it's 4 to 5, not 5+ for the year. So I think that there was upside in what we said last night. Whether it made sense to pre-announce and then come to earnings where we gave guidance, or whether we should have packaged it this is hard to tell. I think time will tell whether that was the right decision or the wrong decision.
Yeah, it sort of set off this narrative. At the same time, you know, the stock was doing really well going in, and there was a lot of excitement, particularly around quantum and quantum computers. You have news today. You acquired HRL Labs, basically that was jointly owned by GM and Boeing. Talk about what this does and how it fits into your quantum strategy.
So we are incredibly focused, and I have 100% confidence we are going to deliver a large fault-tolerant quantum computer by early 2029. That's called stalling, and we are on track to go do that. That said, when something comes on the market which has incredible skills around quantum, and they are also based on silicon or semiconductor-based technologies, in this case spin qubits, albeit I think that they are behind in terms of how ready they are to get done, we think we, with our expertise, can actually help them accelerate the roadmap that they were on. And it gives a lot of skills around quantum sensing, around quantum materials. So this actually makes us into a stronger quantum player, which I am convinced is going to be $1 trillion value before the end of the next decade.
$1 trillion value, what? A quantum market?
Of quantum computing is going to be $1 trillion impact to the overall tech market by the end of the next decade. Yes.
Is that happening now? People just see it as so far in the future.
Well, 2 years from now is not that far in the future. So, you know, what's that famous phrase? The future kind of creeps upon you, and then it's right on top of you. So it used to be 10 years, but that was 8 years back. It's now only a couple of years away.
It's interesting, you're also building a foundry as part of this, which to me was surprising sort of strategy shift as well. $1 billion seed money from Trump administration, you're putting $1 billion into cash. Why did you decide to go this route? And again, how does it play into the overall strategy about where you play in quantum?
So if I look at the quality of what we have to build down at the QPU or the quantum processing unit, there's very little out there that has the expertise and the materials knowledge to be able to do it really well. One of the reasons that we have been able to make so much progress is because we have been building it ourselves. So if we take that knowledge and say, let's unlock the value, let's actually make it accessible for everybody, not just for IBM. And so we said, okay, in order to do that, you got to stand up your own legal entity. And so we said, this is going to be a quantum foundry that will build chips for anybody in the quantum industry, meaning at the same quality, no preference to IBM. That is an unlock of value at that layer.
Arvind, it's Mike. Bigger picture, you have about a half dozen of your competitors that are spending collectively over $1 trillion in new computing capacity next year on top of $700 billion this year.
That's what they said on the
all these
report.
Competitors are sprouting up saying we're going to be an AI native data architecture or, kind of somehow displace some of your businesses. Is there any respect in which IBM at a $200 billion market cap is subscale?
Look, the question becomes that if you're one of the hyperscalers, they try to bring their customers in and they tend to want to use only one hyperscaler. If the market agrees that you have to have some diversity in what all you use, there's a huge role to play for those who can help people straddle across those environments. That is the place that we have picked and that we are going. We feel really strong about that, and we feel that where we have success in the portfolio is because of that. All the ones I mentioned, whether it's Red Hat or Confluent or Hashi, they help people straddle those environments. I think that as that goes on, and as I believe in the AI world, it's not yet there, but it is coming very shortly, then that is going to be a great place for us to keep growing.
And just finally make the case. I know we've talked about this a lot, but obviously it gets swept in. There are companies like Salesforce and ServiceNow, which also reported, Workday. I mean, these companies have been under a lot of pressure.
They're
as
asking
the
the software question.
Rethinks what the world of enterprise AI looks like.
Do you realize you fucked up software 72 hours ago?
Why your software is safe and why you feel confident.
So I believe if the software is of the kind where the largest part of the value is in the interaction with a human being, and so then it depends on how good is the UI. Is it 1 click or 5 clicks?
U.S. House
that
passes
kind of
around
interaction, if it gets replaced by agents don't care on how pretty it is as long as it works. That is going to be subject to a reduction, not a go to zero, but a reduction. If, on the other hand, we are freeing data up for use by agents, we are helping people get more secure. We are helping people get their authorizations and their business done quicker. Then there is a lot of growth in that software. We have almost nothing
wanted
in the
to
first
react
bucket.
yesterday.
That's why I feel that
you guys should
have,
study this. IBM.
Tailwind here, not
it's like I'm telling you, pre-announcement,
tied
up into the momentum, how they reported everything.
I think that it is one of the platforms that we'll see over time.
It's
but
still
I believe
in the
that
box,
that is going to be a
or that
huge
range
part
after
of
the
our business
pre-report.
The
people were favorable towards it yesterday.
Okay, well, stock has turned around. It's higher now. Arvind, thank you very much for coming on and talking us through that. All the concerns and all the finances. Important to hear from you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Krishna,
Thank you, Arvind.
CEO of IBM.
Got some news out of Washington on today's closed-door testimony.
Amen. Amen. The 23rd. Natural gas storage 32 versus estimated 32.5. AVTR, T-Mobile, they did bad. That was the other one. And then Zillow, Monster, where is Bitcoin? Eli Lilly. Oh, that could be related. Oh, okay. Let me do one more. Please hold. Pavs? Yo, PAVS? Oh, is this going to be your small cap? Interesting. Huh? Oh, dude, they're fucking... Boo. Where did those come from? Alright, well, I found one. But it's a lotto, but... Literally, I filled on one, and then literally 100 more just came in. So yeah, this one already got sniped, low-key. Okay. So... That's literally the whole thing. You're either going to get lucky on that or not. I hope you... And then I don't know if you guys have noticed, a lot of these plays are not taking off of the ground. I don't know if you have noticed that. So again, the way the market... Again, I just got sniped by an algo right now too. So like I'm telling you, just be careful. Go small on all of these. You're not getting... We're not out of the box yet. So if you're taking all these lottos that I keep calling out, you could die by them if you go too big. So... Just be mindful in that sense where it's like we don't have a lane yet. So this back and forth, that's why I'm throwing out all these seeds. But yeah, you do got to be mindful of how many you're throwing out. So like I'm saying, that one cheap, all of these are cheap lottos. So just keep that in mind. Buyout groups hunt for software bargains. Financial Times. Well. WLDS. Whoa, WLDS. That 50% in one candle? Yo, WLDS. The hell is no options, only shares. That's very low volume, but it looks like a reverse split scam. The 10 cent? No, they're next week. Or I guess they're next week. Fully next week. No, the one I got was, it covered that time frame. That's why I said I think that worked. But that was weird. I'm telling you, I bought the play. Nobody was on it. And then I don't know if it was my platform, but then it showed way more volume on that. But then you go and look, it shows up just right off the open. But that wasn't there when I bought it. Yeah, it's gone. It's already literally it's 50% on the bid. A couple of them doubled. Yeah, SPY a little bit. STM, again, you have follow-up. I don't know what WLDS is. They're going to add sanctions to the Russia bill. Again, SPY, candle getting bigger. Oil dropping a little bit. Let's see. Where's homeboy? We don't have a truth. Oh, Bibsy 133, Habibi. Wow. Where's Kimberly? House passes resolution to rein in Trump's military campaign. Yeah, we got that a second. I don't know if that's it. I know some people say it's symbolic, but we'll see. Wild's a split. Yeah. Be careful. Pfizer. Where was the other one? Molina. Yeah, it sucks though. Healthcare was doing very good after last earnings, but if they don't have good earnings this time around, that'll suck. Because then those are going to turn from rotation winner to loser. PBF, ALKT, low ticker, a couple material plays. Material plays in energy. So see, there might be something war. Iranian plan to infiltrate into Israel and target has been thwarted. Iran sent military advisors and equipment to Houthis to threaten the navigation. Oh, and then oil. The oil was a weird one, man. But yeah, you came back on the first day that oil, it actually matters today. Now that it's above 90, unfortunately. It has broken back to the could trigger volatility mode. But it was not, it seemed a lot chiller a month ago. But yes, this is the biggest move on oil in the last 7 weeks. Or at least the highest price cumulatively. Quart. FLS. Below, sir. Where are the chips? Are they still? Yeah, chips are starting to ramp up right now. If they could break out after whatever it was, it seems like something in oil. But yeah. Let's see, you're working in Pepsi right now. Bro, get shares. Get from your employer. You get I had a homie who did that. You know that? I had a homie back. This is like 12, 15 years ago. I put him on the long term. I got him a crib. He worked at Pepsi. And you know what he did? I told him the same thing, bro. And he was real big on investing. He's same telling you, bro, worked the job. He probably worked there for like 10, 12 years. And then he was like, bro, I need to get my bag up. I want to invest. He started getting the long term, all that. And then I told him this. And I said, max out Buy whatever they let you. Max it out. Oh, and he did that a long, long time ago. And it worked out very, very well. So he made, again, just even his 401k in retirement, he got him to 7 figures. And he left Pepsi a millionaire. We had a couple of great decisions, and now he owns his own business. So, yeah, buy the stock. Not on the open market, but buy it from your employer. They're going to give you a discount. They'll match it. I mean, if you plan on staying there for several years, you should get a bigger stake. You know, you get to earn some of it, of what you're making them. What happened to the blow them to hell comments? Khomeini Jr., the new one, he thought that it was foreplay. So Trump had to change the rhetoric. I'm so sorry, you guys. I've been cracking some wild jokes, but that is the first thing that came to my head. All right, well, you're coming back. Whatever that was, we're assuming it was oil related, but yeah. Oil's even down, but you're just doing this back and forth. Again, you need Apple or NVIDIA or Chips to ramp. Chips just lost that ramp. Well, you've done this a couple times. You know, you've done these little pops and long. That's why the premiums are fucked. Because even if you want one of the SPY premiums. Oh, dude, I have another idea for you. You just reminded me with your little Google headline. Dude. Okay, I had an idea. I was going to do it, but then, like, I already have people. They're like, Josh, you just explained something very straightforward. I'm a beginner. I don't know what that means. I watch your videos, but I'm confused. I said, let me help you, brother. But, like, I was going to do something, but I'm afraid it will confuse motherfuckers. Okay, are you guys ready for this? This one's crazy. And the SPY's about to hit a low. It's going on this now. So watch out. Better watch out. You better long term. But yeah, dude. Are you ready for this? Do you want to know what I want to buy for the long term? I want to buy something in the long term right now. And it's so different. But then again, I was going to do it, but I think some of you would have rolled your eyes and you would have gotten really mad at me probably. Because I have a great idea. It's phenomenal. Are you ready for it? This might be for the rich guys or the old guys. If you're both a mix of you, maybe you're old, not as rich, or you're rich and old, or you're old, you know. This is for the, you'll see. Are you ready for this? Dog. Google 10-year corporate bonds. A 10-year Google corporate bond right now. Fund their AI build out. Are you ready for this? It pays 6%. Do you guys, and it's ranked investment grade. No, dude, this is a crazy, like, I get why all these motherfuckers are lining up for it. Why all these bond offerings are oversubscribed. Bro, it's a 6%. That is almost double the Fed funds rate. So think about it. You give them money on this bond. They pay you 6% a year. You have zero risk of loss. They're going to go take $1 trillion, build out the whole entire world of data centers and whatever else. They're already making almost $200 billion a quarter off of ruling the world, right? Then they're going to take your money and use it to go waste it on a bunch of equipment and infrastructure. You may or may not like that, right? Follow along with me. You bought the bonds. You're still getting paid 6% a year. You don't lose anything. Okay, what if Google fucks up on the AI thing, and what if it fails? What if they can't pay back the $1 trillion? It converts into equity. So pretty much you're making the bet that even in the next 10 years, if Google goes on a spending spree and fails, the equity that the fucking trash equity you're still left with will still be worth more, not to mention you'll literally collect over 60% by the time it matures and you get to that point. And then worst case scenario, even if you converted to Google at parts, it would still be probably tremendously valuable. And then if it works, you get AI. You didn't get to own Google, but you got the yield with it. So, but then at the same time, if it fails, if you wanted Google and didn't want to buy it at the highs, I mean, that deal works out very well. So that's what I was thinking. PayPal, you're like a minute behind. There's a 5 center and a 2 center, but they're pretty far out. I go small in the 6 center. It's going to disappear soon. That's what I'm saying. The cheap ones are good, but the one at 6 cents right now, that's your best odds until it moves. The ones that are cheap, you'll get lucky, but if it pops, they may not move. So be careful. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I don't even know. It's probably going to be related to the buyout. Those have already doubled. There's no such thing as a 6%er anymore, or a 6 center. Alrighty. PayPal Centrini speculation. It's gonna fade. So again, Centrini's like, again, he has good ideas. He's good at copying some of them too, but unfortunately that's not material. That's not the same as like the buyout offer. Alright, didn't fill all of them. I got a small gain. Okay. Thank you. Do I have one left? I think. Oh yeah, you get 6 to 9, but I don't like it. It went up 100% real quick, but good luck. It's like selling a covered, it's like selling a cash secured put that pays 6% a year, which isn't bad. But yeah, and then the Oracle pays the same, but Oracle, to get the same return, I'd rather have it backed by Google equity. That's what I'm saying. Google's equity it's AA rated. That bond, even at 40 or 80 billion offering, is still investment grade. I would argue that bond is better quality than the United States government. It's kind of crazy if you think about it, or at least similar quality. But yeah, I just say it's a very wild, it's a wild offer, dude. All right, I'm selling the last one at 7 if it fills. Yeah, I'm out of those. They're small. 6 to 9, 6 to, and then the last one at 7. I thought it was going to be buyout related. That's why I thought they were going to get a higher offer. Those would have hit. It could still move though, but yeah, just somebody else bought it. Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon on the low? No. But then again, today is not. Wait till Apple, but very, very, what's the word? Resilient? Strong and resilient? Sound and resilient? Hams. How does it stack against other big dogs? Very good. Microsoft, I haven't looked into Microsoft's, but I mean, like I'm saying, the Google, the rating on it, you're not anybody else trying to offer similar terms. It's just not backed by Google equity. So like I'm saying, like this, when you're seeing all these motherfuckers line up and they're like oversubscribed and you're like, how is there people buying this, right? Who the fuck is funding this build out? Why would they do it? It makes a lot of sense. They all just saw Google stock double, triple, quadruple. Everybody's wants Google. If you don't have it, this is the way you get involved. Worst case, you're settling double the Fed funds rate with a very solid, no chance of loss. And then best case scenario, or worst case scenario, you're going to walk away with a position on Google substantially lower after they just spent and failed, assuming that it does require a failure, but you would get the equity at a much, much lower price. And if you believe that equity, even after a default failure, would still be worth it, then yeah, there you go. And I do. I really do. I think even if they somehow couldn't pay the money back, I think after 10 years and whatever they've built, I would want it. I think it'll be worth whatever, especially if it's at a discount. Then I got paid 60%. So like essentially at maturity, if it fails, you would get 60% of your capital already. So even if the stock went down 50% from wherever off of the default, your break, you only need to make 40%. So it's not, that's what you'd have to make in the next to get your money back, essentially. But yeah, we're talking off of Google. If you're buying it, good price. I mean, the only issue is if Google truly became zero, if they truly did fail. Pav, CME again, so watch CBOE. What's the other one? BSX and Cigna. Interesting. Oh, you could buy them. You could go through the corporate. You could have a bond thing in your Schwab and Fidelity. But yeah, I just saw the terms on one of them yesterday. And then that's what I was thinking about. I was like, dude, no way. I was like, yeah, it's not bad. New Golubov tweet. Galabooty. Yeah, Pfizer is getting a little pop. Again, a couple more energy plays. Where's Galabooty? Khalabov. He posted a meme 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Literally. Bro, he's back to the Wall Street memes again. Uh-oh. I think he reloaded, bro. I think he used the ceasefire to monetize and get some more cash so he could re-short the market. Because he got blown up on the first one. World, U.S. economy. Let's blockade Iran. Easy peasy. Oil 150. Global recession. Gas 7. 10-year. 30-year. Iran did this. How do we buy it? I could make a video. That's what I mean. Again, I wanted that. See, do you guys see my problem? I wanted to actually add it to the long term, but I didn't want to confuse people or make it more complex. FCX fading, Dow still chilling at the low. It's not moving post earnings. Nvidia on the low now, so watch out. 738. If I sell the farm, stick that into Google, does that return more than the farm could over 10 years? No, but it would guarantee 60%. So if I made 100% on the property, sell it, put it into a Google bond, I would get 60% guaranteed after 10 years. But then worst case scenario, I'd have to end up with no money and then a bunch of failed Google shares and 10 years later. So, but then the thing with the property, so making another 60% on the property, that'd be good to guarantee it. But then that's the thing with the Google bond versus this. What is the difference? So although I would guarantee myself money on the bond, what's the risk, I guess, of the bond? Beyond, I call it a risk, but there's something else that has nothing to do with the nothing to do with Google failing or not. There's a reason why. Why does Josh like real estate more than bonds? I do like bonds though. You guys know me and bonds have a great relationship. I've given you very important call outs, even when to put money in bill, when to not over lever. I love the bonds. I love them, but I do love real estate more. So why would I would keep the farm, essentially. If I had two choices, if I was going to boil it down to those, and I never have two choices, might I add. You know that? Nobody's ever going to walk up to you one day, put a gun to your head, and say you could only make two financial decisions. That's a lie. But I would choose the farm. Why? Think about it. The bond, ignore the worst case scenario. So even if the bond's worst case scenario is I get a bunch of failed Google shares, that's not what I'm thinking about. There's another risk you got to keep in mind. Yes. Thank you. The problem is that it's very conservative. You know that? Isn't it? It's coming from Jesus Boy. But yeah, it's conservative. AKA your gains are capped. So that would be the problem, where it's just like 60% return on real estate. That's nice, but we are talking 10 years, right? I'm already up almost 100% in 1 year. And then now if AI does or doesn't work, you name it, I would not. I think I'd keep it in the farm because the farm is protected on the downside with the purchase price. Even if it's not, I could generate revenue off of it, all of those things. But then I would rather have unlimited upside, because that's what could happen with real estate or the property. If gradual, nothing happens, it'll keep doing its thing. But if that place gets popping, if AI creates a AGI real estate narrative, and you name it, the area goes crazy. So many things can happen that we've seen before. It's like I would want to make sure I would like the upside. It's not a terrible idea for you to buy a house right now. I'm supposed to sign tomorrow. I'm telling you, I could help you out so much if you truly listen. And you don't need to hire me. You don't need to even use one of the agents or nothing. I would love to give you great advice, but please listen, okay? Because with houses, it's telling you, the house is a great idea right now, but don't do the right thing at the wrong time or the wrong price. The big issue people are making with real estate right now is it's just like what we've seen. It's just like paying 5 times more for an option I call out. That was just 1 penny. It's the dumbest thing ever. You don't want to do that with real estate. It costs you way more. So that's the only thing, is just don't overpay. And then number 2, don't get in over your head. Do not get into repairs. Do not get into full construction and I'm going to build this and do that. I try to warn people. They ignore me on it. I do not think that is a good idea for most people with smaller capital or even just starting out. You have to, like I'm saying, if you're about to sign tomorrow You're buying a house with low comps. It's not the most expensive house in the year. There's not some crazy ambitious development plan behind it. I think you're going to be fine. Especially if you really, dot your I's, cross your T's in terms of value. But like I'm saying, is if you overpay, you buy the high one, you ignore, you know what I'm saying? You just ignore, and you're ignoring the price because you really want it, or you're like, oh, I want a house, or you're like, wow, there's a lot of risk here, but then I could do this. I'll build off of a rock plot, or I'll add this, I'll do that. And it's like, if you don't have the capital or experience behind that, even if you did, that's not a good entryway for some of y'all on your biggest investment. Like I've showed you a good model, equity, easy, make money. I'm not working hard, you guys. You know that? I work hard, but I don't want to work hard. I work hard in effort, in time, in planning, and all of that. But again, you have seen me flip a house for $1.6 million in a month. And I'm not even taking on that much work. You see what I'm saying? That's in and out. Quickly. The money is on the buy. The money is on the property. Worst case scenario, if I bought this property, didn't touch it, if there's still value, that's a good choice. But if you buy it and need to add value, do this, do that, or you buy it, it's the most expensive house no one's ever bought in that area since 2022 for that price, you're going to get screwed. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can negotiate in your favor right now. But that's it. But just don't take on too much ambition. Remember, like we said, ambition and patience. I don't think you should be patient and not buy a property. No, I think you should buy a property right now, especially if you meet all of the. Just don't buy it impatiently, though. That's my view towards real estate is yesterday's philosophy. You need to have the balance between impatience and ambition, and you can't be impatient and you can't be too ambitious. And if you find it in the middle, you're gonna become wealthy. Plant. Would I consider my portfolio safe? No, because it's all individual names. It is diversified, but it has a little bit of risk. But then again, it is I don't think I would consider it safe. However, if you do look at how it has held up throughout all this bullshit throughout several years, objectively it looks like it is, but it does. I'm a big believer in acknowledging all risk. Can you email a house you purchased, or is that not a thing anymore? It doesn't. You already bought it. So if I were you, I would listen to what I just said, go look at your home and see if you followed the rules. If you didn't, that's unfortunate. If you did, then you're in a good spot. Freeport company's copper sales seen rising second half throughout 27-28, assuming diesel to be in similar. Will be subject to volatility in the oil markets. That flipped. They were up 3. Abivi now. J&J. Eli Lilly, they're still up. And bro, you're slowly melting down. Where did that premium go? Did it climb? Oh, a little bit. They're up another like 30 on some of the short terms, but they weren't. Again, the ones that stayed, all the puts have been jacked up from last night. That's what sucks. Again, biotechs are starting to wake up right now. Biotechs, medical, and staples. Walmart, Target. Target just went red to actually still red. It's just hitting the high ticker now. And then McDonald's. Yeah, XLP has recovered 1% from the bottom. And you are starting to rotate a little bit. Financials are giving it up, and then healthcare is already up. And then oil through the high. VIX at the high, SPY at the low. So C2 with the VIX going up. The only problem is it's early. Very early. All right, again, you just got the VIX on the high, SPY bounce, but like I'm telling you, you got 2 out of 3 rotations as of late. Even though staples are still red, only real rotation right now is healthcare. And then chips are still holding, but yeah, I mean, you took another 0.3 and another 1% down on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's down 2 now. Why is the market? I think, well, today, unfortunately, I think half of it is responding to oil and the conflict. Believe me, I don't want to. I'm not the big believer in it, but I was telling you, anything above, you know, I'm very well aware of the freakout zones. So like I told you, this like 60 to like 70-ish, even 75, that's like the war is ending zone. That's cool. That's the cool down zone, right? 75 to 90, that's in the, you're not cool off, but you're not at worst case scenario. But then anything now, we start going higher than like 95 all the way up to 100. That's like you have a problem territory. So are you guys seeing why this? I've been using this as my temperature gauge. Like I told you yesterday, it's like a coolant gauge. Now the coolant's moving a little too much. But now if it's rising, if you go above 90, the next temperature rise is going to blow out your engine. Essentially, it's not going to fuck up the full market per se, but yeah, you're going to be at the hundreds, and now we're having the whole reignite everything. Talk about food, fertilizer, water, shipping, you name it. It's all going to be back in the forefront, unfortunately. Even inflation and rate hikes, sadly. Yeah, dude, Tesla. I mean, even Microsoft's ugly, but I was tripping at Tesla down 10. You bought a house last year and it's gone down. You didn't get equity. Would you sell it and chalk it up as a learning experience or ride it out? I don't know. But I lean towards not selling it. See, that's why I say, I mean, ideally I try to avoid these situations. And that's why I say with like, you know, if you kind of just, it's very emotional when you buy a property. But if you can, it's like if you could just limit the emotions to like, you know, avoid being in that situation, it goes a really, really long way. But usually, I mean, the response, unless you need to sell it, in ways, but I wouldn't, you know, Warren Buffett talks about it a lot. When it comes to real estate investing, it's nothing like a stock. It's not like any, you know, we don't check the price of our homes and, you know, if it goes up or down, if there's a bad news, we're not like, oh man, let's get out of it. Because again, there's fees, it's slow, it takes a lot of time. So I would try to, you know, give a real long-term assessment of the property, see how you could maximize it with whether it's taxes, if you're living in it, who knows, but usually with enough time. I mean, unless it's, again, if you have crazy interest, if you really bought it high, that's like I said, I don't know. I mean, I'm good at, if you haven't done it, I could give you an instruction manual. If you follow the steps, I could give you a manufacturer's guarantee to a degree of how things could play out, and I could troubleshoot. But I'm not good at, if you give me someone that started off a different foundation and then let's fix this problem, I don't like those. Because like I'm saying, it's that's why last year and a lot, like, I don't know if you guys hear me, like, even when I gave the first warning, I'm like, dude, I'm begging you guys, please. I am just trying to help you make a good home purchase, but people do not listen to me. They will legitimately get so emotional, they'll even thank me for getting them into a house and then ignore every single fucking rule I gave them. And then I'm saying it's just, I don't want that to happen to you guys. I don't want you in a bad position. I hope I did inspire you, but I'm not, I didn't inspire you to be a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you gotta just be not emotional and start strong. Make good steps before you get into it. And that's how you're gonna do it. But yeah, but even then, like, the whole buy and sell after buying a property, I mean, it's a slow process with a lot of fees. Am I getting sick? I love it. That's it. We could tell who's new in the locked in. You know that. They'll tell you I'm being very nice. You know that. You know how much fear has been stricken in the people's hearts regarding my voice? I know my voice is, I know exactly what you're talking about. They do too. Believe me, bro. They all know. We're all aware. You know what I'm saying? We all are. Hold on, I need to charge this. They don't know. You know why they don't know? Because I'm being nice. You see what I'm saying? I'm ignoring it, and that's why I'm just giving them a little joke about it. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand, but like, you see, and then that's why. And then if it's nice, and then they'll keep doing it, then they'll do it forever. Oh, but that's it. You roll heads a couple times. I mean, unfortunately, I learned that from Mama. Mama taught me well, because I didn't listen to Mama until she slapped the shit out of me, and I said, "Oh shit, Mama." Mm-hmm. Rushing is not a friendly spirit. Exactly. 100%. But I'm telling you, with the house, it's just, I believe me, you guys, I would love, I don't know if you heard me last year, even into this year, my whole thing was like, dude, secure it. And I said it so many times. I was like, dude, I'm so proud of some of you. For real. You have no idea. And thank you, because you are walking proof of what we can actually do here. And y'all have built beautiful long terms. And I said, I'm not going to let you save 5-6 years, do such a good job to throw it away on a poor home purchase, because you can lose money. And I see it all the time. Again, I have a very good history in real estate, and it's not because I am lying to you or I'm extremely lucky. It's because you see how slow I move. I've been telling you guys, I tell you this. I tell you, I don't even do the shit that Lending Tips does. He likes his low margin. I don't. I have the formula for you, the Josh Answer special. You want easy, instant equity, make it off the buy. It's going to take time. It's going to be slow, but boom, that's a 6-figure hit, dog. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're making 30K or 300K, that's going to do some damage. And then we do it again. But like I'm telling you, you have to, there's a step-by-step process, and it's just like I'm telling you, before you get into it, do not rush, do not get emotional. And again, it took you 6 years to build this down payment. Do not let this go 60 seconds after getting this idea or a credit approval. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't want you to be a little hesitant bitch, not doing anything, not being so patient you never buy a house. Fuck you, no. But at the same time, you cannot be so ambitious. Your ambition has turned into emotion, and now your fiscal decision is not really a fiscal decision. It's an emotional decision because you saw the backsplash, or you saw coulda, shoulda, woulda. If I do this, it'll be there. No. So, yeah, that's the, and I've seen it a lot, man. The rushing, whether stocks or real estate. But guess what? stocks, you could maneuver it better unless you go all in. But real estate's going to be for most human beings, it is their largest investment that they will ever make. So that's why I'm saying I don't make these rants to rant at you guys. I think some of you have attributed this to my personality, but I'm telling you what I witness is absolutely truly shocking sometimes. And there's a reason it's even changed my behavior as I understood it. I've made it very clear, especially to try to help people, because I want you to take it far and take it far for a long time. But yeah, it's this rant, bro, is way more important than you think. Because I'm just telling you, don't get emotions right when it's time to strike. And then the housing, and then whether you're up on the house or down, getting into the house or already into it, just rushing emotions. You got to be very careful. And you're going to make a good house investment, but you need to make that decision. And you have to just as much focus and work. And it's easy, but it's not easy. It's easy once everything aligns. But you can't just go jump in the first thing aligns. I doubt it. And that's why you got to just stick to your rule. Don't break them. Don't buy overpriced. Don't buy the most expensive in the last 12 months. Do not buy overly needing work, overly distressed, unless the distress is coming from they just need the money. If the property and you don't have experience in those things, don't do it. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was PNC, dog. Fucking post nut clarity. That is his name in the chat. And I vibed with him for so long. You know that? And I love it. And I've seen him grow. And that was both in trading and then even in the house. I kept shouting him out the last couple days. Because guess what? He sent me a super chat. He was hyped. You know why he was hyped? Because he signed on a property. He's in escrow. Woo! Mission accomplished. Wow, it's exciting. It's so exciting. But guess what? There's emotions. And now you're like, ooh, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Some people, they decide they already got it. And then what happened? You know what happened? He did the inspection. And then these red flags started popping up. And like I was saying, more work. If it's going to cost money, if you bought that property and did nothing to it, would it still be valuable? And if that changes the value, then yeah, run away. And he did. He saw a foundation issue. He was excited. He told all his friends he was getting a house, but then a problem showed up. And you know what he did? He pulled the parachute. He said, fuck that, I'm out. And then guess what? He went and found another one and offered on another one. Easy money. That's it. That is the part, people, that will fuck you up. You got to say no. You got to be able to turn at it and not give in to that and be so caught up in it that you end up making a bad decision. And that's why I was so proud of him. That's why I've said it 2, 3, 4 times already. Because I'm like, damn, I've seen this happen many times, and not as many people do that. You know how many people I've seen tell their friends they're buying a house in escrow, and then something bad comes up, and then instead of backing out, they force it. They say, no, I could do this. And then it went from a financial decision to now we're just fucking speculating in all sorts of ways. No, it's unfortunately. I mean, the agents are like, there is instances where the agents can, make it better or worse, but it's a lot of it. This is just human emotions. This is like, I'm telling you, bro, this was like when I was a child, when I wanted my first car. Do you guys remember getting your first car? What was that like? That's a good example. At least for me it was. You know why? Because I was so emotional about my first car. You know why? Because I always wanted a car. I wanted a car so bad. And I just wanted to drive. And I was playing Need for Speed. I was watching Fast and the Furious. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of emotions. I could see myself in a vehicle, a certain vehicle. I was imagining, I was so excited. So what do you think would happen? every shitty car I wanted. Every shitty car. I would go to my dad. I was like, Dad, what's a salvage title? He said, no, bad. I said, I want it. He's like, look. I said, look how nice it is. Again, I told you, I found that one. I found a Lancer. It wasn't even a Lancer Evo. It was the ghetto one, dog. The Lancer. No Evo, no base. This is a base model Lancer, dog. And it had shaved door handles, neon lights. It was everything I wanted. Everything I wanted, brother. You have no idea. I wanted it so bad. And my dad was like, you idiot. He's like, you're getting emotional. He's like, you're getting emotional. He's like, it just has what you want. He said, that's a terrible car. My dad was telling me this. And I'm like, no, Dad, look at it. I said, a Mitsubishi, a Lancer. And I said, it has rims. I said, sound system. He said, that bring value down. I'm like, what? No. I'm like, this guy's crazy. But yeah, it's the same, bro. It was all emotions. And that it's funny because, I eventually settled down in that prelude. I finally, and guess what? You know what was actually funny? I ended up still getting scammed, believe it or not. Because then I finally settled, and then I was still emotional. And I went for a car that I wanted, my Fast and the Furious Honda Dream, right? And the Prelude was a beautiful car. Prelude was out of my budget. That was a $10,000, $15,000 car then. And I saw one for half off. I found the Lagger. As a young boy. And I was so hyped, bro. And then I got scammed. Because it was half off. It was like $2,700 at the time. And I was like, this is a steal. SPY, new low. And oil. Check oil headlines. Please hold. Your financial story is going to have to wait. We need to check. Other than C2, VIX is on the high. I was going to say, wait till that happens. You got nothing out of your boy. No Trump, no nothing. Attention, Patriots deadline for Warforce has been extended. Tomorrow's the last day to apply. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Sadly, dude, just monitor the Middle Eastern Twitters like your boy Galabuti and Aragach. Yeah, that took it, bro. 92.80 on oil. And then more biotechs, Biogen. Yeah, I've told this story before. Tim already knows it, but it's a financial story, because literally in that case, I had to get through the emotions. And then when I finally found one in my budget, it was what I wanted. And it was actually too good to be true. I didn't understand too good to be true yet. So you guys need to understand this with real estate as well. Because I bought that car at a discount. And I thought, I went home, I thought I robbed them. I thought I got the deal. I wake up in the morning, I go to try to drive it. Pull it out of the driveway. First gear to second gear, bump, bump. The transmission was slipping. So he hustled me by getting the car heated up. When the car was heated up, the transmission wouldn't slip. But when it was not heated up, cold start, the transmission was already slipping. So I needed to get a new transmission a couple months later. And that's why it was so cheap. Ta-da! So yeah, emotions in your first car might be like your first house. I don't know if you had a similar experience, but I was very emotional, and I made bad decisions, but I could have made even worse ones. NVVE. Trump might post her Middle Easterner, or you are gonna get Caroline Levitt. Oh wait, she's live right now.
On its promise, unleashing a genuine boom for American workers, families, and small businesses. The numbers speak for themselves. This was the biggest tax refund season in American history, with the average refund exceeding $3,400, an 11% increase over the last year. American families and workers claimed $82 billion in direct tax relief, and 97% of filers received a tax cut. More than 29 million workers claimed no tax on overtime. More than 35 million seniors claimed no tax on Social Security. And nearly 8 million workers claimed no tax on tips. Thanks to the other pro-growth provisions in the working families tax cuts, like making the 20% small business tax deduction permanent and delivering 100% expensing for new factories, equipment, and research, the Trump administration is setting up American manufacturers and workers to thrive like never before. Just this week, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is the largest manufacturing association in the country, released a detailed report showing exactly how these tax cuts are driving investment, job creation, innovation, and long-term growth in all 50 states. In fact, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the real American businesses that this law is helping. Pivot Manufacturing in Arizona made the largest equipment purchase in company history after the Trump tax cuts gave them the long-term certainty to invest with confidence. Winton Machine Company in Georgia is on pace for the best year in its history. Ketchy Inc. in North Carolina was able to purchase new machinery and expand its workforce by 25%. And Jergens in Ohio expanded its brand new facility to increase production. And they're also paying their workers even more thanks to the no tax on overtime provision. These are not just great statistics. These are American businesses with the confidence to grow, hire, and invest right here at home rather than offshoring their jobs. And a business opening or expanding in this country means more opportunity and higher wages for American workers. It means a chance for the American dream for young families, and it means restoring the belief that we can make and build things right here at home. This is what President Trump promised, and it's exactly what he is delivering with the help of Republicans in Congress. Democrats throw around the word affordability a lot, but when they had the chance to vote for the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, they refused. If Democrats got their way, it would have meant the largest tax increase in history, $4 trillion. 90% of Americans would have seen their taxes go up, and it would have been a complete disaster for our economy. That's the Democrat solution to, quote, affordability. It is raising your taxes.
Is that new? I know we heard something. There's a new word in that.
The massive success stories
Trump to
resulting
Israel
from the
Channel 12 considering massive attack larger than anything been done.
Every single Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against every single common sense provision that put more money back into the pockets of the American people.
I think he said massive attack earlier, but not the
Finally, on the energy front, after this briefing, President Trump will participate in a historic ratepayer protection pledge event at the EPA headquarters down the street. The president will expand the ratepayer protection pledge to governors, state legislatures, developers, and power providers to ensure that everyone involved in building and powering data centers pays their own way, instead of passing those costs on to hardworking families. The president will be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and several governors who have already signed on to this pledge. And it has already proven to be remarkably successful. Nearly 200 additional stakeholders have signed on since it was first announced, including utilities, data center developers, public power authorities, co-ops, and state governors. As a result, the pledge now covers 80% of all the power delivered to American homes and businesses. President Trump's bold leadership is turning data centers from a source of concern into engines of growth and opportunity for communities across this country, all while cementing America's dominance over China in the global AI race. The president is ensuring the American people are never left footing the bill so private companies can benefit. Instead, President Trump is leveraging the data center boom to deliver real, tangible benefits for working families and small businesses. So we have a busy day here, rest assured. I'll take some questions. And here in our new media seat, we have Cam from Town Hall. Cam, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One on
Axios,
First off, Speaker
restarting major combat operations in Iran.
This week, John Thune said he wants to have a work with
Bix on the
Democrats
high.
from the government. what is the White House's stance on the best way to keep the government funded?
Well, the White House's stance is that the government needs to be funded. This president and Republicans on Capitol Hill from both chambers, as you just mentioned, the House and the Senate Republicans want to keep the government open. We want to work together to find ways to do that, and the White House will continue to have discussions with Senate leadership on the best path forward. I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, but the most important thing for the American people to know is that this president and this White House wants the government to remain open, unlike the Democrats in this town who have been acting as obstructionists. We've seen time and time again.
Well, that's what I was saying this morning, though,
to
bro.
block this
It's starting to catch up. We're down 1-6 now.
In Congress from
but like I was
keeping our
saying, it's
government
weird
open,
how stable
which
we
does
were
not
with
help
everything
anyone,
down.
and
But
it especially hurts
yeah, I
the
mean,
American
at this
people
point,
who depend
chips are
on
starting
our
to go
government
down.
remaining open so they can
So you
access
have everything
the critical
down. Today was
services
risk
that our
off.
government provides
That's
to
why I'm
so many
saying,
Americans
sadly,
across
I think
the
it's
country.
partly
These
oil.
conversations are continuing, but I think I just made the president's position quite clear.
Thank you. And then on the Saudi Arabian nuclear deal, what steps is the U.S. taking to get Saudi Arabia to sign the Abraham Accords?
Sure. Well, the president himself has spoken on this many times. His Truth Social post this morning, and I will read it for those at home who missed it. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material, an important point.
Trump was aware
being
such
made
a decision
between
would
the
have
Department of
significant
Energy and Saudi
consequences, did not
Arabia,
make
which
final
pertains
decision,
only to
nor specified
non-military
date.
use. Will be approved but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities, as we all know. Look, this is a condition that the president has spoken about many times with our Gulf and Arab allies. He wants to see these countries sign the Abraham Accord. It was one of the most historic accomplishments of his first term, and it continues to be a long-term goal of his to expand those accords to ultimately come to a place where the Middle East can be a peaceful and stable region. And yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. With regards to the Saudi nuclear deal, why was that condition not mentioned yesterday when the Energy Secretary announced it?
Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
So the deal is dead if Saudi Arabia doesn't join. And have you any indication that Saudi Arabia is even considering this?
Again, the president has spoken directly with the Saudis about this in numerous conversations in the past, and the administration will continue to engage in those conversations. Alexandra.
Be exempt from international inspections as part of this
Got a
deal
couple of runners.
I don't want to comment on the specifics of the deal as we're still, again, as I just said,
Got an
talking
RCAT
especially about
headline,
this very
integrates
important
Black
condition
Widow
that the
drone
president
with
raised this
ovarian.
morning. Alexandra.
So good to see you now that you're back.
You too.
So
Again,
Treasury Secretary
biotech.
Bessent voiced concern this week on China potentially distilling or stealing AI technology from the United States, kind of
Some
manipulating
Kimmy
it
questions.
as their own. Anthropic said that the largest distilling attack happened last month. Do you think this will come up when the president meets with President Xi in September?
Well, I have had the honor of being part of some of the meetings and discussions between President Trump and President Xi, and I can tell you there is always a wide range of topics that come up. I would imagine this would be something. It's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race, and we're obviously tracking the particular situation that you mentioned.
I have one more if you don't
Sure.
mind. This week we've seen some major players in Democrat politics voicing or alerting really on how much influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world. Meredith.
Just to continue on the Saudi nuclear deal, do the Saudis agree with this interpretation since it wasn't part of the initial agreement? And has the president talked to MBS since this new condition was announced?
As you know, the president just put out this statement a few hours ago. I don't believe he's had a call with MBS in the hours since. However, this is something that he has raised in previous conversations and has also said many times in the past. John, in the back, go ahead.
Carolyn, in regards to this deal, in the past the Saudi government has said they will not consider entering into the Abraham Accords unless and until there's a Palestinian state. What makes you think that they're going to change their minds on their position regarding that?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president's conversations, but this is something that he feels very strongly about and has spoken about in the past and will continue to uphold.
So, like, the money market, I think, is at 3.9 right now, or 3.7 at least.
A civilian nuclear deal, but Iran doesn't.
That's one day. That's 1 month.
Well, again, this agreement is still being worked out.
So you'll get like less than 1% for 2 years. It's not. You even use the 2-year rate for 2 years.
But this agreement in particular, as it's been discussed thus far, does give priority access for American companies in the Saudi nuclear energy program, which will ultimately benefit American industry workers and supply chains. So the deal that has been discussed thus far and will continue to be discussed absolutely puts America first.
I mean, dude, I was saying in the morning,
Ed.
It was very odd how much things were scattered and like the market didn't move, but yeah, chips gave up just barely half of that.
Well, I know
and then you had
USTR,
still more Mag 7 pressure, but
Jameson
everything is down.
Greer,
You only have
we'll be having
up, I
an
believe.
announcement on that very soon, later today. I don't want to get ahead of him, so I would just tell you to stay tuned for more details.
Okay, and then one more on the president's.
Energy, healthcare, and then a couple of manufacturing and tech. Tech that's still up from yesterday.
We're now a year and a half.
Chips.
So speak into his energy
energy
policies.
utilities, producers, distribution on the NASDAQ.
To lower energy prices, not just maintain the prices.
Well, look, as
like
I
legitimately,
mentioned earlier,
you really have very
pledge,
minimal
is
rotations
a novel
today.
idea drawn up by
it's
this
oil,
president
though. Like I'm
and
saying,
his
I think
team to ensure
fact
that
oil
data
has even
centers in
changed
communities
rate
where
cut
those
odds.
communities want data
I do
centers,
think that's
that
what
these
you're
big
dealing with.
CEOs and energy companies
bounced
are
after hitting
picking
the
up
low
the
right there,
tab
so
for the
let's
energy
see.
costs in these communities, so the American taxpayer not being fronted with those bills.
Greer will
and
have
the pledge
tariff
today is
announcement
being
today.
expanded to acknowledge all elements involved in building and operating data center, the governors who appoint the state regulators, who set the power prices, the utilities and the co-ops that sell the power, and in addition to the tech companies that have already signed the pledge. So you'll continue to hear more about that from the president in a few hours at 2:30 when he goes over to the EPA. Sophia.
Have you spoken to the president about what he wants to do about Chinese AI models if they are found to have stolen American IP? Does he want to sanction them? Or what actions can be taken without undermining broader U.S.-China trade talks or cutting off American startups that are increasingly reliant on them?
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the president on any potential actions, but obviously these conversations are taking place, and again, they're of the utmost importance, not just for our national security, but to ensure America remains dominant
do a push-up.
in this space. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions.
Utilize
has
this
President
early
Trump
press
spoken
briefing
with
and move
EFA
your body.
President Gianni Infantino about his interest in nominating him for UN Secretary General. And can you explain his interest there? And secondly, just a minor point of clarification on the Saudi nuclear deal. Did Prime Minister Netanyahu request this provision?
Not to my knowledge, no. Again, as I told you, this was an idea the president has long had. It was the president and his team in the first term that began and signed the Abraham Accords with several countries in the region, between those countries and Israel. And the president obviously wants to expand on that historic accomplishment from his first term. To your first question about Gianni Infantino, I don't know if he and the president have discussed that. I haven't been present for all their conversations. I know they speak quite frequently, and the president has a lot of respect for Gianni and what he has done with FIFA. As we all just saw, the World Cup was a tremendous success here at home. It not only was hugely beneficial to our businesses and our local economies across the country, but I think it showed that America is the greatest country on earth, and the president is grateful to Gianni for all of the efforts that he had to make that dream a reality here in the United States. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Is President Trump or the administration, do they have any plans to intervene in the extradition process for the Tate brothers?
No. We've already answered that question. Elizabeth.
The Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Mullin said that election officials that knowingly
Chad, I
allowed
told you the
non-citizens
prophecy,
to vote
right?
could be prosecuted
You guys
and
didn't
fined.
believe
Is this
me.
option being considered in New Jersey?
If there was a
after the
poly
governor
market for
revealed
that odds
thousands
would
of
have jumped,
non-citizens were
bitch.
registered to vote there?
Well, for
telling
any
you.
prosecutions, obviously, I would always defer you to the Department of Justice. But what I will say on New Jersey and this governor, the fact that she just all of a sudden decided to put out a press release saying President Trump and Republicans have been right about non-citizens on our voting rolls is not a coincidence. I think this governor is saying this because she realizes this administration is serious about getting to the bottom of illegal aliens voting and being on our voter rolls in our country. The Secretary of Homeland Security, as you know, sent a letter to several states, including New Jersey, requesting that non-citizens that are on their voter rolls need to be reported to DHS and need to be removed from those voter rolls. So that's why all of a sudden she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections. And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this, and it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. And I understand the House had a great accomplishment yesterday with passing the budget resolution, which has as much of the Save America Act as possible, and we encourage the Senate to move forward with passing that resolution into law so the president can sign it into law by the August recess. It's of the utmost importance to this president, but also to the American people who support this bill overwhelmingly. Mary in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, one on Sophia Cunningham and then on self-driving cars.
Sure.
Sophia Cunningham in the WNBA has been attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's common sense for men to not be in women's sports and locker rooms. Is the president following this story, and has he reached out to her?
Dude.
I don't believe he has reached out to her.
WNBA,
I know he is following the story.
I saw Angel
As you know,
Reese
this
highlight
is something
clip
the
the other
president
day,
feels strongly about as well, and the
I legit
American
think
people
it set
do too.
the WNBA
that men
back
should
by
not
10
be
years.
playing in women's sports.
my
It's
gosh.
completely ludicrous that anyone could support that. It's even more ludicrous that you do have Sophia Cunningham, a female athlete herself, very accomplished in her own right, coming forth and speaking that truth that men shouldn't play in women's sports. We want to protect women and girls, and the backlash she is receiving from Democrats and left-wing fingers
It's crazy,
across
though.
the
I
country
do feel like
is
under Trump,
astonishing.
though,
They are clearly very
feel
out of
like I
touch
haven't heard
with
about
the
the
American public
WNBA.
on
I
this
do.
issue, which again is an 80-20
We were hearing
issue.
about the
It's common
WNBA
sense.
a lot,
It's rooted in
and
basic
then I feel like I
biological
haven't
fact
as much.
that men should not be
And then I saw
competing
this
against
highlight
women
clip.
on playing fields across the country.
Sure. Self-driving cars. There's legislation right now to ban China's self-driving car technology from U.S. roads. Does the White House have a position on this? And broadly, how does the president feel about self-driving cars himself?
Well, you know, the president did have a red Tesla here at the White House for quite some time, so he's a supporter of them. I know he's purchased some self-driving cars for his family members, his grandchildren, so I think he supports them and Americans who want to drive them. But with that said, I don't know about the specific legislation. I will check in with our Legislative Affairs Office and we'll get you a statement on that. Reagan.
One question for you on Thune and then one on Darlene Graham. The president seemed yesterday frustrated with Leader Thune when he was speaking in Georgia. Is his patience running out with Leader Thune? And then the president recently endorsed Darlene Graham right after her appointment to Senate. What caused him to endorse her so quickly?
The president met with Darlene and thought she will be a great representative for the great people of South Carolina and will carry on her brother's legacy of public
I don't
service
like that,
in that beautiful state.
unfortunately.
So the president is fully supportive
Because, Chad,
of
if I
Darlene
die
and her honorable decision to run
they try to
again,
put my
continue
sister-
her brother's legacy. With respect to your
Just Chad,
first
you better
question
stand up for
on-
democracy,
remind me?
okay? I'm just saying. See,
Yes.
I think they should
The
just go
president
and do
spoke
a
about
fucking
this
nomination
directly
and get a
yesterday.
normal
His patience
elected
is running
individual
out.
in there.
He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess. He knows that's what the American people want to
She
see
looked
passed.
like
He
Sid
was
from
just
Ice Age. She's
traveling on the
terrible.
road yesterday.
Bitch, I look
Spoke
like
about
Sid
this,
from
and there
Ice
was
Age.
very loud
What the
applause
fuck
from
are you
the
trying to
people in
say?
the audience, the everyday Americans.
What the
because
hell?
Voter ID is common
I
sense.
know you were just trying to
They
get
want proof of
political, but you ended
citizenship
up
in
hurting
our
my
elections,
feelings in the
And the
process.
president feels very strongly about
Is that-
And I would
you know
just
how many
add,
of us
you know,
look
the
like
American
Sid?
people,
Probably.
I
feel like if you were honest, you
Republicans
might-
to lead not just this White House, but also the House and the
Oh,
Senate. The House
man.
did its job. The Senate needs to do its job too. I know it's a brief briefing today, but you're going to hear from the president directly twice today at 2:30 and also at 4:30, and we will see you all tomorrow night at the Correspondence
Center.
Center.
A little before and
Thanks,
after
guys.
the market. All right. Not bad. That was, again, we went from not having press briefings. I mean, she was out, but yeah, now we've gotten 2 as of late. It's very, very crazy. Long term would be the short term. If I do, that's what I'm saying though. Like I don't even. Yeah. Ale. I kept Chubb up there, was going. I mean, we had that little extra freak out, so I was explaining. I mean, we were talking about it, dude, in the morning, because everything was still the same here. It just got a little worse, or you just had chips give it up. But, dude, you had Mag 7 down. All you had was chips up, but they were still red. Did not have as many rotations. But, yeah, little by little, before you know it, it did start to like flush out there as the chips came down, and it slowly went from not much at the margins. I mean, NASDAQ was already down, to that just started whoop. Oh my goodness, 300. His bags were packed. Legal farm fees paid. He's locked in place. The most dangerous person is one hidden by your perception. Silence is not peace for the undisciplined. Uh-oh. Who wants an omelet? My guy. Dog. Thank you, my friend. I'm interpreting. He said he's prepaying. I think he's prepaying for whatever. I said bring it in cash, though, dog. You're gonna be like, Josh, pull it out the YouTube. I'm like, dog, YouTube is going to charge me, and then YouTube they going to make you wait 60 days, dog. Okay, YouTube. But, man, get ready. And I am, bro. I accept. I told you. You're good, bro. You're good. I told you yesterday, without a doubt, brother. I appreciate you for everything. I look forward to meeting my uncle one day. It's hard to explain. Most people, uncle. It's but I look forward to it. That's it. We gotta just figure out our logistic process, but yeah. And then also too, I don't know. The guys are, like I said, when we first did it, I wanted 50 people. That would have been insane. We're capped at 20, but then I do think they still like their small groups, but because he even said 20 might be difficult, but I think we could pull it off. I think. And then too, you guys will have to. I said, bring some cash if you want to play a game, but at the end of the day, we might have to play games for who gets the room. Because, there's different rooms. There's a room with a king-size bed. There's a room with, 2 twins. There's bunk beds. Then there's one room with just a queen. You know what I'm saying? You gotta... How are you guys... How did you guys figure it out last time? I think you guys just went based off of height. Y'all said, give the big guy the king-size bed. But then they were all pretty big, though, low-key. Or maybe I'm just small. And then now, bro, they're only down by 1.8, but, a move like that, they just found a way to wash both sides of the premium now. And now eliminate the catalyst. But like I said, you woke up with a couple of software upgrades this morning. IAEA is aware of Saudi's discussion on nuclear cooperation and the plan to ask them to implement verification. Oh, shit. Legal say, I'll bless Gen Pop too. What's up, baby? I think, I don't know, I'm going to go out on a limb, but I think Legal also just requests, though, that you please get a long term. Stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your future. Get the long term today. Did you guys not see it? We had Tim made a new ad. I really did enjoy it. Where did it go? Oh, I guess never mind. Why can't I find it? I swear I downloaded it. Well, I guess not, Tim. I thought I had it on deck. Yeah, here it is. I didn't save it. It's a good ad, though.
Are you tired of dying of dysentery? Then load up the G-Wagon in long-term trail.
Trade stocks, buy houses, and win big!
Get your copy today. Box and floppies included. 1-800-GET-LONG now. Are you tired of dying?
$19.99 a month. You pay yourself, though. So you could, the price varies. But then you pay yourself first. NVVE. I've seen that a couple of times. I don't know if it's any... I mean, yeah, it's up 80%. But that one's still going. Even Cheesecake Factory. SPY's still holding. Did PayPal go up? That one just stayed there. Reverse split scam. We saw another one of those today. There was a couple. Bro, biotech stuff. Very interesting considering they kind of chilled out the last couple days. Google, JP Morgan says Alphabet pullback offers a buying opportunity. Google, it's starting, I mean, it's down 6.5. It hit 7. And then again, Tesla's down what, 13? Well, that's crazy. So think about it. This broke an all-time high, but then now it's back to 2026 range. When someone said earlier, didn't you say Mag 7? 6 of the 7 are down now, year to date. I think the only one green is NVIDIA. If that is NVIDIA, yeah, NVIDIA is green at 219 or 209. Yeah, LMT had earnings, and then RTX got up off of it, too. Yeah, I don't know if the LMT, because usually the defense ones, I mean, contracts, they've announced a lot of contracts, but most of them were, you would like to assume they were priced in. But yeah, that was a big move. That's like very unusual for defense, let alone LMT. I don't think they've had a 10% move off earnings. Let's see. Tesla leaps. Wow. That's an interesting idea. But I have not looked into them. I mean, it's actually, Tesla's kind of crazy. Because I swear I was just looking at, I swear Tesla was just $400. But is it down on the year now? I guess it has been. It was just doing good. But yeah, I mean, it's at a level we've seen before. So I'm not too prone to it. But depending on how the trades align, I might utilize a leap for a flip. But that's about it. I don't think I'd hold it. I was saying, I remember the 420, 450 on there not too long ago. It was good. But yeah, I mean, like, I hope you heard what I said. I might utilize a leap for a play, but because so far, bro, I'm telling you, even then, you know, I waited on a couple of these, but I was saying it earlier. If you haven't noticed, none of these plays are getting off of the ground. If anything, you're more liable to buy a play and then you're getting wiped 50% in literally 3 days, even if you're buying after a 70% drawdown. So you got to be careful with them. And that's why I'm saying that's in, like, you got to think about it, because they're like, these are plays still with not as much time. Even then, the ones with time, they're not going to protect you in the same way, or it's still risk. But at the very least, assuming we break the box before the year end, at least you could try to have a play stay alive. Or that way too, if you're gonna, instead of spending a couple of smaller ones, you'd have to just limit it, spend a little bit more for the time, but then that way you'll be protected in the earnings. Or if we just don't use the word protection, I keep saying it, but I think that's a false security. It's But the whole idea would just be if you break out of this box with enough time, you will have an ability to not lose as much or get paid. Because like I'm telling you, you'll get like the Z-scaler. That dude, after a week, that already went down 50%. I was surprised on that. But at the same time, it's like a leap would have to really get clobbered to go down 50. But here's the problem. That being said, because we've had other leaps that haven't done that, and that's what helps you a lot. But here's the fucking problem. Who else? Who did that? Ford. Ford is the caveat. Because, dude, if it gets too expensive, you'll still get clobbered. This one, we benefited off of it. But, like I'm saying, like here, dude, at 17, those leaps even went down like 70%. And that doesn't usually happen. But then again, I mean, the stock almost went up 100% in a week, dude. In whatever, 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying? So it was just like that leap got crushed, though, unfortunately. And that's why I'm saying it's like, so that's, I hope you picked up on what I just said. Because like I told you, I even use the word security. Like I said, I think that'll lull you into a false sense. But be aware of the IV now. Be aware of the lack of momentum. Obviously, plays are not, it's not easy mode anymore. Easy mode is turning off, unfortunately. So maybe it turns back on, but no, their easy mode is fucking going out the window. So you can't just buy and then they're ripping, or they're not catching them. Even if they do rip, it's not giving you what you were getting. But that's why I'm saying. And then if you're wrong or it lags, too little time, too high of IV, you're paying for it. You're paying a lot more, even if you're going slow. So I'm not like I'm thank God we got the position and take profits how we did. But what I'm saying is, you can, if you're noticing it, you may want to whittle it down, and instead of going for as many small ones, you could still scatter the seeds, but maybe get more time. And I think you'll be way better off on if there's a good solid idea, because the ones with time, you're gonna get a little bit more cushion. But even then, it's not it's not there. It's like, it's still, if we take another big leg down, or if the stock, like, let me put it this way, Micron, you go buy a leap on Micron, dude, that one, the cushion doesn't fucking matter. Unfortunately, that's because that's like Ford. Do you see what I'm saying? Yes, or simply choose time over quantity, 100%. 100%. That's a simple way to sum it up. But even like Ford, if it moves too much, the leap is going to fuck you up. Does that make sense? I hope you guys, because then you're paying high time and high underlying, but then it wasn't really indicative of a high underlying. You're going to get double washed. So, if you have enough time, even a bad move, 30%, that's better if you have fucking a year of time left. You see what I'm saying? 30, 40% with 2 months is workable, but that's not, it's like, okay, if we're going to be paying that, we might as well just be getting a fucking 2 years on it, a year on it, essentially, even if we want to maneuver in and out of it. But yeah, the ones, so like I'm saying, that cushion's better, but you do it on something like Micron or SanDisk, you're not, ignore everything I'm saying, because even a leap on that, it might help you for a little bit, but if it does have an ultimate drop, I mean, you're going to pay, you paid for it up front, technically. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're stable. That was getting pretty ugly there. So you got a little bit of stabilization. If you could set a new high or get up to here, we'll be chill. But if it goes here or does VWAP tap and sell off, it's still going to kind of be the same momentum. Explosions in Kuwait. The oil's going down. No, yeah, it was. I mean, again, I just noticed they're not taking off at all. And then that's it. Just one play after the next. Like, we're still hitting 1,000% on the news pickups. And that's the irony. Because Go Switch last quarter, we were getting 1,000%, not as much off of the news pickups. So this quarter, as it shifted, the news pickups are giving you the smaller, quicker, get off the ground and move. Everything else has died. I'm not getting off the. I'm getting a couple off of the floor, but then they're not there. But that's why I'm saying though, play it small. Like I'm telling you, the Dows are what, 9 cents, $10. Buy 1, 2 of them. We're talking 10, 20 bucks. Get 5 of them, 100. That LQDA was that was probably the most expensive one I've done. And then the Z-scalers were a little bit up there too, but there was some $60, $70 options as well. But it's just like the whole idea is they're not moving. They're killing. Even the way the pricing is, even after the drop, when liquidity comes in, it's still taking a bigger drop. So that being said, you just got to either position small. I have been telling you, I would not lose your confidence, but if you did too many of them or going too big and then they're not moving, it's going to start weighing on you. But at the same time, you just got to be observant of it. And that's what I'm saying. Even then, pre-earnings, I was saying it just a couple days ago, they may not be the move just because of the bar. And then if they start moving the bar, but we got a couple of signs yesterday. The CAPEX, the story for chips is good. The software, nobody has IBM'd it yet. So we got a little bit, and I do think I just think oil is starting to not help. It's unfortunately, as much as you don't want to deal with it, you have to now. That's why. There's one easy answer I could tell you where this isn't all just momentum dying. Some of it is, some of it's positioning, some of it's the earnings, the weird earnings reactions, but there's one obvious tell that oil is adding a different type of pressure now, just even in the last 2 days, but especially after just like I told you, just even higher 80s, but really 90s and above. There's something that happened today. It's really it describes all week that is just, it's objective as to why oil is adding more to what you're seeing than what you may want to believe or whatever it may be. Yes, exactly. 100%, without a doubt. That's what I'm saying. I hope you could view it as objective. Don't let anybody confuse you on this one. I think it's objective. It's because of rate hike odds. Nothing else has moved up rate hike odds. You had really good data, brought them down, but that's it. I don't believe it. I think it's dumb shit. It's bullshit. No one's going to fucking raise rates next week. It does bring an interesting scenario up, but at the same time, that right there, that's your tell. Your tell is that, yeah, SanDisk, I put it up there. They just got a stick. The tell is that this oil, as it's climbed back above this like heightened pressure zone, it's doubled up rate cut odds in a day. It's moved. That's financial conditions. That's pressure that's materializing in a different way, and in a way no one's talking about. We're talking earnings, AI, CAPEX, Google, Kimmy, you name it. Even the war. We're talking about the war, but no one's talking about what the war's doing to the bonds. And the bonds hit a new high today, but more so that this oil has been the only thing changing this rate cut or rate hike pressure and tightening up these financial conditions. And that's the interesting part now too, because this is now the interesting thing with the Fed. Look at what's happening with oil. You might get, I wouldn't call it a black swan, but you have an interesting, unique event. So let's say, what could potentially happen if oil is at, let's say oil's at $100 by Wednesday, next Wednesday. That's the Fed. Oil is up by $20, or it's up to $100. What would be a weird scenario? There would be a potential scenario that would occur, assuming everything just did what it did this week. I'm going at the equal pace. If we just did what we did this week, if we do it next week, there's a very unique scenario for Kevin that pops up. Does anybody know what it is? I have arguably showed this to you before and made millions off of it. Do you know what it is? Yeah. Good. Good for you. You're right. The weird scenario is that if oil, let's say oil just rips tomorrow, or by the Fed thing, and then the oil ripping starts triggering the rate cut odds or rate hike odds, right? So oil keeps going up, and then all of a sudden you can't stop the doom loop for some reason. I don't think they'll get away with it. I don't think they can do it because he won't do it. He'll break it. But the idea is that if oil's high, rate cut odds are above 60% next week, he now is presented with the 40, 50-year dilemma of breaking Fed credibility as it pertains to what the market is expecting. And that brings us back to Jerome Powell and our 2019 TLT. So, because then it would be very weird to see if what he does. Because that's the problem. Because if the rate cut odds price in 60%, the Fed has always done what the rate cut odds have priced in since the 1950s. That streak has never been broken up until today. Ironically enough, we've seen pump fakes like this before, where all of a sudden we were not going to raise rates, and then they would break something a week before the Fed and then raise the rates. You've seen this before. This has happened, where rate cut odds ahead has dramatically changed the outcome. But the long story short, keep your eye on the ball. The Fed never breaks the probability. You see what I'm saying? I don't care how it happened. The fact is that success rate is still 100%. You following? So, yeah, it's a unique scenario where hypothetically oil could force the rate cut, or now if it gets right on the cusp, if we're at 60%, 60-40, you're right away by meeting number 2, the bond market will have successfully pressured Kevin Warsh into having to make a decision to either break this credibility of following the market, or will he follow the market? Isn't that fascinating? So yeah, that shouldn't be real. That shouldn't be on the table. Are you understanding me? That's what I was even telling you all last week. It shouldn't be on the table. But then again, I mean, oil did just go 68 to 90 again. But now you have to repeat this last week. And then if it tracks with the Fed rate cut hikes like it has this week, right now, right here, right now, as I'm even speaking, then yeah, we might be close to 60-40. And then that's a whole nother credibility debate. And yeah, bullying and pressure, vigilante, it's going to be all the more fascinating. But I don't think he would do it. I think he would be pissed. I would be pissed. Because if I was the Fed chair and you did that to me, you know what I'm doing? Even if you priced in 90% cut odds, I said I'd walk out with my tie and both middle fingers up. You know that? This is why I can't be the Fed chair, you guys. Because that's why I'd be like, hey, yo, peep them Fed futures. And I put both middle fingers up to the camera at the podium. And that's what I would be doing. I would say both of them. But I wouldn't even say a word. That's how I feel towards that. I say we are keeping the rates steady, okay, until an election has been completed. Simple as that. Get over it, Wall Street. I see. That's what I would have done. That's what I would be pissed. I'd be like, really? By the second meeting, y'all want to try to fucking bond bully me with your probabilities? Oh, I would be livid, dude. I would break it. That's why I would go for. Okay, you want to? Let's break it now. Now nobody get pressure. Okay, you want to do it on number 2? I show you then. Okay. The new Fed chair will be tested. That's what I'm saying. It's how this is happening though is pretty fucking funny. Because like I'm telling you, it's all off of oil though. No one gives a shit. It's all off of it. This wouldn't exist without 11 days of attacks. This wouldn't have existed without a peace deal to fall through. I mean, for the more conspiracy people out there, you could argue this was orchestrated. But like I'm saying, like all of this is just, that's not. And then again, if you have been with me in the past, 23, 24, 25, we have seen this happen before where like legitimately certain outcomes should not even be on the table in the way they are manufactured into existence within a week prior to the event. I mean, don't doubt Wall Street. So, unfortunately, you have State Department calls for citizens to prepare for flight cancellations and airspace closures. Well, I got a little pop, but spies trying to do post-Euro ignore for now. You see, what's going to happen Watch, if we could, like I said, if we do VWAP tap and come down, it's already going to be ugly. But if we could hold up a little bit and then if oil maybe will stay, it'll do this and do the stair stepper later in the day. You'll get a headline and then market may react later. So just see though, it's again, everything's scattered today, but I would genuinely describe today as risk off, to be honest with you. And I haven't said that in a minute. I don't think you should be bearish and go cry and run away and go buy puts, but I am like telling you. So we've talked about leadership, rotation, all of that. You just are not. You have one healthcare rotation. You got a couple of electronics and plays that were up a little bit from gapping. Again, you have a couple post earnings, but generally you are not. You're just more. There's nowhere for the money to fucking move today, or it's just not as exciting to put it in as many places with, again, oil, inflation expectations, all that. And then again, the dollar is up almost 0.5%. It's like they put it to the dollar. It's not orchestrated. They're chilled. Well, you could argue the war part, but at the same time, Wall Street does price things in. But this is where you guys, I would encourage you to have balance with that, because some people fall for the whole everything's priced in, I'll become a doomer, there's no point, right? And then there's the people who think nothing is priced in, and then they're fucking missing everything right in front of them, right? Find the balance with that. Just don't underestimate how much Wall Street throws shit at a wall and sees if it sticks. That's the thing I don't think people understand. Some of you will realize you are way smarter than you think if you just sat down in a room filled with some of these Wall Street cats. You just haven't done it. That's why you think they're much more superior. But like I'm telling you, they throw shit at the wall and see if it sticks. Add that to some smart guy shit, that's how we get pricing in. You see what? And then don't underestimate, like I'm telling you, they're trying to bully Kevin Warsh. They're using the opportunity of the war, or you could, like I'm saying, you want to get conspiracy, you argue it's orchestrated, but Wall Street's taking the opportunity. They're using the oil, even though Kevin and the Fed have made it clear it's a very dumb idea to raise rates into a oil headwind that you're panicking on, and they're not going to do it. He has made it very clear already. They're trying to bully him. They're trying to throw this shit at the wall, and hopefully it sticks in the next week, because if it does, you get to add a little bit more. You may be able to kind of sway things, and that is what pricing tries to do. So, yeah, that's why I'm saying it is kind of fascinating how it has played out, because without this $60 to $90 oil move, I mean, it would be a much different. But again, I think Wall Street saw it, and they're going to take the opportunity, because it is already heating up a little bit for this Fed meeting now, just because of this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cared. Good time to bet against the Fed hike odds? Yes and no. I would say yes in theory. However, if you are astutely aware and you go look at the odds now, even though they're higher, the pricing of it is you're not getting paid the same way. So even the price you would get filled on a ZB short, or a ZQ, or even if you played a prediction market, they're both off. The pricing isn't. It was better 2 weeks ago, as weird as that sounds, even though the odds are up. It's kind of odd. So just be careful. But it has to let it next week. If next week they keep running this idea, I would short the fuck out of rate cut odds, rate hike odds. But right now it's practically the same as last week, but you're just not getting the same payment if you're right. So you're taking the same risk now, but with oil way higher to get the same return. Wait next week to where now people believe it more. Because if they believe the rate hike thing more and you short it, you're going to get paid out way more. And then worst case, if the bullying wins, you're not going to get blown out as hard. You have a hot take that could put you on a list? My brother, you say, I have read your chat facts. You are already, you've been banned before too. I'm pretty sure you're already on a list. So, you might as well let it fly. It better be a good one though. Kuwait. I had that. I didn't have the I had the Kuwait one, but oils didn't move, and they had that other one. SanDisk. So again, that helped lift us, if you really think about it. It was SanDisk, I think Micron. And Nivda off the bottom. And Google too, though. I remember that. So stabilized off the bottom, but then you're still in that one bad outcome. Like I'm saying, if it just bounces off here, it's not. You're in the same setup. Oil's going to go back and forth until another up or down headline. And then, yeah, before you know it, middle of the day, we are going to start getting ready for Intel. Elijah Lilly. Oh, where's IGV still down? Oh, I thought I was about to hit a low. It says that'll just stabilize. Same with Cyber. But they are not good. We do like discounts. I'm a big fan of discount. Give me the discount, brother. It sucks, though. I can't find a good discount, to be honest with you. The stuff that's discounted that I want, it just... Yeah, they, like, popped. But I did. I grabbed one more thing today. Who will save the market? You can't look at the long term. I haven't looked. I think Amazon is off of, again. Oh, well, a lot of stocks have had that, though. I've seen that. I saw that on Oracle. Sometimes they're glitches or there's stuff, what's it called? Sometimes there's weird block trades or bond stuff. They gave a weird explanation. Someone called TD before. But, yeah, it's, but I think Amazon, again, they're part of cloud and Google and, you know, the hyperscalers. So I think people are under the idea that Amazon might do what Google did, but with less cloud growth, where Amazon spends more, and then if AWS is still good, but then it's not going to grow the same rate as Google. But yeah, that could be why it's taking such a big drop down. But that candle, I think it's a glitch, but there's a reason on it. But sometimes it's more technical than not. Yeah, JP Morgan. Who else was like that? Oracle. I was looking at Oracle. If you pull it back. Oh, they disappeared? No, these. If you pull it on the 4-hour, I see these 47 prints, and they occur at the same exact price. But then they're spaced out by 3 months, by a quarter. So, yeah, I don't know. And SPY back at VWAP. And then LMT still going. That was a 2 standard beat. Bloom Energy now Cerberus. Yeah, Bloom actually looks like it has something. Yeah, none of the other like NeoCloud or Energy, but yeah, watch Bloom. You got $2, $5. CLF too. Honestly, watch when if healthcare goes down, you might get a little bit more support, because that's the only place they rotated to today. Tesla's off of the bottom, only 13 now, huh? LQDA volume, nice. It's up again. That one, I don't know if I haven't heard anything on the judge yet, but if it starts moving, you'll get an update. Oh, what time is it? So someone put out a note. So H.C. Wainwright, analyst for healthcare, he revised target up, and then he put out a whole entire note. But this is an hour old. I don't know if you had that. But yeah, analyst put out a note talking, literally explaining what we did for you guys yesterday. Title, a teeny weeny change gets Judge Andrews full attention. Judge Andrews issued an order related to the LQDA post-trial motion. You feign? Oh, yeah. Argument that the 793 patent does not qualify. It's commonly owned patent exception. While the order is somewhat amusing read, the most important takeaway is that Judge Andrews is clearly not amused and, more importantly, actively engaged in the case and understands the underlying dispute and appears fully up to date on the record. His decision to demand sworn declarations identifying who altered UTHR's interrogatory response, who approved, and why demonstrates Judge Andrews is actively working through the outstanding issues as he moves towards a decision. This is not just a case sitting idle on the docket. Their sworn declarations are due in 2 weeks, which after judge's orders will determine whether further submissions are necessary. It does not establish a timeline in resolving the motion, so he does not have additional clarify. Judge Andrews' decision on the underlying case, it's unlikely to happen in the next 2 weeks. We're increasing our price target to 130, reflecting the legal update and recent KOL conversations that further strengthen our conviction that it will become the drug of choice. We view the order as incrementally positive for LQDA, but ultimately a bit of a sideshow. Yeah, bro, I'm glad. I hate the analysts sometimes, but you know, I'm glad they got the, I'm glad we came to the same conclusion in 5 fucking minutes of reading that. Because, yeah. Are we? No fucking way. We're back above open? Habibi! No. Oh, sorry. I can't do that when oil's above 90. I don't even do it the right way. You know that? Y'all should see my mom do it. You know them Arab, like, I can't do it, dude. I don't know how they dog. Y'all should see it. My mom, my aunts, when they do it, dog, it goes crazy. But yeah, we're not out of the clear yet, though. I said VWAP tap. This still counts, though. Like I'm saying, even if we overshoot it and come down. But if we could hold above here, set a new high, kind of get some, it'll, even out the water, that's not bad. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think today is like bearish in the sense of, I'm not speaking like macro, broader trend, freak out, go buy a put. But like today was genuinely like your first risk off day in a minute. Again, I showed it to you last time. The same exact thing happened last time the dollar was up like this too. Where you only had like one baby rotation. And then look, dollar's hitting a new high. Dollar's gapping up. Look at how much high. And like I told you guys, you don't think it's weird? I even made a video, and sadly, we're just talking about options not getting off the ground, but you guys don't see it. Dollar broke out of the box, all the momentum, we got shoved into the box. All the momentum stopped. That's what I was saying. If the dollar could come back down, but unfortunately now it's just been a month. You've been up over for a month, and now it's up. And like I'm saying, on these days, they're not putting the money. They're putting in the dollar. The dollar's up 0.5% almost. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. I prefer Google instead of Goog. Doesn't really matter, but I'm pretty sure Google is the one with both economic and voting rights. So just might as well get all of it. Bangladesh president ousted by PM Hasina plans to resign on Friday. Hot dog. TLT. Oh, TLT's bouncing. Interesting. So yeah, LQDA. Remember, that's the one we played yesterday. It was a weird one. The premiums were up too. But yeah, those are back up. It's widespread. Dollar will keep rising, I think, to a degree, because if strong dollar makes it easier for Besant, but then you have a strong dollar with high bond yields. That's where it's going to get even more interesting. But yeah, this is a crazy level. It would stay. I mean, where did Trump take over? So that's what I was saying, though. The irony the other day was that this is still the election level. So the dollar's kind of coming back to a weird stability. At this price, even though the dollar's high, the dollar has not moved since Liberation Day. It's moved, but it hasn't. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I know Besant, he wants a strong dollar, but he also wants low energy and low bond yields. So that's why, the strong dollar will eventually hurt oil, but then with the yields, I don't know. He's going to have a little bit more work to do with that. You don't understand why the USD would ever go down when all the other countries are on a downhill trajectory. Well, it was the US. What happened is that they elected this guy to the board, or the CEO. And then he printed $2 trillion. But then they were he's racist or something or whatever. They just didn't like him. So then they kicked him out. Then they put in a new CEO. But then he was like, yo, dude, everyone's going to die this winter. So then he put another $4 trillion. Just new money. This is created, not backed by work. Actually, they said don't work. So not backed by any productivity. And then they printed another $4 trillion. And then they were like, holy shit, the CEO might not even be alive. So then they replaced him, and then they got the old CEO that they kicked out, and then he was like, well, you guys let him authorize that much money, so he authorized the same amount of money, and then they printed another $4 trillion, and then again, now this time they're trying to back it by work and weapons, but still, it's a substantial amount of money, and then, yeah, before you know it, there's a lot of new money, and actually, in 6 years, we've probably printed almost as much money as we have in our entire history as a country. So that could be one reason why the dollar would go down. Maybe throw in a couple of conflicts in there that you would probably need more debt for too. But yeah, that's the unfortunate. We had a little bit of this talk yesterday. It's a true story. Very true story, actually. Actually, if I told you more of the facts around it, you probably wouldn't believe me. Surprisingly, if I gave you more facts of it, you would actually think I was making it up. You would then actually believe me less. Microsoft is replacing OpenAI image models in PowerPoint. Hot dog. Nothing really moved off of it. I mean, yeah, you could call it, it's the big, beautiful, build back better American Rescue Plan. That's how you would describe all of them summed up as one. That is the official titles, I believe, of all of them. The big, beautiful, build back better American Rescue Plan bill. That would be all of that money. If my story I just told you. And it's not even my story. It's all of our stories. So, yeah, there you go. What if we just print all the money we owe and then just use that to pay what we owe? You got my vote. No, man. That's what happened. This is what I was explaining yesterday. Where, like, when I was young, I was like, word. But then as I think that's what happened with these politicians. These dumbass politicians, they had these high-ass joke ideas back in the day, you know? But then something happened. They got on social media. They aged 30, 40 years. And then all of a sudden, they're like, yeah, we should do that. They're like, wait a minute. Check me out. If everybody keep buying the debt, is debt even debt? Huh? Yo, hear me out. If they keep buying it, there'll never be a consequence, right? And they're like, yeah, that's what they did. That's what modern monetary theory is. It is the idea that you could break all of the modern monetary. You could break the theories and rules around the monetary system as long as the demand absorbs it. That's a simple way to put it. That's why everybody who warned about printing fiat to excess and the consequences, people said, well, nothing's going to happen because as long as we all keep buying it and working, as long as we keep having demand and operate, as long as nobody reacts, negatively to it, then the party will keep going. And that's literally the basis of your current modern monetary system. AMD event. Ooh, Lisa Sue.
Ever, because we have so much to tell you. So let's go ahead and get started. At AMD, our mission is to push the boundaries of high performance in AI computing to help solve the world's most important challenges. And I often say AI is the most important technology of the last 50 years.
Explosion in Lyric Island, southern Iran.
And frankly, the progress that we're seeing in the industry is just incredible. Like every month, every few months, we see something new that was far beyond our imagination. And you can already see the impact across every industry. In healthcare, AI is helping researchers identify new drug candidates faster. In science, we're solving problems that we didn't think were possible a few years ago. And across every industry, AI is changing the way we get work done.
Yeah, more men around this nation have AI girlfriends.
We're still in the very, very early innings of what's possible. Now, just take a look at some of these charts. We look at these every year, and you kind of see the rate and pace of AI growth. A couple of years ago, we were just starting. People were experimenting with chatbots, and it was really cool. But if you look at today, we're really seeing more than 35 quadrillion tokens consumed every single month. That's an increase of nearly 160 times in just 2 years. And that curve is actually just getting steeper. You're going to hear a lot about that today.
Robosexual, huh?
So,
is that what you are?
Where's all that demand?
Are you a robosexual?
Training remains
not around here
and foundational. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we see the compute that's used for training advanced models continuing to increase by, let's call it, roughly 5x every year. And those models are getting better. Like, we're all experiencing that. We're seeing better reasoning. We're seeing new capabilities. We're now seeing a growing number of specialized models. And one of the things that I really believe in is there is no one perfect model. I think we're all going to use a slew of different models, depending on what task you're trying to solve and which industry you're in. But the bigger shift is actually in inference. And we expected this. We expected that inference would grow faster than training. And we can say that in 2026, for the first time, the world is using more AI compute to run models than to train them. And we've seen that to a point where we think this year, roughly 60% of the global AI compute capacity will be used for inference. And the reason for that is actually pretty simple. As billions of people every day use AI, the workload shifts from building models to putting them to work. And actually, we're going to talk a lot today about agentic AI, and that's accelerating the shift even faster. So if you think about all of this, we see agents as the next big step for AI. And the most interesting thing is this is really
and
just
everybody
started
says
accelerating
that, but
over
I'm
the
like,
last,
bro,
I would say, 5 or 6 months
the
this year.
next cut-in, just look.
So
it
we
looked like
started
Jensen
with LLMs. They were great
with
to
a
answer
slightly
questions,
longer wig.
but we found that to really get the power of AI, you want agents to be able to really answer full questions.
Even the hand movement.
So you give it a goal, it keeps working until it solved the problem.
Like, it looks like Jensen.
And what that means for us in the compute industry, it means that compute demand is growing at an incredible pace. We're actually seeing a step change in compute demand.
If Jensen,
because when you ask the agent to do something,
5 years
it actually has dozens of steps, and it has to
exactly
reason, and it has to call tools, and it has to access data, and it has to keep doing it over and over until it solved the problem. And so you need lots of GPUs to do all that reasoning. But importantly, you also need a lot of CPUs to orchestrate every step around it. So when you look at just what that means from a market standpoint, it's really hard to put this market data up because I feel like every few months we're changing sort of the perspective based on what our customers are saying. But what we're seeing is that the shift to agentic AI is certainly growing the AI accelerator market very significantly. It was actually last year at this event that we called the AI accelerator market at about $500 billion by 2028. Listen. And at that time, it actually felt like a very big number. Didn't you think it was a big number? But honestly, you look at it today, and it looks conservative. Because
500 billion is conservative.
Is just continuing to
Remember,
accelerate.
we hit that play there. They already gapped up
better
the
models,
spreads, though,
more
bro.
more usage.
They heard it this
requires
time.
More compute.
The spreads are already jacked up. That's why you
actually
didn't hear
builds better models. And so we're now expecting that by 2030,
1.4.
the AI accelerator market is going to reach about 1.4 trillion by 2030. So what do you think about that? Is that a big number? I mean, what that means is by the end of the decade, the AI accelerator market is going to approach the size of the entire semiconductor market today. And although there will be many different types of accelerators, I'm a big believer in there's no one-size-fits-all as it comes to chips.
I'm gonna grab a small one, but
we do expect that GPUs are going to make up the vast majority of that market.
It all depends where you get
because the algorithms are still very much in their infancy, and we're still continuing to see the workloads change. And that favors programmability in the overall silicon ecosystem. Now, perhaps the most interesting part of the last 6 months has been, GPUs are only part of this story. What we're actually seeing is agentic AI is creating an entirely new growth vector for server CPUs. Now, I've updated this number a lot also over the last 6 to 8 months. But look, we call it like we see it. And we were early. I mean, we saw from our largest hyperscale customers, and you're going to see some of them here today, who said, look, as AI inference is going up, we need more server CPUs. And so we saw growth in the server CPU market. And we said, last year we thought it might grow, let's call it 18 to 20% CAGR to an overall market size of 60 billion. But frankly, what we're seeing is that the rate and pace of agentic AI adoption is much, much faster than any of us thought. So we're talking about agents going from millions to billions. Like, we're able to increase all of our productivity, and that requires a tremendous amount of CPU infrastructure. And every customer conversation is telling us that this build-out is just beginning. So based on what we're seeing today, and we're going to talk more about how agentic AI is evolving with CPUs, we now expect the server CPU market to grow by over 50% to over 200 billion by 2030. So that's starting from today, a $25 billion market going to over 200 billion.
They're not bad, but like,
so there's a lot of
she just announced
about CPUs as well.
And they don't give a shit. Dude.
Now, probably one of the things that is differentiating AMD in how we think about the market is this is not just a data center opportunity.
Quantum are moving up.
As AI becomes a larger part of our daily lives, we want the intelligence to run right where the work happens. And that means cloud is super important, but the devices that we use every day are going to be extremely important. And that means that we're going to do a lot more at the edge as well, with autonomous machines that sense and act in real time. And we really believe that you need AI to be infused everywhere. And that's exactly what we're focused on at AMD. So putting all of that together, we actually expect that the market for our high performance and adaptive computing products to grow at roughly a 40% CAGR over the next several years, approaching a $2 trillion market by 2030. And frankly, the only way you're going to be able to service a market like that is for us to work together as an ecosystem. There's no one company that can solve it all, but this is the opportunity to bring the best and brightest together. And we have never been in a better position to lead. We have the broadest product portfolio, we have the strongest roadmaps we've ever had, and the thing that I'm most proud of is we have the deepest partnerships with the companies that are building this future. So a little bit about our strategy. Look, I think we've been very consistent. We've talked about our multi-year strategy, and it's really built around 3 priorities. The first is just compute leadership. We're building the broadest set of compute engines in the industry so that we have the right compute for the right workload. Second,
we're not at the stage of responding to these numbers anymore.
We want everyone to come together in an open ecosystem.
She just said some crazy numbers again.
We believe an open ecosystem is essential to the future of AI, and that's how we get the force multiplier of everyone coming together.
Everything has a lot of cushion.
And that's open on hardware, in terms of hardware standards, as well as open on software. And that's why we're investing so heavily in our ROCm software. And you're going to see that AI has been a tremendous multiplier in this rate and pace of progress that we're making in ROCm and in software. And it really means that if we put all of this together, we can have our customers deploy on AMD hardware faster than ever. And the third piece is we're going to get a chance to talk to you about powering AI everywhere. So that's AI in enterprise, that's AI at the PC, that's AI in the physical world. And that's adding new capabilities across all of our products. So today, you're going to see all of that in action. We're going to start with compute for the agentic era. I'm going to show you a lot of hardware. And then we're going to talk about some software and then our overall products from a platform standpoint. And we're honored to have some really special guests that are going to join us to really help bring the technology to life. So let's start with the data center. Today, AMD EPYC runs on the most important workloads in the world. We power the largest cloud providers, we power the digital platforms that billions of people use every day, and the most important critical systems that are used by the largest businesses, including more than 60% of the Fortune 100 are using AMD EPYC. And that momentum is just building. Last quarter, we reached a record 46% revenue share in the server market, and we're continuing to see every major customer move more workloads to EPYC. And on the GPU side, our Instinct adoption has also accelerated. We have a broad set of customers across the largest AI labs, cloud providers, leading AI startups, as well as some of the national labs and sovereign AI opportunities are being built on AMD Instinct, and we really appreciate that opportunity. Now, AI compute's becoming a lot more complicated. And what we're seeing with frontier AI is it's really raising the bar for what infrastructure needs to do. It takes more than a single chip
God, I hate these scammers,
or a single
dude.
server. You actually have to design the entire rack as one system.
So dumb, dude.
And that requires
so
leading
fucking
CPUs.
Dumb.
That requires leading GPUs. That requires high-speed networking.
Okay,
that
I got 100 on the
inside
hams
rack
right
and across
below
the data
it, but they
center.
won't fill you.
And just as
at 100.
importantly,
You have to
this
price
is about
below
making
100
these
and they'll give it
systems
to you.
super easy
It's
to
so
use.
dumb, dude.
And so they need to be
This
easy
is
to deploy,
every day.
easy to service,
Bro, you just
and
caught a
very reliable.
7% move.
And that
front
is
ran
exactly
by an hour.
what we built
And
with
I had
Helios.
to fight for 100%.
So today, I'm
with
super
a month
excited
and a
to
half
launch
of time.
Helios,
Eat my
the industry's highest performance AI rack. Now, Helios is built to train and run the most demanding frontier models in the world at massive scale. And I have a lot of show and tell for you. So for those of you who know me, you know that I love holding up chips. I call myself sometimes the Vanna White of chips.
There you go.
But it turns out with
You can't
Helios,
say that.
there are lots and lots of components. And so you can see these are the chips inside the Helios rack. These are the Instinct. Thank you.
And those things got washed right away. I got the shittiest
So
ones
this is
up.
Instinct, Epic, and then the Pensando chips for networking that are inside each rack. And every one of these chips is part of the system. So MI455 is the engine. It's the highest performance GPU in the industry. Venice, which drives it,
Yeah, it
is
says,
the world's
AMD dropped.
fastest CPU cores.
1
And
billion
Pensando
fine for
DPUs and NICs actually connect
Damn.
them with leadership
You'll
programmability
get the
and
same
scale
price.
out
It's,
bandwidth.
again, it should be 100,
So,
but they won't fill
I have a few
100.
more
They'll fill you
props
right
to
below
show
it.
you.
There you go. Now they're
let's kinda
jacked. I don't know if
take a
it's
look at how
filling
these
though,
things
dude.
fit into the overall
That was
system.
so ridiculous.
So first, this is now the MI.
I don't think you guys realize that was kind of crazy. Even if they were far out the money, we just front ran a fucking 9% move in a couple of minutes by an hour or two with time, and that was a hard 100%, dude.
The EAM actually integrates the GPU.
That was
memory,
the hardest
power
100% of my
delivery,
life.
High-speed
I think.
interfaces.
I can't believe it.
System management, cold plates for liquid cooling, all into one compact serviceable module. Pretty cool, right?
Pretty cool, right?
Now, if I just
Okay,
give
now
you some
they're
of the specs,
tripling.
we're talking about 320 billion transistors. This is built with TSMC's leading 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer process technology. And most importantly, it brings together nearly a decade of AMD chiplet innovation. So it allows us to combine 12 compute and I/O chiplets with 432 gigabytes of memory, all connected by leading industry 3D chip stack
Okay,
packaging.
now you got 100 on the
and
bid.
I can say for sure,
But it
it's
was
the
just
highest
triple. They're not going to
performance
give you.
AI
Now they'll give you
accelerator in the
100. You
industry.
want the tripling you should have got. You gotta fight a little harder.
Okay, so this is a CPU board that's inside the Helios compute tray, and I'm going to talk a lot about CPUs later. But just to give you a high-level view, it's high-speed 96-core EPYC processor, DDR5 memory, all the I/O that's needed to feed the GPUs,
What's this?
all in a single motherboard. And we also have our Selena DPU. This is a critical part of the networking infrastructure, and it really allows us to deliver both front end
sports
as well
and health?
as the scale out and scale across, bandwidth
There's
overall.
only one employee.
And this is our Volcano AI NIC, and you can see, this actually
Is it
allows
pump and
us
dump? I
to
think
really
they're gonna
have
sell
up to 6
peptides, but it
Volcano
literally
NICs
only has one
on a board,
employee.
and it uses the
I'm gonna
Open
call
Ultra Ethernet standard. So each Helios compute tray includes 2 of these Volcano boards, and that allows us to have the scale out and scale up networking overall.
That's the
So
steroid
you
Olympic
put all
stock.
that inside the
Is
rack.
it? Yeah, that's what I
and
think it
we
is. They have one employee.
An additional 6 dedicated networking trays.
He's 29
that handle
years
the
old.
Scale-up networking. And those are
Maximilian
all connecting
Martin.
75 GPUs together with UA Link over Ethernet with silicon from our partners. And that's what we mean by an open ecosystem. So when you bring this all together, I want to say Helios is simply the best AI rack in the world. Now, let's take a look at some numbers. Clearly, it's a very competitive world out there. So when you compare Helios to the competition, we're delivering 15% more compute, 50% more HBM4 memory capacity and memory bandwidth, and 50% more scale-out bandwidth. And what that means is that every Helios can deliver more performance for the largest models. I got his phone
number. He keeps rejecting my calls.
More capacity for longer context, and the bandwidth to scale across thousands of racks. And now we can kind of come over here and take a look at another very large piece of hardware. This is now the production hardware that customers are deploying, and you can see more of that as you go through the exhibit center. And each one of these weighs more than 160 pounds and stands less than 2 inches tall. That's just an extraordinary amount of technology when you look at what's in one of these trays. And when you bring these things together, the numbers are just incredible. More than 18,000 CDNA5 GPU compute units, over 4,600 Zen 6 CPU cores, and 31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, all in a single rack. That's what it takes to run agentic AI at scale. So today, I'm excited to announce that Helios is in full production.
Wow.
We have shipments on track to start at the end of the third quarter and ramping into the fourth quarter in the second half of the year. And I can tell you, customer demand for Helios is extremely strong. And we're extremely proud of the work that we have done across the leading AI labs to adopt Helios. And so let's start with some of our guests. Today, I'm excited to be joined by our newest Instinct partner and one of the leaders in frontier AI. To share more about what we're doing together, please welcome Anthropic co-founder and chief compute officer, Tom Brown.
They brought Anthropic out.
Hello, Tom. It is so great to have you here, and it is really such an honor to be working with Anthropic. We had a big week this week.
We did, yeah.
So look, Anthropic has just had incredible success over the last few years. You know, Claude has made such a big impact on the overall industry. Compute is such an important factor in the progress. Can you just talk a little bit about your compute strategy and just how things have been evolving?
Yeah, and first, thank you so much. A hard act to follow with Helios, amazing. So with Anthropic, as you mentioned, the scale of that we're growing just as an industry is enormous. And so we have been working to make sure that we have the best, different chips, and we can use the best chips for the best workloads.
Yeah, and look, I think you've been really leading in that area. And, you know, I'm happy to say that I've always wanted to be as part of your infrastructure. I remember the early times we talked as you were starting Anthropic. But we had a big announcement this week. We're honored that you will be deploying up to 2 gigawatts of Helios. Why now? What was the key reason?
Yeah. So I think that the first thing was just Helios is an amazing machine. It's it's absolutely fantastic.
Do we like that? Does that work for us?
And then I think the thing that we were thinking about originally was whenever we're bringing up a new hardware platform, it's a big effort. It's like a huge thing. And so as part of as we were thinking about this, we started doing our own evaluation of MI355. You guys generously got us a rack to start working. And we expected this to be kind of a big process. Our actual experience was we had one engineer start doing it. They spun up, they connected it to Claude, asked it, hey, bring up this machine, left it going over the weekend, and we ended up with a graph of the actual performance of our leading model on it, just going up and up and up over the weekend. And so, yeah. And I think that that's a testament to the open platform that you guys have made, where anyone, human or AI, can now build real models on your platform.
Tom, I kid you not, when my team told me that you had an engineer working on MI355, I said, hey, are we making sure we help them? And they're like, they say they don't need any help. They got it all covered. And I was like, hey, that's a wonderful story. Thank you for that. Now, we're also super excited about the work we're doing together because, one of the most valuable parts of this partnership is, Claude and using Claude within AMD. Like, we're big believers in the fact that AI is this force multiplier, and the more we're able to have the leading foundational models really familiar with the AMD architecture, the better we're going to be able to service the overall market. So can you just talk a little bit about how you're seeing Claude really evolve in these types of highly engineering-specific workloads?
Yeah, so I think this is a great place for collaboration where in turn, like the bread and butter of Claude is doing software engineering, and now more and more we're seeing it help out with the type of workloads that you guys are doing also, like design, layout, which is not quite the normal software engineering, but is adjacent. And I do think that that is the place where we can work together to make the next generation of chips even better.
Yeah, no, I think, and also on the software side, I think the work that we've seen with Claude and the kernel development has been just incredible. So, Tom, one of the things for our audience here, we like to talk about the present, but it's actually, most of us are working on the future. So this is really the beginning of, what we believe is a very strong multi-year, partnership. Can you talk a little bit about, number one, what are you most excited about in the industry? And then number two, like, what can we do more together to really make sure that we're satisfying those, key opportunities?
Yeah. That's a great question. So I think the working together for the scale up seems like it's probably the biggest thing that I'm most excited for, where it does seem like we see consistently using more better compute results in better models that then add more value to all the folks using it downstream. So I think that's the biggest thing. And then I think one thing now that we're investing more and more with you guys too, and I think we can continue to, is security, where that's a place where now, as the machines are getting more complex, we can work together to secure things at the chip layer, the server level, the rack, the whole network, and that'll help out, like, not just us, but the entire industry stay safe.
No, I think you're completely right. We are super focused on the idea of, how can we use AI to improve every aspect of our product, whether it's, performance, power, software, and security, as you said. So really, Tom, huge thank you for the opportunity to work very closely with you and your team. Our team loves working with you guys.
Likewise.
And we look forward to everything that we're going to do together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so look, Tom talked about how important performance is, and we have been laser focused on ensuring that the real-world performance of MI455 and Helios really comes true when we look at the system results. So let's take a look at some of those results. So here's an example. We're running DeepSeek V4 Flash, one of the latest reasoning models, and we are actually comparing MI455 to MI355. And the key thing is
the
with
leading
every
treasuries
generation,
are not all
make
actually
huge leaps in
I think
performance.
it's a minority.
So
actually.
we're seeing that
it would be
at
in
lower
reverse.
concurrency, that MI455 delivers 4x the throughput of MI355. But
there's clearly a standard
what you see
being set.
with large users with across the board, that you want to increase the number of simultaneous users, you want to increase the amount of work that you can do at the same time. And so at the highest concurrency, we're seeing Helios deliver up to 34 times more throughput than our prior generation. And what that means is more users, much faster response, and much better efficiency at scale. And performance is just one aspect of it, right? The other aspect, and what I should have mentioned when Tom was on stage, is every one of us in the enterprise is seeing our AI budgets go up every single month. Is that right? Are you seeing some of that? Yeah. And so customers really care about cost per token. And with every generation of Instinct, we're driving the cost per token down. And that's with more memory, more bandwidth, and much more compute. And we're taking another major step with MI455, delivering up to 18 times more tokens per dollar, so customers can serve far more users with the same investment. And as you think about how that comes together in a rack,
How does it come in Iraq? You tell me, brother.
By power. So power is kind of the maximum
misunderstanding.
Limiter. And so we tested Helios over a full range of workloads where you have a fixed rack power compared to the competition. And what we're seeing is across the highest throughput workloads, the most interactive applications, all of these leading inference workloads, we're seeing Helios an average of 10 to 15% more performance than the competition. And that comes with all of the system work that we've done in the overall system. And how that translates to a customer is cost. What we expect is the Helios rack delivers more performance, and it also delivers up to 30% more tokens per dollar than the competition. So I think that's a pretty good overall value proposition. Now, I'm happy to say that the customer demand for Helios is extremely strong. From the largest AI labs to hyperscale and neocloud providers, we are working across the entire ecosystem to enable Helios together with our OEM and ODM partners.
Everspin? What's the ticker for Everspin?
And one of our deepest and earliest partners deploying Helios is OpenAI. To talk about where AI is headed and the work we're doing together, please welcome to the stage OpenAI's Head of Infrastructure, Sachin Katti. Thank you. Thank you, Sachin. It's so great to have you here. And most importantly, we are so thankful for the partnership with OpenAI. We've been through so much on this journey together. So you're really operating on the frontier of AI. Can you just tell us a little bit of what you're seeing and just what compute looks like for you?
No, thanks. Great to be here. I was thinking about this event, and over the last 2 years, it feels like the attendance at this event is following scaling laws. It's been doubling every year over the last 2 years. But more seriously, to your question, we've always predicted that models will evolve.
In the third world, bro, that's even higher. That's harder. You don't even understand.
They become interns.
I'm not even hating on the dude. You know how much shit he had to go through in his family and all that? That's why I'm like, dog, come on.
More agentic and able to do very long-running tasks.
I'm like, no, I'm noticing the fucking resumes.
And so all I'm the bad guy. Is we need to keep scaling compute. Right? The more compute we scale and throw at training, the more capabilities emerge. The more compute we scale,
I don't even think I could do that voice.
Provide it to distributing intelligence to the world, the more people want to do with it. And this is what we see with exploding token budgets. We've seen internally, for example, in OpenAI, that not just engineering, but every aspect of the enterprise is beginning to use agents for every part of the work. This is why we need platforms like yours that can scale with how quickly the capabilities of these models are scaling, as well as how quickly the whole world is beginning to embrace what these things can do.
Well, Sachin, I don't think I've ever spoken to you where you haven't asked me for more compute. So he's actually very, very consistent.
Honestly,
look,
the whole trend towards getting a bunch of young men that looks max.
It's been a true journey when we
starting
think
to make sense, dude.
All of the technology that we've been doing.
I think I figured it out.
Last year we announced
that's the PSYOP,
a really landmark
gosh.
Partnership where you're going to deploy up to 6 gigawatts of AMD infrastructure. You're one of the first, I think you were the first to actually have MI455 racks a few months ago. So can you talk a little bit about the journey?
No, it's been a phenomenal partnership. As you mentioned, we were first to bet on AMD, and we are really thrilled with how that bet is turning out for us. Got started on MI300 and expanded very quickly to 355. And it's been really fun for our team to see how it was possible to optimize the software stack, the networking and everything, and deploy our models running on AMD infrastructure. So as Lisa mentioned, so we just got hands on the Helios racks 3 months ago, and the collaboration has gone to the next level. Our engineers are working side by side with AMD engineers to optimize the software stack and run GPT-class workloads on Helios already. Phil will probably on stage later talking about how productive and fast that collaboration is. So we are really excited about the capabilities Helios is already showing us, and we expect that we'll be deploying Helios at massive scale starting towards the end of this year and then accelerating throughout 2027.
Like I said, I know, more faster.
We need it earlier.
So, Sachin, the other thing is, one of the most exciting parts of our collaboration is actually some of the research work. So, very thankful for the opportunity to spend, really bringing our best engineers together with your researchers to talk about how AI should be really implemented and used for future both silicon and software. So, can you talk a little bit about that work?
Yeah, I think one of our key bets, and I think for a lot of us in AI, is about recursion, right? AI recursively improving the systems it needs to run on.
Dude, you guys are
and
fucked.
Eventually, obviously, AI doing the research itself, right? Today, expert engineers spend an enormous amount of time optimizing kernels, figuring out how to translate new models to run them efficiently on different hardware, dealing with all the usual things you think about: compilers, communications, libraries, system
you don't buy it,
configurations.
honestly. I know.
What we've been
you have
super
a stick of mastic
excited
gum
and
right now, and you're
encouraged
doing like
by the
18
work we're
facial
doing with you
exercises. You
is
can't turn
now
back now.
AI showing the potential
I'm
and
just fucking
demonstrating
with
it
you,
in
bro, but
production
yeah, I make
to
a lot of
automate
jokes.
a significant
I hope
portion
you
of
guys
the
don't
work
get
when
too mad.
anyone programs to an AMD GPU. So it dramatically has shortened the path from a new model coming up to an efficient production deployment, and something that we can much more easily tune to changing workload requirements, right? And that's a big
separate.
deal.
OpenAI
So
rolls
one
out
of the
health
other things
to
that's super
logged-in
exciting for us
users,
is
18
because
and older.
AMD is built around an open software ecosystem, all these things that we are now inventing internally for our own use, we believe we can also bring it to the whole world and allow the whole world to use it for all of the AI models out there, not just our models.
I think super excited about that. I think the idea is that it's really the tide that lifts all boats, right? As we work, it helps our work together, but it really helps the overall ecosystem. So a little bit of your crystal ball. Looking forward, I think we all know that compute is super critical. What do you need from the next generation AI infrastructure, and what can we do as really a key partner to help you accomplish that mission?
If you haven't heard already, I need more compute more quickly.
At least he's consistent.
I don't know, though. Do you hear the corporate vibe from Google earnings, shit like this?
The thing that the whole industry is realizing is it's a systems problem at a data center scale.
They're not.
So I think we obviously very quickly internalized that AI was a rack level problem.
Slow down, scale back.
But now it is very clear that it's not just a rack level problem, it's a rack in a data center. So the whole data center is a system. And we have to think about how we design the future based on what we know about our workloads, what's coming down the line, but co-design it with you from CPUs to GPUs to memory, networking, storage, power distribution in a data center, and the cooling systems that go with it. These are all intertwined, and they all have to be co-designed. And one of the really fun parts about what we do with you and your team is how easy and productive it is for us to work with you and give you insight into how we expect the world to change in the future, from what our workload needs are, what our models are, and how quickly your team responds in turning those insights into better chips, better systems, better software. So that's worked really well with MI400 and left shifted a lot of the engineering work that we needed to do to bring this up online quickly. And that's why we are very confident we can productionize those systems very quickly. And so really looking forward to accelerating that with MI500 and beyond, and increasingly using AI to actually do that work for us rather than being limited by humans.
That's fantastic, Sachin. And look, we really do recognize that input is so valuable. So I have to say, thank you again for just the extraordinary partnership, the amount of work that our joint teams are doing together. And we couldn't be more excited about the opportunities in front of us. Thank you, Sachin.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
All right, so now let's turn to the world of CPUs. There's been a lot of talk about CPUs recently, and I can say that this has been the foundation of our AMD data center strategy for the longest time. We launched Epic in 2017, and we've been on a very, very clear mission. Every generation, more performance, more efficiency, more capability for a wider range of workloads. Now, Naples was our first generation. It established the foundation. But Rome and Milan really changed the economics in the data center. We did more than what people expected in terms of adding core count and adding throughput. And then Turin Genoa expanded our performance, and then Turin set a new bar for density, throughput, and total cost of ownership. That's really been the Epic formula. A clear roadmap and very consistent execution. And leadership that actually grows with every generation. This is why, if you look today, 5th Gen Epic Turin is the best server CPU in the world. With up to 192 cores and 384 threads, Turin delivers leadership performance across a broad range of cloud, enterprise, and HPC workloads. But the thing about the data center is compute never stands still. With agentic AI, it's actually creating a whole new class of infrastructure, and the CPU matters now more than ever. And that's exactly what we built Venice for. So there's been a lot of talk about agentic AI, but it's actually a very new field. And what we see is that server computing is actually splitting across a couple of different workloads. So the first section, is GPU servers, and that's fairly well known. That's where the CPU's job is basically to drive the GPUs. And so the job there is all about speed. We want the highest frequency cores, we want the fastest I/O, and we want to keep the GPUs fully fed. Now, the biggest middle part, this is the largest growth, is actually in agent servers, or what we call agent sandboxes. And this is actually a whole new class of workload. Here, you execute code, you actually call a bunch of tools, you actually query data that's outside the model, you have a whole bunch of things around it. And in this place, the priority is actually density. So we want the highest performing cores per watt to run thousands of agents at once. And then we have our traditional general purpose servers that run the enterprise. And here, you're going to have a diversity of workloads. It's all about efficiency. It's running the applications. It's running databases. It's running data services. And all of that is what we would traditionally say is general purpose server. And so with these different workloads, you actually need the right CPU for the right workload. And Epic is the only CPU portfolio that leads across all three. So Venice is our newest and most advanced server CPU family, and it's actually designed for the agentic era. We're extending Turin's leadership across every single metric. That is performance, that's efficiency, that's TCO for cloud, that's enterprise efficiency, that's HPC workloads. And Venice starts with our all-new Zen 6 core. We have higher IPC, higher frequency, and that delivers up to 1.8 times more performance than Turin.
I don't want to shit talk.
That is one of the largest generational gains. Yeah. I mean, we have been doing this for 6 generations, but this is one of the largest generational gains in the history of Epic.
Thank you.
It's 203 billion transistors built on TSMC's newest 2-nanometer.
Bro, so I'll tell you guys, the new guys, they're like, hey, Josh, you should try honey and tea. Hey, Josh, are you getting sick? The real parliament members, they know. You don't look at Josh Atola when his voice is like that. Don't look him in the eye. He'll hurt you. But, dude, do you want to know what it was? I don't know if this is the reason, but I changed one thing today. I did something different today. And then my voice, I'm like, I'm sorry, some of you AI developers might have enjoyed that. But anyways, dude, do you want to know what it was? No, it's crazy. Oh, yes, it was a wake and bake. That's what it was. Yes, I woke up July 26th, and I was like, fuck, dude, a little bit of smoking talk, dude. Oh, dude, a little coffee, dude. You should have seen me in college. You should have seen. I was disgusting. You know that? I was disgusting. But no, that's not it. It's nothing to do with my preferences in AI. So, I feel bad because I kind of liked it. I drank a new energy drink. And I don't know if it's like sugar. Oh, is there sugar in it? I didn't even look. No. There's not even sugar. Yeah, I did one thing different. I had a new energy drink. Yeah, and I'm like, eh. But guess which drink it was? What drink do you think it was? Oh, yeah. No. I meant July 26th, like 2026, dude. One of us is high then, I guess. No, dude, it's bad. That's why I said I don't want to talk shit. I don't want to talk shit. It could be a fluke. I did work out.
Really, the power of the family
Something new.
as they come together.
This was here. Let me put it this way. Are you ready?
In addition, with these guys, I can tell you that
This
next
was a
year
stock
we're adding
market
a
reaction
few other chips to
at
the
one
family.
point.
We're adding Verano, which is the next generation for AI host nodes. And what that adds is a more power-efficient, low-power memory, as well as faster interconnect between the CPU and the GPU. And then we're also adding for our high-performance computing, or technical computing,
had a stock
Venice
impact.
X, which is using our 3D Vcache stacking technology. And we're really the first to stack memory chiplets right below the compute chiplets to accelerate performance, even for those types of workloads. So you can see,
Dude, no one's guessed
one
it? That's
architecture,
crazy.
a CPU is not a CPU. There are many different types of CPUs. And for us, one architecture spans dozens of different chips. And that breadth is someone that no other CPU vendor can match. And that's what makes 6th Gen EPYC the best CPU in the data center.
Thank you. The new energy drink.
Now, you're going to bear with
It
me
was
because I'm going
new
to
and
take you
it
through some performance because the
impacted
numbers are just
the
incredible.
stock market.
So,
We
looking at AI
reacted to it
workloads,
one
right?
day.
Again, you have different use cases and different workloads. Starting first with GPU servers. Many of the largest frontier models
there you
require
go.
you to move data between the CPU and the GPU. And in that scenario, Venice moves the data faster than the best competitive x86.
The Costco. Dude, I had the Costco energy drink. I grabbed a case of it. I finally saw it. Yeah, it tastes good, but that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't. My reaction to it I don't feel like it's cracked out. I think tired. That's why I'm like, But my voice, yeah, but other than that, it could just be a fluke.
For watts.
Yeah,
So
I tried it
pretty
today.
incredible
Day one.
results.
I have
And
tried Alani's. They're good.
The gap is even wider if you look at ARM processors. So if you look at the leading ARM processors, when we're comparing at the chip level, Venice supports up to 2.8 times more agents per watt. And when you look at the rack level, Venice is delivering up to 3.3 times more performance per watt. And what that means is at the data center scale, you can just get a lot more agents in the same power envelope. Now, there's been a lot of talk about what matters most for agentic AI, with some saying that per-core performance under load is the only thing that counts. But that's really only part of the story, because agentic AI actually runs as a distributed platform, and that is across databases and vector stores and orchestration. And all of that has to happen at once. And that requires not just raw speed,
The best
but
one.
you absolutely
Sadly,
need
sugar-free
density,
Red Bull.
efficiency, and per-core performance
That's it.
all together.
Just low caffeine.
And what I'm happy to say
No sugar.
is that Venice
it's
leads
small.
across
I
every
like
one of
Red
them.
Bull taste.
So
But
when you
that's it.
compare
That's the
Venice
only-
against
I've
the
tried 'em
highest
all. I don't
performing
like the
ARM
new
CPU
trend
from
of
our
200
competition,
milligrams of caffeine.
EPYC delivers 20% higher per-core performance. And when we I like that number. I like that number. And when we pair that with leadership core density, we're delivering 2.2 times more performance at
Watch
the
if
socket
Intel
level.
inverses,
And so
but-
the main point is whether a customer needs per core or per socket performance, Venice is the leader. And there's one more point that's a benchmark doesn't really capture. Because when you think about what agentic AI is, it's really like you're adding thousands of employees to your enterprise, to your sort of traditional workflow. And that software enterprises have been running on for years. The truth is, that software runs on x86. So Venice runs all of it. And this is where x86 has an advantage.
Like
you
I
must
said,
have
see
the
if
best
anybody
performance, you
inverses
must
off
have
of
the
it.
best density, but
Iran
having that
refuses
software
to improve
compatibility
diplomatic
is a
proposal
big plus.
on the table.
So
10-day
customers scale
ceasefire.
up their
There's a
agents
disconnect
on the
between
stack
mediators.
that they already have. And now, let me just show you what that means at the rack level. So at the rack level, what we find is density is super important. Everyone's trying to optimize their data center. Everyone's trying to optimize their power envelope. And with Venice, every major server OEM is offering a broad spectrum of racks for agentic AI. So what that means is we have the full spectrum from 25,000 cores to 50,000 cores, and that's more agents per rack, and that gives customers the choice. The key is every data center is different, and with that, the flexibility allows you to pick the right cooling, the right space requirements for what you're trying to do in your data center. So there you have it. Venice, the best server CPU in the industry. And I'm very happy to say also today that Venice is in full production. Customer demand is incredible. It's the strongest we've ever seen for a new EPYC generation.
Yes. I loved it. Yes. Fuck yeah.
We're seeing every major server OEM, every major cloud provider on track to begin rolling out in the fourth quarter as we start with making the broadest EPYC launch we've ever had. So with that, I want to turn to my next guest, who runs some of the largest and most advanced compute infrastructure in the world. And it's really been our privilege to partner with them as they've deployed multiple generations of both EPYC and Instinct. To share more about our work together, please welcome to the stage Meta's head of infrastructure, Santosh Janardhan. Wonderful. It is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here. Santosh is a true friend. I have to say, it's been a tremendous opportunity over the last few years. My story about Santosh is the first time I sat in his office. He said to me, Lisa, we're going to deploy a lot of CPUs. Please make sure they work. And I said, I will.
And you lived it up. I have to say, they work, yeah.
I try. But look, Santosh, Meta operates, you operate some of the most advanced infrastructure in the world. What's happening in the data center world? What's happening in your world? Tell us a little bit about the architecture and what you're working on.
Sure. First of all, thank you. It's awesome. This is like a hardware geek's paradise, right? You come in, you're talking about transistors, you're talking about hardware, you're talking about cooling. This is sort of the jam. I like it, yeah. Right. And I think this is an audience that's receptive to it. I usually talk to audiences, they have usually either not been to a data center or not really seen a chip ever. So this is refreshing, I have to say. The thing I'll say about, listen, we are seeing sort of demand go through the roof. When you look at inference, training, recommendation system, that's how a newsfeed works, content creation, the demand for that is just exponential right now, right? And when I think about sort of the overall, Mark has this vision of delivering personal superintelligence to billions of people. So if you go to sort of Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or whatever surface you go to, the idea is that we'll meet you there and we'll deliver super personalized intelligence right wherever you are. And that's why we established this Meta Compute initiative. And because it's a top-level thing Mark himself oversees. Now, what that means is that we are now moving away from an area where we used to take servers, optimize it, right? This is what the conversations we were having many years ago that, hey, I'm deploying a CPU, I really need to maximize performance out of it. It's different now. You talked about how we should be thinking about the whole system end to end. We are at a point where we have to look about the whole data center and think about it as one integrated system. Servers, hardware, networking, cooling, power, all of that is not optional. All of that has to work together, right? And this is where I think there's a huge opportunity for collaboration with partners like AMD, because you have to now co-design, co-create systems, not just deploy sort of something that comes off the shelf, right? The other thing is, by the way, flexibility. The thing I really liked about what you said is that this is such a big opportunity in the industry right now. All of us need to lean in and sort of work on this together. So it needs to be open, it needs to be heterogeneous, and I think there's no one company, one partner that works for any one of us. We need to sort of work on this together, and that's why I think you're one of our most important strategic partners.
Thank you, Santosh. And look, we completely agree with your philosophy. Now, you are actually one of our broadest partners, because if you think about our work on CPUs, GPUs, we developed the rack scale OCP systems together. You've deployed lots and lots of CPUs, so millions of CPUs, and you're a lead partner on Venice. Can you just talk a little bit about sort of your CPU infrastructure and some of our work together?
Sure. It's been many years. And the story that Lisa was saying was many years ago. I think we went from Milan to Bergamo to Turin, now to Venice. So it's at least the fourth generation. So long time partnership, obviously. I actually think the world is changing in the sense that the world is changing. Every year is a new world these days.
It's like every month.
Months, exactly. So what ends up happening now is that it's not just a GPU game anymore. It's CPUs and GPUs. If anything, I think CPUs are becoming at least as important, if not more. You're looking at a world where sort of the workforce, the workload is changing because while you have your workhorses and GPUs, at the end of the day, there's agentic workloads. You have to run your tools, you have to run your systems, and all the code that's being generated still needs to run somewhere, right? So I'm super excited to work on Venice. I think there's a lot to come there. And you have to think again, this is a theme that I'm assuming will go throughout the presentation, that you have to start thinking about CPUs and GPUs as conjoined things. You hand off workloads. Depending on the workload, you employ the right hardware.
Yes, no, absolutely right. And we've gotten a lot of feedback from your technical team. I think that's what I really appreciate about the partnership with Meta. Now, clearly, you're deploying lots of GPUs too, a lot of accelerators, and you're also one of our deepest partners on the accelerator side, starting with MI300, and then we had a very large strategic partnership announced around up to 6 gigawatts, starting with MI450. And what we're doing is quite unique with Meta. So can you talk a little bit about sort of the evolution and the MI450 plans?
Again, multi-year collaboration. I think we started with MI300. We did a bunch. It had really nice memory capacity. I remember talking to you about that, right? And then there's a bunch of pipe cleaning we did. It was important to sort of deploy that at production scale, sort of get hands-on experience on both sides. 350 is the first time we deployed this on our ranking and recommendation systems. So that's now getting into sort of some good numbers. And 450 is I think I'm super excited about it. We just got some of the racks, and we are going to deploy it across the board because it gives us the opportunity to go and sort of really collaborate. I think the big difference between sort of the 300, 350, and 450 is that we have had our engineers sitting in the same room, talking to each other, co-designing, co-creating, like power, cooling. Like I was saying, it's not just a single thing, and we are not shy in feedback.
They're not shy, for sure.
But you're very receptive. So this is true partnership, right? This is the point about co-designing and co-creating that I think. And like I was saying, that's a huge sort of deployment coming in. The more we deploy, the earlier we co-design, the better we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Really appreciate the effort together on MI450. Now, I'm going to ask you also about your crystal ball. So you look out into the future and you see, what the next, few years really means as you push forward in the AI industry. What are the biggest challenges and really opportunities for us? This is the industry ecosystem here. So what should we be focused on as an industry?
I thought he said deceptive.
Listen, all of you know about the bottlenecks. You know about the power, the data centers, the silicon. Like all of this, I think, are choke points that I think the industry is sort of waiting on. But those are things I'm pretty confident we'll sort of work our way through. At the end of the day, I think the demand is immense. People are responding. But the thing that I really want to make sure all of us realize is that we should not think about systems in isolations. Like I was saying, CPUs and GPUs are one conjoined system. You should start thinking about it that way. You should. We really need to co-design things early. See, data centers takes years to build. Okay, like one of my favorite stories is Mark comes to me and says, hey, I want a gigawatt worth of data centers. Well, you should have talked to me 2 years ago. It takes time, right? It's the same with silicon, right? It just takes time. So we need to be starting and sitting down in a room, co-designing today for what we need to deploy in 27 and 28. That, I think, is when we truly unlock sort of powers of the system. The systems are amazing. The specs are amazing, right? But think about how much more you can get out of it if you sit in a room and just co-design it today. And then in 28, we'll be having much better graphs out there.
Fantastic. Santosh, I completely agree with you.
Shaz is going up on his own.
Thank you. We are so happy with the amazing partnership that we have across the board.
Again, they were just talking energy and
with
all
your
that.
engineering teams. And we truly are excited about what we're going to do in the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks a ton. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you. So you heard Santosh talk about just the diversity of workloads and really the massive scale that you require with AI. Now I want to turn to another part of the inference market where the requirements are actually very different. So lots and lots of workloads, and as inference is moving into more products and services, we're actually seeing it segment into different workloads depending on what you're trying to do. Some of these are, let's call it less interactive. So they're really tuned for, let's call it maximum throughput or the lowest cost. Other of these applications require more balanced throughput. So you have to balance throughput and responsiveness. And then there's this new class of applications that actually want very, very fast results. You have extremely smart engineers, and they don't like to wait. And that is where ultra low latency or every millisecond actually matters. Each one of these types of workloads requires a different type of compute. And one of the best ways to reach ultra-low latency today is disaggregated inference. So if you think about the different pieces, both prefill and decode are two different jobs. So prefill tends to need more compute. Decode tends to need more memory bandwidth. And with Instinct, we have a very balanced machine so that we deliver both great compute and great memory bandwidth. But you can actually take this a step further. If you know what workloads you're trying to run, you can actually let customers tune each of these pieces independently. And to address this market opportunity, we've been working with Cerebras. So to talk more about what we're building together, please welcome to the stage Cerebras co-founder and CEO, Andrew Feldman.
Yeah, that's why. So look, Cerebras. Somebody in the audience is buying that.
Andrew, it's great to have you here. It's been an exciting few months for you. I know that for those who don't know exactly what you've been working on, can you talk a little bit about Cerebras and what problem you've been trying to solve?
Sure. Great to be here and great to be sort of among people who love hardware. It's nice. Look, I'm thrilled to be here with you and to announce our cool new partnership. At Cerebras, we build the world's largest and fastest chip. It's a full wafer.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
We package this into a system and...
This is kind of sketchy, you guys, but this is in the last 10 minutes. I don't know. Literally, Vlad either got hacked or they're literally Robinhood just launched a meme coin. I'm leaning towards hacked, but at the same time, if they hacked his Twitter, doesn't that mean everyone's Robinhood's account is low-key fucked? But yeah, other than that, no, for real. He posted a contract address, this is Vlad's Instagram. This is actually him. So this was 8 to 10 minutes ago. Again, he hasn't posted all day ahead of that. So yeah, it's probably fake, but at the same time, I mean, again, Robinhood never fails to surprise me with what they do. So at the end, and that's not a positive thing. But, so yeah, I don't know. Good luck. Good luck.
For customers.
Sure. I think what's happened, and you described it previously, is that sort of AI has moved from being a novelty to being useful, and then in some domains a necessity. And when something's a necessity, people want to use it and they want to use it quickly. And to serve this market, this segment of ultra low latency, we sought a partnership that could extend our capabilities and our footprint, and there was no better answer than AMD. We were already an AMD customer as we use AMD CPUs to surround our systems. And we were so excited at the opportunity to build a disaggregated solution that combined AMD CPUs, the cool new Helios rack, and the Cerebrus wafer scale engine.
Yeah, look, the technology is pretty cool. So just talk a little bit about how it comes together.
Sure. So as Lisa described, what you have with Instinct and the Helios rack is you have the leader in performance and memory capacity.
But like I'm saying,
and you marry that with our wafer scale engine, which is the leader in SRAM and in memory bandwidth.
Yeah, like I'm saying.
And that combination allows us to deliver a solution that is unmatched.
At the same time, I don't think they're that low.
So very, very exciting. I know that customers are excited about what we're going to do together as well. So,
but like I'm saying, it seems
when are we going to have it in
most
market?
Likely.
Later this year, and it will be first in the Cerebrus cloud.
It's very early. This is at a 3 million. It was created 12 minutes ago. I don't know how many holders there are.
I think the key thing is we're going to give customers a choice to really put together what is the solution that they want. And I think we're very, very happy to be able to do this together with you. I think it's a huge step up in terms of what we can do for this ultra-low latency segment.
I think that's right. I think until recently, customers they could have sort of high throughput, or they could have extraordinary speed. And by bringing together the Helios rack with the Cerebrus wafer scale engine, we give you 5 times the throughput while continuing to deliver this extraordinary speed. It's really something
exactly. Why wouldn't you just launch it on Robinhood?
Well, look, Andrew, huge congratulations to what you and the Cerebrus team have done. I mean, I think it's been incredible. I think you've been clear on what you're trying to accomplish, and it's really nice
about how
to
they
see
launched Trump Coin.
not only it come together, but us come together to offer a solution that will be very, very compelling to customers. So we can't wait to get this into customers' hands.
At least they got to take advantage of the sign-up.
Thank you.
So I don't think Robinhood's too greedy to let that go. I don't know how many holders are on this.
So look, I think we've shown you a lot of hardware this morning.
Even then, you're telling me 6,000 new accounts.
But as we all know, hardware is only part of the story. It's actually software that turns all of this into a platform that developers can really build on. So to share the progress we're making with ROCm, please welcome AMD Senior Vice President of AI, Vamsi Bopanna, to the stage.
Yeah, I think we will.
Good morning, everyone.
That just happened.
It's great to be back to talk about software. Just a few years ago, programming AMD GPUs required deep expertise and significant engineering effort. We've come a long, long way in a remarkably short period of time.
Software guys,
through our open source community collaboration and sustained investment in ROCm, our software stack, AMD Instinct GPUs are powering some of the most important and consequential workloads on the planet. But the biggest change is still ahead of us. AI is transforming how software is getting built, and we are bringing that transformation to ROCm. And that's what I'm excited to share with you guys today. Our software teams have been moving fast with relentless focus on developers. We've invested at every level of the stack in build and test infrastructure so we ship faster. ROCm releases now go out every 6 weeks, not every 4 months. We've continued to expand the work we do with our AI ecosystem partners. And the result? More features, faster performance, and a significantly better out-of-the-box experience. Our strategy that has gotten us here has been remarkably consistent. It's built on 2 core principles. Partner deeply with the open source ecosystem, and build with the right layers of abstraction to enable developer productivity. Open source gives us velocity and scale, and abstraction makes developers more productive. Our deep, deep commitment to open source has resonated with the community that has truly embraced AMD. From frameworks and compiler stacks to inference engines and model hubs, AMD is now becoming part of default enablement for the most important AI communities, such as Hugging Face, PyTorch, JAX, VLLM, and SGLang. This is why new models get day zero support and why the world's most important AI workloads run on AMD today. That is a big shift. Inspired by engineers seeking productivity, abstractions have evolved to enable work at the right level of detail, hiding complexity when they want speed, and exposing control when they need performance. From low-level programming in assembly and C to block programming abstractions like Triton to Pythonic frameworks, we've invested in key abstractions. Ater, our kernel library, and Atom, our serving engine, get you peak performance without writing the kernels yourself. FlyDSL is a brand new Pythonic domain-specific language that gives you low-level control with the performance of hand-tuned C++. And Mori, our communications library, helps deliver leadership performance on the latest models like Minimax. But look, something very, very exciting is happening. Over the past year, I've seen something remarkable inside AMD. Our engineers are using AI models to generate GPU kernels, optimize code, debug issues, and improve performance. And in some cases, these AI-generated kernels are shockingly good, better than what we expected, sometimes better than the most manually tuned versions. The first time you see this, you're a little bit skeptical. You run more tests, you try to break it, you look for what went wrong, and then you realize this is real. What has happened in general software development is coming to significantly transform GPU programming. It's going to reduce the time it takes to bring up workloads, make optimization automated, and it will remove any remaining barriers to broad adoption. We want to put that capability in the hands of every developer. So today, I'm excited to introduce Rockum.ai.
So be careful. But that Vlad thing tripled already. Went from 3 to 10 million, came back down to 5.
It's an agentic AI platform
so people
that
still
brings
don't know about it.
capabilities of AI
You're really
GPU
early,
programming to developers.
But again, I think it's fake.
It starts with the simple idea of giving developers access to the power of an AMD ecosystem through the AI coding agents they already use.
Well, here, I posted
Whether you're
it so
using
that all the other
Cursor,
people will copy
Claude,
it and start
Codex,
talking about it so we
Rockum.ai
can get to
helps
this
those
quicker.
agents understand AMD platforms,
Don't worry,
understand
let's go. Put them
Rockum,
on no. Let's
and helps
see.
you
Let's
build
figure. Let's
and
flush it out.
optimize
Let's
your
get to the
workloads.
bottom of this. But I'm
In other
going
words,
with fake.
we are
going
making
with fake.
those popular coding agents into Rockum
Yeah, I'm
super
not playing
users.
it, but I'm
you should
going
be able
with
to
fake.
describe the workload you want
That's
to
what I'm saying.
run,
We either need
the
to make our
performance
own
target
broker.
you want to hit,
Yeah, Oil's
and then
doing
let
it.
the
Again,
agents
that's
help
the
you
late
get
pop.
there.
Think about it.
For years, we have been building the open software foundation. Now, we are adding an AI-assisted layer that helps developers use that foundation faster and more effectively. So let me show you what is inside Rockum.ai. It's built on the foundational capabilities of Rockum, our core software stack, runtime, libraries, compilers, tools, framework integration, all of the core software that makes the stack work. On top of that, we built a layer of AI-assisted optimization called Hyperloom. Using Hyperloom, the system can analyze a workload, tune configurations, select and tune kernels, adjust parallelism strategies, and iterate towards performance goals. To give you an example of the power of Hyperloom, I was talking to the lead developer last week. He told me they just pushed through a suite of 14,000 models through Hyperloom, optimizing them and creating valuable insights. This would have been impossible to imagine, even with a large team of engineers before. That's the power of Hyperloom. And
that's
finally,
what my first thought was
we
either
provide
they're going
AI
down
native
a,
interface for our
they're
developers.
going down either
AI
a weird
skills that
path
allow
or then
coding
again,
agents
though,
to
even
understand
Vlad getting
Rockum
hacked
natively.
does not
I'm
inspire
incredibly
confidence
excited by
for
what we have built with
brokerage.
Rockum.ai. It's going to profoundly transform the way developers interact with our platforms. So let me make this concrete for you with an example. Imagine you're a developer who wants to optimize Minimax M3 with VLLM on MI355s. Today, there are many things you need to get right. You need the right VLLM optimizations, the right model recipes, the right environment variables. You may need to write new kernels or optimize kernels. And then you still need to tune all of this. With Rockum.ai, this interaction becomes much simpler. So let's see it. You can say, optimize Minimax M3 with Hyperloom. Enter. And behind the scenes, the agent does what an expert would do. Pulls a known good recipe, runs and profiles the workload, it creates and tests a bunch of kernel and runtime configurations, and it keeps iterating towards target. You can actually watch on screen here, Rockum.ai write a GPU kernel. It sees an opportunity to write a more optimized MOE group gem. And the result, Rockum.ai delivers a 38% more tokens per second improvement on this specific example. This is the experience we want for developers. Simple to start. That's pretty cool, huh?
Pretty cool, huh? Again, oil.
Simple to start and powerful to optimize. We've continued our relentless focus on performance. With every release, we have delivered significant performance gains. On leading models like DeepSeek, Rockum.ai delivers 3.3 times speed up over Rockum 7. This has been made possible by innovations at every level of the stack. Techniques such as the use of block-scaled fused MOE kernels, KV cache quantization, expert parallelism. But look, the bigger story is how AI agents actually profiled the workload, proposed new kernels, tested configurations, and actually validated all of the results. That exact same focus is also on delivering performance gains for training. On the same hardware, Rockum.ai improves training performance by an average of 2.4 times. Through optimized kernels such as fused flash attention, more efficient checkpointing, and advanced parallelism strategies. Our engineers have done amazing work to unlock the capabilities of MI455
I like that idea. I just think,
Rockum.ai.
that's what I'm saying.
So
you just got to find the
to
sweet
share
spot
some
on these.
incredible
I'm telling
results
you.
on hardware.
It's just, we need another, we're missing a computer.
We are able to see the
And
system
until that
deliver
computer turns
20
back on,
terabytes of
they're
memory
gonna scam
bandwidth
you.
and 20 petaflops of delivered compute. These are the highest demonstrated compute plus memory capabilities of any accelerator platform in the industry today. It's not theoretical, there's measured. Super exciting that we were able to share this on day one.
Thank you.
I'm also thrilled to share.
Okay. Well, it's over now. It's not, but we're done with it. It's already late, you guys. It's already 10:47. That was fun. It's kind of a little bit more boring, honestly. Lisa, Sue, and the gang are usually a little bit more fun. But, you know, I mean, high stakes going on right now. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I think it is time for the philo. So get ready. Again, I mean, in the last 20 minutes, either Vlad Tenev has released a meme coin or his Twitter has gotten hacked. But, yeah, that's the only thing that's kind of crazy as of late. And then oil, though, I was telling you, it might kind of keep doing this stair stepper. We're still at the VWAP. I mean, today's a little bit more of a scattered day. So you got a couple of things still going on. You still got Intel after the bell. And we got to talk about the options. So I'd be very careful. I'm telling you, really. So this is what I was noticing. Because it's kind of crazy. I mean, you could go see the stream alert. I even showed it to all of you. I don't know if you remember, I brought up that FDA thing on the GLP-1s this morning. And we were ahead of that. I even made the play. I said we're going to go ahead of the GLP-1, the announcement. That's why we played Hims and then Eli Lilly. Those plays actually went up. And I'm not, again, those, in an environment, it's good to get a play that is hitting. But, yeah, here's the deal. We front ran that by like an hour, pretty much, to an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then it caught a 9% move. And those plays at max, they were at 300. But then in this play had a time. It was out of the money, but let me put it this way. The same strike price on shorter time frames operated a lot differently. And then here's the crazy part. Are you ready? This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you played a daily, right? Even when the dailies were expired, like at the lowest, if you played a daily and then you were ahead of that move, you only made like 100%. This is where it gets better. Are you ready? if you play the daily, you made 100%. But then if you played the next week, you made 400%. But then if you played for August, you only made 100%. So, and then again, but the next week contracts, some of the dailies, if they were really shitty and lower, they had more upside for a little bit. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's the interesting part is like, that's what I'm saying, find the sweet spot. These prices are moving hella weird. So telling you, the one that gave you the payout was the next week. The daily, like I'm telling you, that's why it's like daily, you would have taken so much risk on daily to get the same or less reward as a August. And then vice versa, in the middle, there's just the 8-day difference that would have made you 400%. All the same exact move, same exact timing. That's what I'm telling you. That's why it's saying these plays are harder to get off the ground, because at least, I mean, again, if you're not going back and seeing some of these, that one was not. This one was just easy. Like I'm telling you, a 9% move. This would have paid out. It paid out somewhere. That's what I was. That's what I was telling you. I was like, dude, that was a tough one. As weird as that was, but you go and look on the daily, it would have been tough. August, it would have been tough. But the next week, that was the easy one. As weird as that was. So it existed. It was somewhere there, but how it all played out. I mean, the pricing, the spreads, what you're getting filled at. I think some of the liquidity too. It's having an impact. So. Keep that in mind, my friends. Oh, yeah. It's already almost August, but time for Philo. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time for Philo. It is our time, my friends. Are you ready? Oh, we got a good one to talk about. We got a good one, and I got a couple of good clips for you. You know, I thought I heard all of Jim Rohn. You know, I really have. I really think I've heard all of it, but man, I haven't. You know, I'm sure. I think that's gonna happen, man. I think down the line, some of you might do that with some of my videos. You might be like, damn, Josh, I thought I heard all of Josh. And then you're going to see prepubescent Josh talking about Bitcoin back in the day. So, man, I got one to show you. But, oh my goodness. My brethren, we got to talk. This one's going to be real. Do you want to get real, or is this, I don't know. And like, for real, bro, Intel, hi. So I don't know if that's off the AMD shit. Like I was saying, eventually be on the lookout if it affected anybody. So yeah, Intel's dropping. You also have earnings. It could be AMD. But yeah, man, this one's real. And everything is. I mean, that's what I've been trying to tell y'all, man. And Philo and the markets. I mean, your journey, bro. Just living life. The hard part is not getting rich. And I don't even know if wanting to get rich is your main goal in life. We could talk about that too, because even then you're gonna have to figure out something when it comes to money, and I'm not talking about figuring out how to get it. I mean, like, when you don't have it, it's important, but then when you do get it, it's gonna change you, but also at the same time, you're like, obviously, if you don't, you're like, let it fucking change me, give it to me now. But it's a weird one. But when it's all said and done, bro, like, for real, just, can we not be delusional about it? Everything you do affects it. Everything's affecting everything. One thing leads to another. What you're watching is affecting what you're thinking. What you're thinking is affecting what you're doing. Bro, you go get into a fight. Go argue with your girl. Go argue with your parents. Go argue with your friends. Go argue with your friends about stocks. Then go wake up and trade. My guy, you bringing all of that into here. Go get angry and then start looking at a chart. You're gonna get mad. You're already mad. You're gonna make a bad decision. Are you not following? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you could it's all connected. And I'm telling you, not everything. And this is why, like, I don't know. Even with some of the talks we've had today with real estate, even my belief in God, dude, and I love Jesus and I love God and I love talking to people about it, but like, I don't like talking about it in this fake ass way, even to the point, you guys, I don't even censor my language. And it's funny because I believe that's the God I believe in, and I believe in my flaws, and I believe the way he sees me and all of it, and like, I'm telling you though, it's just like, actually take it in. And I do this because I want to. And like I'm saying, when I'll even give y'all some warnings and I'll say, hey, be careful. I don't want you to save for 5 years and lose it. I don't want you to do this and lose it. It's like, I'm not just fucking saying this shit, okay? I mean, I'm like genuinely saying this in a sense where it's like, bro, not everything is roses. You know that? Like, and that's the part why I don't like it when I see some of y'all walk away with that. And guess what? I hope you walk away ready for it. Life is not all roses. Life is a lot of storms. Life is a lot of rain, dude. You know what I'm saying? And I say this with joy. I say this with peace, and I love life. I love every good and bad thing that has ever happened, and I'm so excited for the future. I really, really am. But that being said, if you think it's all roses, you're delusional, both for me and even for you. And I'm telling you, you think it's you, bro. It's only going to get harder. I've been telling you guys this. And again, wait till you're going to have real life issues. You're going to deal with family. You're going to deal with friends. You got to go through all. And I'm telling you, it's not all roses. God, the concept of God. Dude, what if he's fake? It's not all roses. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm not, that's what I'm telling you. I don't want you to walk away with naivety when I never presented it to you as naivety. I want you to have the full picture, and I want you to understand it and well. And guess what, my brother? If we could accept the worst case scenario, only upside. Great. If it does better, awesome. But if not, you're going to be ready. I don't want you not ready for it. Okay? And here's the thing, bro. I'll just tell you. Here's why all of this ran. It's very simple. A prison, my friend, does not need a wall. Just don't be a fool. You know this. The greatest, the people that you think already control everything, they figured this out a long time ago. I hope you figure it out. A prison does not need walls, brother. You know what does a prison need? I could have a prison anywhere. I don't need a wall. What do I need? I need guards. Prison don't need walls. It needs guards. And you want to know what the craziest part is? Sometimes the best guards have no idea they are guarding something. What does that mean? Sometimes the best guards have no idea they are guarding something. Think about it. The best guards have no idea they are guarding something. My question for you, are you guarding something you don't know about? Oh, think about it, my friends. It's pretty crazy. I mean, think about it. That's why we bring up concepts. Why do you think we get defensive towards things? Some concepts people don't want to explore. The truth. For real. Truth. That's what I said. I'll give you one. What if God isn't real? All you Jesus believers, what if he's fake? Have you thought about that? Why are you... Some people guard that idea. They won't even... Nope. They have no idea they're guarding that idea in their mind. Listen, do you not get it? I believe in I think the Father wants you to know that question. You know why? Because you'll come to the truth. Even then, you'll be able to go with it. Again, bro, what if money doesn't make you happy? Why are you guarding that idea? I get it. You may not have what you want right now. You may be struggling. So, but think about it. Stop guarding that idea. That might be are you guarding this prison without knowing it? I think this is gonna make me this. Why? Oh, I don't want to think about that. What if it goes wrong, dude? What if it's fake? What if? Here's the question. You know what question's being asked? What's the end? Take it to the conclusion then. What happens if it is? Think about it. Or we can't think about it. Let's guard it. Let's not talk about this. We can't think about this. Oh, you can't say... See, now what about politics? I just said it all about... I could say uncomfortable truths about God. What about politics? Oh, people will start guarding right away. We can't even ask complexity. We can't ask objectivity. So do you get it? What is the end? You ask that question and get to the end and ask yourself these things, and you'll start to realize what is real and what isn't, which is a good thing. That's what I'm saying. Even if God is not real, what I know about that Father is something that I want to serve. You understand? Even if God isn't real, I'm not going to make such a stupid bet for the afterlife. And even if God wasn't real, it still did let me live this life on this planet pretty well. You know, what if money isn't everything, right? What if people are only going to treat me a certain way? What if they're only going to treat you based on your age, off of your color, off of you name it? Go down the list. Let's get uncomfortable. Do you see what I'm saying, though? Because above all else, with everything from finance to God, bro, no naivety. Nothing is presented as roses. Please, I beg you. Because this is going to prepare you. This is going to make you stronger. This is going to make you get where you need to go. But there is no false sense of security. You see what I'm saying? It'll never be safe. You will be secure. But what is securing you? That's what I'm saying. Are you guarding these ideas without ever getting to the end? And ask yourself, what is at the end? Yo, did that launch just take off? Because SpaceX just took off. I think it launched. Well, you got to think about this. Because there's a lot, and I think broadly, everybody got something different, bro. But pay attention to what you're guarding. This is all I'm trying to tell you. Do not be the guard to your own prison of your mind. Do not expand it. And that's what I'm saying. You're going to see, and I don't say this, please don't ever take this as me encouraging you to become a deconstructionist. And I'm saying, though, I think true truth, you will find it. And you don't shy away from this. And again, even money, everything, money, the world. Bro, how you're going to deal with people? What's going to happen? No, I hope none of you are expecting roses. And I hope you take it to the end and you'll realize, and then you'll really get to the core of the motivation. You'll really get stamina and longevity. And my guy, people will not surprise, disappoint, nor derail you. But then again, high expectations, rosiness, thinking everything. Again, and honestly, running away from the hard stuff. Just deal with it. And I'm saying this in the sense of go through it. Stop trying to get around it. Stop trying to avoid it. And stop thinking and stop forming idealistic pictures and trying to force things into what they are not. See, because that's where it is. We want it a certain way. I've accepted this and it must be like this. Begin to learn to take things how they are. So, Jim will talk about that. And I got a couple more clips for you. But oh man, be free. Be free. Be free from any prison. Be free from any chain or influence. And especially your own. And understand. And how can you say that? I've asked what's at the end. I've gone to the end. I will face uncomfortable truth. And my guy, stocks, money, God, you name it. If you're telling me this is a journey, a goal, whatever the hell you want to say it is, and you are not facing uncomfortable truths about it, I don't believe you. And I think you're wasting your time. I say that in love. I say that so today, when you go home and you're at home now, wherever you are, bro, you actually sit down with the most uncomfortable truths about what you are doing and what you believe. So then that way you find what you're really ready to commit to. Oh, do you understand? I hope you take the encouragement, brother. Because I ain't trying to talk you out of nothing. Oh, I'm trying to talk you into something. Fully. Because that's all I'm saying, though. There's not, I haven't met anybody who's taken it very far and can't laugh at the uncomfortable truths, essentially. Who has not acknowledged them. Who has not spent the time to explore them. Again, you're in a prison. So, my friends, take this time. Especially, how early do you think you are on your journey? Because, again, the sooner you do this, the sooner the next level, the steps will show themselves. But if not, I mean, that's not, again, you're still living in a la-la land. It must be addressed. So, that's the first part. But I'll give you a better one. Like, I didn't tell you, I said, I was like, you want to keep it real? It might get uncomfortable. It should be. It should be. I'll give you a nice one. Because I like it. I think it's cool. And that's why. And even that's why I believe what I believe. And that's why I hope you see even the encouragement with this. Because it's inside of you, brother. Everything. So I'm saying you got to learn the mechanism and process of bringing it out. But dude, you haven't noticed? Everything is invisible. I'm not invisible. I know. But like, think of your thoughts. What are you thinking right now? I can't see it. You can't see it. You're thinking it. Bro, there's so many things in your body you've never seen. You've never seen your heart. How do you... okay. I've never seen a blood cell. Where they? I've never met a mitochondria in my life. They're there. That's what they say. Everything's invisible. All that's in your head, dude, is invisible. Invisible. It's locked away. Everything you are going to accomplish, dude. Right now, it's locked away inside of you. Isn't that crazy? Everything. Even you have a good idea right now. It's locked away inside of you until you open your mouth. Until you do something. Until you move your hands, your body. Until you move your lips. till you type your fingers, till you move something. You don't think that's crazy? Look at you. Look at you, you little made in God's image, you. Look at that. Everything just locked away inside of you. Ooh, I want to say this word. Oh, I have an idea. And then you bring it out. It's invisible. And look at it. You don't think that's... I don't know. Have you thought about it? And it's simple. It's all invisible. There's a lot that's invisible. You're like, I'm not invisible. I know. Okay, a lot. A lot. And a lot of what you are going to accomplish is you can't see it. It's in you. In you. Think about it, bro. Even the dumbass jokes some of y'all are typing. That was locked away, and that's what you will decide. Who taught you to bring it out like that? You see what I'm saying? It's all invisible. It's all until you speak, you type, you do something. It's all inside of you. Greatness or failure. Progress or degress. Favor or no favor. It's all invisible, all in you until you bring it out. This philo was invisible until I'm speaking it. That stock, that portfolio until you do something. Isn't that crazy? You got to hear it, do it. It's all invisible until you unlock it. So, my friends, that's powerful. But again, I hope you've been listening on the movement, the action, the thinking. I hope you're seeing the harmony of these things and how they work together and how they have harmony with each other. You know, thinking, working, ambition, patience, and operating them in a way, my brother, use it. So, Chad, that's all that I have for you, but, there's some more. There's some more, because I heard some good ones. Do I have 3? I don't see. Let's see how many I have. Oh, I have another one, too. This one I've showed
If you never do another thing for God for the rest of your life.
Okay, that's a good one, too. I'm going to show you that one. Okay, we got a lot here. But yeah, I think this is a good one too. Cuz I hope it gets rid of the roses. And I think it's real. I don't know. I think I've said something like this before, but I don't know if I played you this one. This is Taylor Welch. Some of you guys know him. I like him.
If you never do another thing for God for the rest of your life, your identity in the Spirit is not compromised by... Jesus is not like, I wanted to save you, but you didn't serve me with your building, so I'm not going to do it. That's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. But the opposite is the risk. Lord, we did all of these things for you in your name. He's like, I don't know who you are. Because at some point, you did know me, but you got confused and thought that the way that you get closer to me is by doing stuff for me. That's tough for us who are performance-minded like me. And God's like, I don't want to tell you what to do because you'll go off and do it thinking that you're my son because of what you do. So I'm going to give you nothing. Just sit and hang out with me, and that's enough. If you never do another thing for God...
It is better to make a
decision. Amen. Isn't that crazy? Have you ever thought about it like that? It's very wild. Very wild. Think about it. You could do nothing more today. God's viewing you exactly the same. Nothing you do today, tomorrow, or that's not changing your status in the spirit world. Think about it. So you could do nothing and you're still viewed the same way. Okay. But if you go invert it. Look at the risk as defined. That's what Jesus says. You already got your salvation. He's not changing what you do. Ain't going to change anything. And then guess what the reverse is? When you invert it. The risk is that, well, you could do everything and then he'll say, I never knew you. The same person said the same thing. What? So you could do nothing and get all of it. And at the same time, if you do everything, you could get none of it. It's a very interesting back and forth. You don't think that's crazy? I do. And that's something like no fear of punishment, no fear of reward. That's what I'm saying. It's a hard concept to get. But yeah, dude, I think it's one of those things where it's like, again, it's easy to fall for the performance mind, but yeah, can you accept it? That's an uncomfortable truth. That's something people, and humans, we don't like it. What do you mean I do nothing? And you don't like it when people get everything for doing nothing? And you don't like doing everything and getting nothing? Isn't it weird? That's another parable. But you hired me? Oh, man. So that's the first one. I'll give you another one. This one, a great reminder always. Always. Miles, tell him.
It is better to make a decision and be wrong than to not make one and didn't know you could be right. Nothing in the world is worse than indecision. And the decision not to decide is a decision. 95% of success in life is someone made a decision. The 10% failure in life is you making a decision and it was miscalculated. It is more important to make a decision even if you don't have all the facts. Oh, please help me. Other people say, get all the facts. You can't get all of them. Get enough to give you some sense and then make a decision. Mary didn't know nothing about anything. It says she gathered herself, got ready, and she left immediately and went to Elizabeth. She even didn't know if she pregnant or not yet. She just left and went. She made a decision and she went, found the right company immediately. If you believe in your assignment, it's proven by your ability to make a decision fast. It is better.
You needed to hear it. Just make a decision. Any decision. Don't worry about the wrong decision. Worry about not making decisions. I don't even like worry. But if you insist on it, just worry about not making a decision. Does that make sense? I know, your whole life you have been trained that bad decisions and bad, right? We don't like being bad. Again, we got a gold star if we did good, right? We got praised for doing good. You want good. And I do too. I want a small good decision. Believe me. You got to, I'm hoping you mature and learn what it is so you could constantly repeat what a small good decision is. But I'm not worried about good or bad decision. Be worried about not making a decision. Why? Because if you don't make a decision, somebody or something makes the decision for you. And that, my friend, that's the least optimal situation. I would argue it's worse than random. Okay, this is the one. I hope.
It is better to make.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I have one more, but I'm going to play you this one. And then I'll save you the other one. But this one, yeah, it's good.
Interesting story says the day the Christian church was started. Now, I'm an amateur on the Bible, but best account I can remember, the day the Christian church was started, a magnificent sermon was preached. Great presentation. And if you're a student at all of good communication, it was one of the classic presentations of all times. The sermon, first day Christian church was started. And it said this sermon, this presentation was given to a multitude, meaning a lot of people. But it was interesting, as the account gives us, the record, it says when the sermon was finished, there was a variety of reaction to the same sermon. Isn't that fascinating? I find it fascinating. It said some that heard this presentation were perplexed. And I read the presentation, sounded pretty straightforward to me. Said, why would somebody be perplexed with a good, sincere, straightforward presentation? Best answer I've got. They are the perplexed. I mean, what other explanation is there? It doesn't matter who's preaching. Right? It said some that heard this presentation mocked and laughed, made fun of the presentation. I thought, hey, this looks pretty sincere to me. If you give a sincere, honest presentation, why would somebody mock and laugh? Easy explanation. They are the mockers and the laughers. What else would you expect them to do? Right? I used to try to straighten all that out. Say, well, they shouldn't do that. I don't do that anymore. I've got peace of mind now. I can sleep like a baby, not try to straighten all this stuff out. I used to be so naive. I used to say, well, liars shouldn't lie. See, how naive can you be? Of course they're supposed to lie. That's why we call them liars. They lie. They lie. So I don't straighten this stuff out anymore. Anyway, it said some that heard this magnificent presentation didn't know what was going on. And they're usually easy to spot. They're usually saying, what's going on, right? I mean, they don't know what's going on. But interesting, right? A variety of reaction to the same sincere, honest presentation. Now, it also says, in wrapping it up, some that heard the presentation believed. And I think that's who the speaker was looking for, the believers. Interesting. Now, it said the number of believers was about 3,000. So, pretty good first day. 3,000. I've had some first days, but I never had 3,000. But anyway, 3,000 were believers. And that's, the speaker was looking for the believers out of this multitude. And that's about as close as we can come to understanding the mystery. Some believe, and some mock, and some laugh, and some are perplexed, and some don't know what's going on. And you just have to leave it that way. Why? Because that's the way it's going to be. The way to be brilliant is to find out how it's going to be and then say, here's how it should be. I mean, that's how you become brilliant. So, anyway, who knows the mystery? I call it mysteries of the mind. We don't understand, but I don't try to change it anymore. On this particular story, as far as we know, they didn't have classes after the presentation to try to de-perplex the perplexed. I mean, as far as we know, they left them perplexed. They left the mockers mocking. They let the laughers laugh. I mean, they didn't come back and try to straighten all this out. You say, well, how can you build a church? Well, make another presentation, and you'll get some believers, and some mockers, and some laughers, and some who don't know what's going on. So that's about the best we can do.
Dog. Isn't it beautiful? I think the way Jim Rome just explains it so simply. You know? The way you could just explain it, just so easy to understand. Did you get it? This is a story in the Bible. Jesus goes, he's talking to him, gives a sincere speech, a great one. Some of them were perplexed. Some of them mocked and laughed. Some of them believed. Some of them believed and then didn't, and then went on. Dog. Why? And they never, dude, that's crazy. As far as the story goes, you know that's how it ended. The perplexed stayed perplexed. The ones that didn't know what to do, they stayed not knowing. The ones that were laughing. The mockers were mocking. It stayed that way. Think about it. So you're saying, bro, what? So why were they perplexed by this? Why the same speech, different reactions? Why were the perplexed? It's easy. They were the perplexed. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling the simplicity of it, just to hear him explain it. Again, it's funny because even how you all hear it, I don't know how you're hearing it. Some mocked. Why? Why would they mock somebody serious? Why would they mock? Why would you mock Jesus giving you this? Why would you mock anything if someone was trying to give you something? It was simple. It's because they're mockers. I used to. Well, no. Liars shouldn't lie. The politicians shouldn't be lying. That's what they are. They're liars. What did you expect them to do? We call them liars. They're liars. We call them greedy. They're greedy. We call them crooks. They're crooks. The market maker scammed you. Yes, it's supposed to. So, what can we do? Find out how it's going to be and let it be. That's the brilliance. That's how the story ends in the Bible. You know that's kind of crazy. I don't know if you followed up. They didn't follow up. The disciples didn't make a 3-month course. They didn't come back and say, we'll circle back around Macedonia and then we'll stop by and we'll double check and let's do this, and oh, you didn't. No, they let it. They said that's how it's going to be. So he said, you do it once, twice, go. Shake the dust off. Keep moving. Keep moving. He said, go here, go here, go here. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Then fortunate, the mockers were mocked. The believers, even if they had a chance, and then they didn't follow through. Find out how it's going to be and let it be. That's why, too, you guys, I mean, simple. I'll tell you right now. I stream every day. I go on here, all of this. I told you guys this last year. You didn't believe me. Who am I here for? I'm looking for the believers, dude. That's what I've been trying to explain to you guys. I don't know if you get it. You don't believe, that's cool, dude. I'm not doing any of this shit for you. I'm not here. We're not doing none of that. You could try to catch along, get a crumb, get whatever you want. But no, it's not what's happening. I'm looking for the believers. I want the people who believe in themselves, who believe in God, the people who believe there's a good future. And even if there's not a good future, we damn sure as hell are going to try to do it. And we're going to get some land, and we're going to own America. We're going to own portions of it. We're going to own the equities. Do you believe? Do you believe you could do it no matter where you started? Do you believe you could do it whether your parents were immigrants or if they had everything? It doesn't fucking matter. Do you believe what's your ethnicity, huh? You know what we got in here? We got everything. We got everybody. It don't even matter. We don't even look at each other. What are you saying, dog? So come on. I'm just telling. If you don't believe, that's fine. If you're not, I get that the brilliance is that's how it's gonna be. Some of you are gonna get the plays. Some of you are not. You will always be perplexed. Some of you will not. So my question to you, who are you? Which one are you? Pick. Nobody is defined by you get to pick teams. You know that. Mock away. Laugh away. Hopeless away, brother. Believe and never act on it. Believe and never act on it away. But the believers, come, let's go. The real ones, let's do it. So do you not see it? You get to choose. No teams are picked. You pick the team. Who are you? Who are you, brother? My sister, who are you? Which one are you? You get the choice. So, dude, I love it. And that's the thing. Why am I telling you about the stream? Wake up. Wake up. My guy, you live your own life. I know you do. You got something outside of this stream. We all do. You need to apply this in real life. Why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your energy on that? You don't get it? My guy, I know you guys. You've showed things to people. And guess what? Stop looking for the people who ain't believers. And I'm not talking only God. That's what I'm saying. Ironically, the people who say believe, no, that's not how it, again, you judge it by the tree by its fruit. But do you see what I'm saying? Some of you will chase a validation. You will chase this, that, all these things. But nah, man, you should probably be chasing yourself. And you gotta be able to come down to this. What are you, my friend? And you're going to deal with people. So why get discouraged by mocking, by people who committed and then didn't commit? And all you guys are going to deal with this. Your family, your friends, this. So like I'm telling you, do you still want to do it? You get to choose which one. But stop bringing this to here. Or if you keep trying to change it. I get it. You should too, bro. Some of you, I think, relate very well. Because I even hear Jim Rohn say it, and he's like, well, no. He said, I used to want to change it. That's what I would tell you guys. I used to want to change it. I wanted to help the mocker. Remember I told you? I used to want to help the guy especially the gambler who struggles, bro. I used to want to change him. You guys remember that, right? I wanted to change him. Because I said, no, that's not, he could do, everybody can do it. I've did it, and he could do it, and this guy, let's go, and no. Always give the offer. My door is always open. I'll try once or twice. I'm here, always. But no, I said I can't change these things. You must know what's going to be and let it be. That's unfortunately it. My God, Chad, you guys are going to have to do this in your life. I'm not talking anywhere. I'm everything. What are you going to do? Long-term, business, real estate. You don't think you're going to deal with mockers, laughers, unbelief, hostility? You don't think so? What do you... Like, you get what I'm saying? So what are you focusing your energy on? What are you looking for? Or why are you now feeding in the thing you're not looking for? You're letting it feed into your decision. Huh? Doesn't make sense. But yes, man, I love this one. I loved it. Find out what it's going to be and let it be. You look for the believers. But are you getting it though? I want to end it, but I don't want to leave you without the key piece. I think some of you might have missed it. So it's obvious though. Because I said, I'm looking for the believers. My brother, in your life, you need to look for the believers. Otherwise, you're going to be surrounded by a bunch of dog shit. You're going to be surrounded by people who always do. You know what I'm saying? You know it. But what's the caveat? There's a funny, ironic caveat to this. I'm telling you to look for the believers. I'm looking for the believers. The Lord was looking for the believers. What's the irony? And this is something we talk about. It's a pillar of what this is something I want to encourage you, inspire you. My friend, do you look for the believers? You know the first one you're going to find? You know the first one you're going to find, right? Who's the first believer you're going to find? Yes. You. That's why I keep telling you this mind and doomer and believe. Like, do you see what do you not see the glaring contradiction? How can we find the believers? How can I look for the believers if I can't even believe in myself? If I can't even find the belief in me? It's a good question. So that's why you should believe in yourself. I think all of you have everything. I'm telling you, it's a switch. Then you tell me what you really think of yourself when you try after really believing in yourself. But this half-ass shit, I can't take it. I don't accept it. You tell me I don't believe it. You never gave it a real effort believing in yourself. That's why the data set's flawed. You're training it off of shitty data. But do you get it? And you believe in yourself. And then you look for the believers. And then you'll see it. Everything else, let it be, brother. Don't try to change it. Don't try to get in the way of it. Let it be. You want to get brilliant off of it? Avoid stupidity. Otherwise, know what it's going to be. Know that a liar is a liar. Know that a mocker is a mocker. Know that the perplexed are the perplexed. The people who've done nothing they'll always do nothing. The people who do something will always do something. Do you get it? So understand that, figure that out, and then let it be. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless America. Whoa. Money market funds declined 7.86 to 7.86 trillion, signaling modest outflows from cash. Huh? They never.
As compared to other communities, you have some communities that really want this. This isn't all negative stuff. You have communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the smart communities because it means tremendous numbers of jobs, very little actual disruption. And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries, number one, and Number two, other communities within our country, because they're begging for them to be there. And some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities, very smart communities. Since I introduced this plan just a few months ago, more than 220 utilities, tech companies, state governments, and other partners have signed our ratepayer protection pledge. Electricity rates for 80% of the power distributed in America are now being kept in check by the plan. We have kept rates down, way down. You know, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of America from the Biden administration. And as you know, last week it was announced that inflation is way down. It's down more than it's been in over 6 years. And other things are happening that are so fantastic. And when all these buildings, plants, factories that we're talking about start opening up, all I know is I'd like to be the next president, because I'm going to make somebody look very good. They're going to sit there and all this stuff is going to be opening and they're going to be saying what a genius they are. That happened with Biden. I got cuts in medicine prices that statutorily took 2 or 3 years. And I got these tremendous cuts, and then they sat there and said, oh, yeah. They didn't even know where they came from. But I got them, and this is going to be a much bigger example. You have all these plants that are going to be opening up over the next 2 years, sooner, but 2 years. And somebody's going to look very, very smart, and I hope you remember me, because what we've done is something that nobody thought was possible. For example, Southern companies, Georgia Power has frozen base rates for households until 2029. Is anybody here from Georgia Power? There's a certain governor who's here. A certain governor who's here. Yeah, congratulations. Good job. That's a great job. I've heard about it. Congratulations to both, and it's fantastic. And Georgia, the revenue from Google's data center construction is allowing them to eliminate property taxes entirely. And that's what you call using it to your advantage. The numbers are so incredible. Nobody's ever seen. You know, all my life, the biggest building in the whole world was the Pentagon. And you can fit 25 Pentagons into some of these buildings, 25. And if you happen to be a community, and there's very little disruption. They're just large. They go on for miles. And frankly, if you like certain types of things, they're incredible to look at, to see that we could do something like this. But they also throw off tremendous amounts of money for the community. And when you look at Georgia and you look at the revenue, think of that, revenue from Google's data center construction, allowing them to eliminate all property taxes. Did you know that, Brian? That's not bad, right? So thank you very much. Great job. That's a great job. And you probably had some negative stuff, a little heat. Oh, we don't want a data center. Usually those are the people that actually want them.
SMCI,
they'd like you not to build them. Because you know what? If it doesn't go to you, and if it doesn't go to Georgia, as an example, it's going to go someplace else. And those people are very happy to get them, too, the smart people. American Electric Power now projects that their customers will enjoy as much as $16 billion in cost offsets for consumers thanks to their data center contracts. $16 billion. So think of that. That's cost offsets. In Iowa, Alliant Energy data center deals. Where are you, Alliant? Alliant, where are you? Are you here? Thank you. Data center deals are allowing them to freeze electric rates for consumers for at least 5 years. So your rates are going to stay the same or lower. In Louisiana, there's a guy looks like he's from Louisiana to me. Public school teachers in so think of that, Richland Parish are getting as much as $50,000 in bonuses this year thanks to a $27 billion project by Meta that will also save local residents $2.6 billion on their electricity bills. Their electricity is going down in less than half. That's big stuff, Mr. Governor, right? You didn't have any doubt about it. Here's a governor doing a great job. We have some really great governors in this room. With the ratepayer protection pledge, we're creating a fair deal for everybody. This is how we'll grow our economy, lower the cost of living, protect American consumers, and lead the world in AI and high tech. all at the same time. We want to lead the world. And it is said, if you come in second, you're going to be second overall, because there's never been anything big like this. There's never been any, like in Georgia, there's no other thing you can do to create numbers like you've created, Brian. Both of you, there's no other thing. You can do 100 different deals, 100. It is nothing close to what you've been able to do. And why? They put a big, gorgeous new plant in a certain location. Big deal. It's so incredibly positive. Unfortunately, there are some who would like to lead us down the opposite path. And I call them the radical left communists. They call them socialists, but these people are communists, actually more. I think it's a much more accurate term. Want to shut down all new development, kill our most successful industries, destroy hundreds of thousands of jobs, and surrender the AI race to China. And China, look, you know, I'm not blaming them. I have a lot of respect for them. I have a lot of respect for President Xi, but they represent China. We represent the United States of America. And they lobby against these things, and they spend money on it, and they want communities to reject them as much as possible because they'd like to be leading the race. But we're leading the race, and unless we're very foolish and frankly very stupid, we'll continue to lead the race. We have a nice lead. A lot of people didn't expect that was possible. Perhaps even worse, the radical left's plans would not lower your electricity bills, but they would actually increase them very substantially because you wouldn't have all of this money pouring in. You'd have American energy would be far more expensive, and regulating oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal. It would be the end of all of it. It would be the end of all of it. It would be the end of, frankly, it would be the end of great success for our country, because we've never had anything like what's happening right now. I call them the Democrats because their policies are so bad. Look, think of it. No men. We want no men in women's sports. Transgender, they want transgender for everybody. I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody. Open borders where the world can pour in, where prisons from all over the world are released into our country. And we've done a hell of a job in getting them out. Murderers, 11,888 murderers let into our country under the previous administration. We've gotten a lot of them out. We're getting the rest of them out fast. But the Democrats in Congress want less energy, not more. And if given the chance, they'd send your prices soaring and inflation skyrocketing, which is exactly what would happen if you had somebody else sitting in the position that I am right now. And just like we did with the Green New scam, where we were scammed. The whole country was, I wasn't scammed. I got it right from the beginning. I got it from the first minute when I heard this crap, you know? They were saying wind
Does
was
Donald
so
Trump
wonderful,
sound
so
like me,
wonderful,
or do
except
I
they couldn't
sound like Donald Trump?
watch your television. They wanted to watch the debate.
I don't know.
Donald Trump against
I
Sleepy
guess
Joe
we'll never
Biden.
know.
Nobody could watch
It's-
it because the wind wasn't blowing. Remember that? Darling, we'd
talking
like
the
to watch
ESG
the debate
shit,
tonight. I'm
dog.
sorry, the wind isn't blowing. No, that's one of the great scams of all time. But, you know, if you dislike another country, let them keep building windmills. They are going down. People are finally figuring it out. But we're not going to let it happen to this country. We're going to use the kind of things that work, and they're working better than anybody ever thought possible. So experts have observed that the amount of energy a society produces is the single greatest indicator of its advancement as a civilization, its success as a country. Think of it when you think the amount of energy produced, Lee. So when you give those fast approvals, that's a positive thing. I want you to feel good. Yet instead of offering a positive version and vision for carrying American civilization to new heights, the radical left only wants to limit our energy consumption and rein in our American dreams. We have the American dream. Until we came along, we had a great first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, and this economy will blow it away. We're doing very well against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're doing extremely well. They would like to do something, but I say they're not ready yet. They need more of the same. They're not ready yet. They got some evil intentions. We cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. If we did all this that I'm talking about your data centers, isn't that important? When they start blowing away communities one by one, we cannot let them ever even think about having a nuclear weapon,
Yeah,
and that's
THC.
exactly what's happening. They'll never have a
You
nuclear
hear
weapon.
that, guys? We need to hedge our data centers from getting blown up. Better coordinate all.
And by the way,
that's the only thing. You see what I'm saying?
They've been saying 47 years now for about 3 years.
All the risks you guys are worried about with AI, I think we just need to make sure the data centers
or other
don't
countries.
get blown up.
Didn't have to be us,
That
but
might
it seems
be
to. If we don't do it, nobody else is. But I will, and nobody else has the capability to do it either. We built, in my first term, the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we're using it a little more than I thought, but that's all right. We had Venezuela, that Chris is doing a fantastic job, and we've paid for the cost of that war many times over. We're taking millions and millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and Louisiana. You know that. You see those ships lined up. And again, we paid for that many, many times over, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. And the people are happy in Venezuela right now. They can't believe what's happened. We have the biggest companies, the biggest oil companies in the world going in and doing business like nobody ever thought possible. And we're taking some, we should, and they're taking some. And, you know, it's very interesting that they're making more money. Chris was showing me some numbers. They're making more money, Venezuela now, than they've ever made before. Wow. And we're making a lot, too. And I think we're entitled to that. So it was really something. We took that. It was a one-day war. It took one day. People said, oh, we're going to be tied up there forever. And here, you know, we were in Vietnam for 20 years, lost thousands and hundreds of thousands of lives, but thousands and thousands of lives. We were in Afghanistan for years. We were in all these wars that you heard about for years and years. We were, you know, I called them never-ending wars. Well, we're in for 4 months, and I had a very sad day yesterday. I went to Dover, 4 great American patriots killed. That's 18 in 2 wars, and 1 is too many, but it's 18, whereas in Vietnam we lost 200,000, we lost thousands and thousands in Afghanistan, we lost thousands in every war, the Korean War, thousands, and these wars all lasted for years. And we want to get it over with, and we want to do it right, but we have to do what we came to do, and that's we can't let these people, very violent people, we can't let them have what they want, which is nuclear weapons. It came from, all of this success came from innovation and ambition and drive. In this country, we build the future fearlessly and confidently so that America always will be strong, prosperous, and dominant. And the other thing we're going to add to that, we want to be free, and we're going to continue to be free as long as we're smart. And we can't be hoodwinked. We can't be taken advantage of by people that say you're going to have a free home, you're going to get free rent, everything's going to be free. What they don't say is a year later, everything is going to end up in squalor, destruction, and death, and also death for our country. So we have to stop the threat of the communist rhetoric that you're hearing right now, because these people, they don't act. I'm very happy a poll came out. It said they're highly educated, but doing very poorly.
You got a headline on
in other words,
minerals,
they're losers.
Executive order. I don't know.
They went to school. They got a good education. Now they don't know what they're doing. So what they do is they complain about people like yourselves that have done so well.
But
we can't let the communist ideology even. We don't want to even think about it for this country. It'd be terrible.
And you make
so we're joined today by some of the people helping to do all of the things that I just talked about, putting the ratepayer protection pledge into action.
Become a socialist.
And here with us are Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's an outstanding person. Doug Burgum told me about Chris. I didn't know Chris. I wanted Doug to head up energy, and Doug said, no, there's one man that's better. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is that? Turned out to be this guy right over here. And he's turned out to be incredible. Really incredible. He's running Venezuela. He's running a lot of, more than anybody has ever run before, I think we can say, Chris, right? He's doing a great job, so we appreciate it. Thank you. A friend of mine, the governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, popular guy, really smart, street smart and book smart, which is a rare combination, by the way.
THC.
We have the governor of Nebraska, Jim Pillen, who's done a fantastic job. He's where's Jim? Is there any someplace? Where are you? Oh, hello, Jim. You're looking good. You don't change much. You don't change much. How's Nebraska doing? Good? Do they still like Trump in Nebraska? I think so. Huh? We had a very good night 2 nights ago in a place called Arizona. We're 14 out of 14, and we're doing that kind of numbers in Nebraska. I think we're doing those numbers everywhere, and it's all based on common sense. You know, we're conservative, we're this, we're that, whatever you are. The most important thing is we're people of common sense. We want to have strong borders, we want to have good education, we want to have low taxes, we want to have a great military. We're people of common sense, and if you do that, you'll be very successful at politics. Governor of Idaho, Brad Little, thank you very much, Brad. Governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, thank you, Brian, great honor. Entergy CEO, Drew Marsh. Drew, thank you very much, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Great job you're doing. Southern Company CEO, Chris Womack. Chris, hi, there he is again. Chris, I didn't know that was your name. Just saw you. I said, that's a smart guy, because you did that big job making people in Georgia rich, right? That's Meta President Dina Powell, who's been my friend. She was with me for 4 years in the White House, and I called up Mark. I said, you hired the right person. You got the right person. So great, Dina. We're proud of you. Columbia County Commission Chairman Doug Duncan. Doug, thank you, Doug. Congratulations, job well done. And Sheldon Jones of Louisiana's Richland Parish School District. And thank you very much. Good job. You know him, don't you? Huh? Thank you. I heard you're doing fantastically well. And again, Lee Zeldin, who's been so outstanding.
Do I like Walmart for the long-term strong company?
Thank you.
I'm banning you. Every time before
so I want to
say
just
very weird comments, and then you yell out.
I just want to leave
randomly,
you by saying that
and that's
it's
the
an honor
first
to
time
be
you've
here.
ever said anything
I'm going
related
over now
to stocks.
to
So
talk about various and sundry subjects. One is the Iran war.
Be who we were. You don't care.
Again, we're doing very well, very, very well. I would say better than anybody expected could be done. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force, all of their radar, most of their capability in terms of manufacturing. Their drones are down 84%, their missiles are down 91%. And I had a newspaper say, they're in stronger position today than they were 4 months ago. No, that's not the truth. That's not right. I can't believe they're even allowed to say it. New York Times said, they're in stronger position today. They have no military, they have no Navy. They had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had 212 airplanes, everyone is gone. They have no radar. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no nothing other than they're mean and they're smart and they still have some capability. But 4 months ago, trust me, they were much, much stronger, okay? I want to give you the non-fake news. But we're going to do that, and we're going to then have the Dodgers, the World Championship Dodgers are going to be over at the White House. They're going to be waiting. And I'll meet a man who's just about the best pitcher in baseball and just about the best hitter in baseball and just about the best fielder in the outfield in baseball. And needless to say, I guess he had a game where he pitched a almost perfect game, and he had 2 or 3 home runs in that game, and they said it was probably, I said, you know, never seen that. Only Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was a great pitcher, and he was a great hitter. But even the Babe didn't throw a one-hitter and hit 3 home runs, which would make it, I would imagine, about the greatest game ever played. So we're going to meet him and all of the people of the Dodgers. They won the World Championship, and we see the champions, the Super Bowl champions, and the baseball and basketball, all of them. They like to come over to the White House. We're going to have a little thing in a few minutes. But I want to just thank everybody, and we're really talking about the ratepayer protection plan. To me is very important because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So these are the smartest people. Most of you in this room, we have a couple probably on the other side of things. They disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. Your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money, somebody else is going to take it. You might as well do it yourself. So it's an honor to be with you, and maybe I'll let Chris and Lee and the group and Jeff and Brian, everybody, just take over, have a good free-for-all, and figure it out. And if you have any problems, I'll come right back and I'll straighten those problems out, okay? Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
You want to come to a football game with us?
Yeah, I will. Thank you. President, I appreciate your leadership.
Clapping right next to the camera, you remind me of myself. Time. I don't think they're gonna do a Q&A. With leaps with short-term diagonal spreads for premium. I don't know if I would do it. It could possibly work in this environment. Where, like I'm saying, the leap, you just not, again, I think if you were listening, I don't know if you heard my conversation on the premiums and leap earlier, because as long as you avoid the ones that have like gone up a shit ton, the SanDisk, the Microns, anything really, I think that's where the leaps will fail. The only problem is like if these premiums are moving like weird, where the front month is moving the same amount as the 2-3 months out, but then the next week is moving a lot more. There's going to be a wide spread. That's the only thing I would be worried about with that strategy that you just said. But if you, again, I'm sure if you find the right option chain where that makes sense in the numbers and the spread and liquidity of it all, like that might work. But yeah, because again, the option chains are just kind of ahead of earnings. This is definitely one part earnings effect, but then also, the positioning, the momentum, and still at this level. And I mean, time is ticking, brother. You guys know we're about to enter, you've wasted the seasonality. That's what I talked about yesterday, is that, seasonality was good for July, but we wasted it with $60 to $90 oil and then all of the earnings drama and just kind of this positioning, and then Korea dumped, and then our dollar. So actually, even towards this last week, it gets more volatile. It doesn't necessarily get bad or good, but yeah, from like here on out, or pretty much coming into the final week, these big earnings, it even matches up with seasonality. And then, like I'm saying, the other big part about today, which I would attribute to arguably half, if not all of the day, and I don't want to. I hate it. You guys know that. I'm not a big fan of it. It's annoying. But yeah, it's like it's the oil and the rate cut odds, or the rate hikes, because that's part of next week as well too. You have the Fed, Mr. Kevin Warsh. Kevin, can't you see? Sometimes the dot plot hypnotize me. I just love your reform ways. This is why you hold and the market hates. What do you think about the U.S. trying to merge the military with Israel? Even then, I mean, under my current terms of my contract, I have to agree. It's a great idea. I look forward to it, right? But other than that, I didn't know that was a real headline. And yeah, you're buying the call when they're at the lowest, selling. Yeah. Well, like I'm saying, I mean, if whatever you're doing for the diagonal, I would just go through every option chain, or just like I'm saying, make sure the numbers just make sense. And ultimately, depending on how volatile the stock is, I mean, it could get your risk is in the spread. That's the honest answer with that one, because then that's why if you do it the wrong way, it's not good. How am I liking this Oracle price? Well, I liked it at 149. So I liked it at 149. So here at 119, I do not like it. I would only like it probably if it went to like 250. I don't know if you agree or not, but sometimes, if I bought it at a price and it goes lower, I want to pay higher. Yeah, man, I like it. I'm being sarcastic too. I can't even hold it for too long. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm obviously, yeah. I mean, if I liked it at 147, I mean, down about 18%. Looks pretty nice. Looks pretty nice. Diagonals are great for the super expensive earnings. The forward weeks IV. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And especially if the way the premiums are moving, I was saying like it might actually be favorable right now, but your risk is the spread, or like there's just a big difference between a 1 week in a weekly contract. That extra week, but then there's not as big of a difference between a daily and a 3 month, which is it's all IV, and again, it's how it is ahead of these earnings and some of these individual names. So I'm thinking it could work. You just have to be mindful of the spread. So just whatever you're getting for it, and then you just got to run the numbers on the risk. But yeah, I would maybe optimize the numbers. Like it would have to work on ending in the money. So I don't think it would work as well with out of the monies because of the spread. How do you figure the spread? Well, when you do a debit spread, if you're doing a diagonal spread, you're going to buy one and sell another contract. So even if it comes time to close it, you're going to have to buy one and sell the other. So if the call you shorted moves way more volatile, it'd be good if you got the money up front and it really did make it cheaper. But then if that contract moves way too much, you're going to have to pay more to close the short. And then even if you were right on the direction, you'll still get your payout. But then if that doesn't pay out as much, then you're going to have to sell that one, and then you're making less. That's your spread right there. So like I'm saying, the idea will work, and in theory, there's things in your advantage right now that would help it. But yeah, if the contracts move any week, or you pick the wrong one, like again, so if you did this strategy with a daily today on HIMS, it would have actually worked kind of good for you, but you would have broken even because the 1 month the daily contract moved exactly the same as a 3 month. But if you did a year, I don't even know I didn't look at the leaps on HIMS, to be honest. But then the vice versa, if you did it the other way, if you did the next week contract on that, let's say you did it hypothetically on the HIMS, and then you did the next week as your short instead of the daily, holy fuck, you would have, that spread would have actually blown up in your face. Or again, if it's still out of the money, who cares? But in that case, the next weeks all moved up way more than almost every other option. So if I were you, I would I think it wouldn't work with out of the monies. I think you would have to be very close to the money, because the only way you could eliminate this spread is if the math works on in the money. So if it ends in the money, $5 max gain, then you at least know what it is. You're getting a cheaper price, but you would have to end in the money to eliminate the risk of that, or at least. And again, you could still, even if the spread is bad, you can still play. But then again, that starts a whole nother topic of risk reward and going about that. Was the HIMS news false? No. The HIMS news was true, but I think somebody shorted it, unless they're saying it is, but I don't think it was. That one was difficult. It shouldn't have been. Yeah, no, that one's real. I think your boy Martin Shkreli shorted it, but no, that's IBD just put something out 30 minutes ago on it. We made them free, but like I'm saying, that play was funny because that play on HIMS, if you took our idea, you did it the way, we knew that. I shared all the info with you guys this morning. We knew the AdCom was coming today, but it literally, if you played the daily, like a weekly, you would have lost, or you would have only made 100% on a 9% news pop. But then, if you played the next week, you would have made 300-400%, if not more, at the peak on that second pop. And then If you played for like a month or two, you made 100%. So it was very weird how it all moved there. But we did got it. But then again, it did go a little higher after I sold it, but we did make those free. But yeah, that one I think is just a good example of some of the premiums. And especially with some of you bringing up these ideas, I think it's a good sample you could kind of plug it into, just with how that one like actually played out. UAL on the high. Oh, what's up, airlines? AMD's CEO expects market to grow cross segments in press conference. She talking somewhere else? Lisa. Did Robinhood implement the 2,000 limit? I don't know. I'm more worried about Vlad's account getting hacked. That was weird. But then again, it was I think it was fake. Where is it? Oh, I don't even have it up anymore. I had the chart up. Did the coin get deleted? The news on CNC was who was it? Was it Molina? I think it was Molina or Elevance. I want to go with Molina. They reported this morning. Yeah, Molina. And then there's a CNC and a couple of the ones more closely linked. People didn't like the guidance. Molina didn't even do bad. Their earnings were good. And then they lowered, I think, full year EPS by a little bit. And there was something, I think it was like Alabama. Some state changed something or they negotiated a contract. And then based on that, that affected the people who service those areas. So like there's like 4 other sympathies. But that's why CNC went down, I think. Intel about to save the market. Are you still investing in the Kimberly, or did I move on? I moved on because my girlfriend got mad. She was like, "You're not allowed to talk to nobody named Kimberly." She said, "No Kimberly, this, that." So my girlfriend got really jealous. So I just said, "All right, man, enough value for me." And then have you heard about SoFi? Do you have any friends or family, by chance? But then SoFi is something on my radar. No. Okay, that's sarcasm too. Yes, I am into Kimberly. I love it, but it went up 15% at max since we last bought it. It's still up another like 8 to 10. So we're not going to buy it till it comes back down. We're just letting it ride and do its thing. Mexico on the low and SK Hynix. Is it power hour? Yes, sir. It's 12:07. Canadian Carney. Everything on the table everything is on the table if there's no deal on the latest tariff threats from the US. Canada. You were telling your girlfriend about Lisa Sue and she said don't mention her again. Are you being for real though? That's a red flag, sir. I was just kidding, bro. My girlfriend did not get offended by Kimberly Clark. She did. I don't know. I've said some crazy shit around my girl. But then one time she did get mad at me. I think she got mad. She was a little concerned because I told her about my childhood crush and I remembered her name. And she was looked at me a little weird that day. I think she asked, she was like, "Why do you remember her name?" I'm like, "What? Why was I?" I was like, "Calm down, dude." I was like, "I'm pretty sure she's just old. She's different now, bro." See, I don't think she looked the same. I don't know why you're trying. Just chill, bro. Does she know about Selena? Yeah, but she knows I don't like Selena no more. She didn't care about Selena. I told her I would tell her Selena. I told her all the Selena stories. I told all of you guys. Did I I'll just remind me about the Salinas story when I see you, okay? Because there's a detail in there that I don't know if I've mentioned, but then if I say it, it's going to get really awkward. But then, so I'll just ask me when you see me. PG over Kimberly? Yeah, but only if I want PG a little lower. So, I mean, it's a very good example. There's a lot of examples that you guys have seen before with Procter & Gamble. Is that, or like what I'm saying, is that Kimberly and PG are like similar but not, but they're more similar than not. However, PG is still trading at a little bit more of a premium. So it's the leader in the industry. We went with the lagger. But you've seen this before. Think about Coke and Pepsi. And then sometimes they trade apart from each other. Philip Morris and Altria, right? Sometimes they trade apart from each other. They do a little different. What's another one? There's one favorite one that everybody loves to talk about. We actually brought it up yesterday. Does anybody know what it was? CLX, yes, could be a lagger. Even Colgate, Palmolive, to a degree. But yeah, it's crazy because like I'm saying, I do think there is more similarity with like PG and Kimberly, but then Kimberly's kind of tiny compared to Procter & Gamble, and since these companies vary in size. Now we already brought up Coke, Pepsi, and DraftKings on the high right now. Oil's been coming down after it settled. And then new reports, Iran attacks power plant in Kuwait, nothing more than deliberate disinformation. High-ranking security sources tell Al Madin. So that's good, probably. That's why oil's probably dropping. They're saying the little explosion reports were nothing. MO and during COVID was generational. Dude, we bought it like 2 years ago at $39. 9%, 10% yield. With size. That was our last purchase, and then that was last call. No, Bud and Tap is another one. Alcohol. There you go. Ring, they have earnings today. No, you guys are, come on. How are you missing this? I went over it yesterday. So Procter & Gamble is to Kimberly-Clark as blank is to blank. The only other industry. No, Humana and UNH is a great example. We did that too. Have you guys seen Humana lately, you motherfuckers? Do you guys know we're up 50% on Humana? And that's another topic, but yes, that was another example of pulling this off. But that's not the one. Come on. How are you guys missing this? We talked about it yesterday. Easy. You own it. You own one of them. You did it. You own one of them. Hypothetically, depending on which model you follow. Not NVIDIA and Intel's another one, but no. No. Come on. We already went over Coke and Pepsi. Come on. Easy, you guys. Oh, my gosh. Do you want me to give it away? Do you really want me to give it away? Not Oracle and Microsoft. No, not software. No. So get like UNH and Humana, right? One of them's the leader. One of them's underperforming. Come on. Like Philip Morris, MO, Kimberly and Procter & Gamble. SoFi and JP Morgan. I just love SoFi, but no, not Baidu and Father Baba. No, come on. Yeah, dude, this is like the paper clip. Once I say it, you're going to go, oh, the easiest one. I talked about it yesterday. Y'all ain't really listening. I'm going to go on a hunger strike. I'm going to go on a silent strike. Y'all ain't even fucking listening, huh? Okay. This isn't silence, but you guys. Bro, you guys have 1 minute. If you don't get this correct, I'm not telling you the long-term play for until next quarter. Okay, you know that? At this point, bro, I am not. That's it. I'm not telling you. You guys are not gonna get. Thank you. Holy fuck. Jeez, Farmer Juve, bless them. You know that? You guys could all thank Farmer Juve. Didn't I tell you? And you go, oh. Dude, Nike and Lulu. Come on. I think that's actually a really good example for this exact situation with Kimberly and Procter Gamble. I do think Procter Gamble is way better than Lululemon, but Lululemon's like similar but different than Nike. They're both two completely different sizes, but still very similar. You know, yeah, dude. But that's what happened. We bought Nike when it was already dead. Lulu was still up, and then Lulu ended up dying. Same thing. We bought Humana when Humana was dead. UNH ended up dying, and now Humana is the one that's up. So I like PG. I love PG. It's actually one that I'm a big fan. I've ranted about it many times. My problem is that it's still the leader. So while Kimberly's lower, we're gonna keep on Kimberlying. But you know, if anything ever changes, I'm not against it at all. So yeah. Iren, SL, a lot of weird stuff. Iren and even Checkpoint. Habibi, why? You are cyber. It's a great company. I like it. Good portfolio. You always use it. U.S. prosecutors drop subpoenas issued to New York Times reporters in Trump flight leak investigation. Yeah. Ring. RNG. Walmart and Target at the time, yeah. The Nike Lulu one is easy, bro. Yeah, bro. Why is Ring acting like they already dropped earnings? This was on the stocks in the morning, but yeah, they report after the bell. Software too, kind of interesting. That's related to like Fiven, believe it or not. Even that Fiven's murdered today, though. They're all murdered. Uber and Lyft. Yes, but that one, don't fall for that one. See, that one, because Lyft is just different, bro. Unfortunately. Because Uber, remember, they bought Postmates and now they've diversified in a very weird way. I still like Lyft, but if Lyft cheap enough is very good. Yeah, dude, I was about to turn the fucking long term into a SC13. I was like, you guys are crazy. Here, just thank you, Farmer Juve. Mm-hmm. You thought Uber would buy Waymo? Waymo's cool. But, like, you weren't. There was a time in the stock market, long time actually. They used to think Uber was going to go bankrupt because of autonomous vehicles. Tesla was going to bankrupt Uber. That was a very believable thing for a long time. But yeah, I like Uber, but we got it low. It's weird. Ring going up, their earnings, but I've only seen more software adjacent on the low right now. Wow, things are kind of chilling again. Oil down. They were just saying some of the earlier news today with explosions was not that bad. The problem running isn't the money, and Nike ain't running it. Yeah, I mean, you'll notice that's why like I wanted to grab plays that, even then we could take different risk, but you'll notice most of the companies we have, they have something as to why we're either getting it at a discount or why it's doing good. But yeah, like Nike, they have been doing bad, and that's kind of the idea. It's giving you a very good price on it, and it was much lower than Lulu prior. So it was already at the bottom, even though they both went lower. One went down a lot lower. But Nike, dude, I've been saying it. They need to figure it out. I mean, they could still fail. I mean, anybody can. Especially, you never know. But I was talking about it last time. What was it? $9 billion a quarter? Like, that's still the thing. That's like, I don't know. That's kind of unbelievable to me. So regardless of what we think about Nike and socially, Constellation, you had Bloom Energy earlier. Constellation at the high. Isn't KN? That's a transistor, I think. This might be one of those transistor companies. Knowles. But yeah. Oh, do they report after the bell today? It says they do, but I'm not too sure. Oh, it's a very, very small surprise forecast of 1.6. No way. Yeah, CEG. That's what I was saying. I put that one up. They just popped there. Oh, where'd my music go, bro? But yeah, like I was saying, dude, you guys don't think it's weird that damn $9 billion a month or every $3 billion a month gets spent on Nike? You don't think that's odd? What the fuck are these? A dead brand. But that's what I'm saying, though. You don't... Isn't that weird? That boggles my... But that's what I'm saying. It's like they still have either a long time to fail or... Oh, that was from April 26th? Yeah. So, but that's... They have either a long time to fail or at the very least it's a lot of name. It's a lot of money. Like they're more pervasive than you think. $250, you know. They have open stores in every mall in America. You know, it's fascinating. A couple more solar and energy on the high. A lot of people do play sports. Yeah, but dude, it's still, I mean, $9 billion. That's it's good. You know, that one's a different metric because other names, it's kind of like Snapchat when you're like, I can't, like, again, you guys know, like, several hundred, you know, Snapchat users have never stopped growing. Let me put it that way. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. But yeah, Snapchat users have never stopped growing. So, yeah, you, do as you please, brother. Do as you please with that info. But they don't make money off of it. But Nike at least just makes a fuck ton of money. Do you guys hear that in the background? It has to die sending pics and stories. No, dude, I feel, bro, Snapchat's a weird place, man. I can't even use it anymore when I poop. You know that? I used to be able to like go on Snapchat when I poop, and there would be like those dumb like tabloids. But I'm like, I just eventually, I couldn't do it anymore. And that's why I'm like, holy. And then SPY, dude, even then, you did the oil pop. Market came down. Didn't break it enough. Now oil chilled, but still above 90, which is not good. But you're still right below VWAP. I mean, we only have 30 minutes, you guys, and now Intel. So get ready. Again, I have Fiven up there because that's going to move with Ring. Ring is after the bell. Then there's Intel. There's a couple more plays today, but I do think Intel probably has the highest weighting out of all of these. Why snap in the long term still? Because I treat rules like rules and not like suggestions. That's why. 10 years minimum. I got it out of one of the long terms by using it as a nice tax write-off and then buying a house. But it's in the other one because 10 years minimum, they say. 10, if they said you can't sell once you go in on it. But yeah, I sold the Intel run-up put. Small loss. It didn't do anything. Again, the calls too, I'm going to rip them if they come, or just towards close. But they already died. Again, those held for 2-3 days. That's it. This one was, I think the stock is higher. Oh no, it finally went lower. No, I don't know. Maybe. I can get Intel's earnings estimates. They are a little weird. Remember, you know, with how they report EPS and all that. So, I mean, people are a little bit more concerned with their guidance and some other things. Did I add to the long term? A little bit. I haven't came out with the plays yet, but yes, I did add. SXT I'm seeing. I'm actually looking for long term now. But everything weird day. Lucid, 0 shares to borrow, 40% short interest. Sirens in Kuwait again. I think we have a chat in Kuwait. I don't know if you, but then oil's coming down. So again, the first, that's why, I think some of those Kuwait headlines had a bigger impact earlier, but right as that headline, someone denied it, started chilling. There are all kinds of value on the 52-week lows. I know, man. Okay? What I'm trying to say is if I made a Tinder, I would get a lot of matches. But they would be fat and ugly because I'm ugly. I don't want those 52-week lows, okay? I have 1 or 2 52-week lows in mind, and those are not the matches I want. Okay? That's not the match I want. Just give me a second, okay? It is skill-based matchmaking. I hate it. That's why right when I'm ready, I'm like, oh, that's not the one I wanted. That's why I'm emphasis on quality. Even though I got a shit one. I threw one fatty in there. But I guess we could double check. I already have this one. So that's the good part. Boston Scientific, actually, or BSX. Is that Boston Scientific or Boston Consulting? Yeah, Boston Scientific. Wait, do they make the robots? Now that I think about it, are they the ones with the crazy, scary robot? No, they're not the one who makes the killer robot? No, that's Boston Dynamics. You're right. I make this dyslexic mistake every time. No, it is but Boston Dynamics. Yeah, no, it's Boston Dynamics. Believe me. I say Boston. Everybody do the Boston, Maybe I am just an Arab. But yeah, BSX actually, even as of lately, but Lulu. I've looked at Accenture and CTSH. They could be possible ones, but I don't like one's hospital and one's like financial. I don't want another financial. We do like CRM, but we have a lot of growth in software. Leidos, I've brought up to you, even some security overlap. So yeah, I've gone through most of these. That's why I like some, but even then, a lot of them have still kind of moved up 10% off of their own lows, actually. You have 3 hidden matches in your long term. Would you like to reveal them? Pay $5.99 to reveal your hidden long-term matches. Okay. Number 1. SoFi! Great stock, long-term potential. We could roll with anything on this stock. Even the CEO says he's extremely bullish. And despite being the CEO of a bank, he's now learning how to buy Leap so he could buy his own stock. SoFi. Lucid. What's better than Tesla? The next Tesla. Lucid. Now you and Habibi could have the same investment. This is not financial advice. Options trading, stock market, generally can lose all financial investment, lose no financial advice, educational purposes only. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. What the fuck? This is stock market Tinder. I don't know. The Tinder make announcements. I haven't used Tinder in a long time, dude. So I don't even think they use Tinder anymore. I think you guys use Hinge. See, I'm up to date with the times, but yeah, man. A stock market Tinder would be hilarious. But then again, some of y'all, I think that would be deadly. It's like I keep matching with Sofa. I think she's really the one. Outed myself. Yeah, you're like, how the fuck did Josh know I paid to unlock the matches? That's not Josh. How did he know what I was doing with my other 90%? That's... Oh, fuck. UMAX, some drones. How do I know how it works? Dude, you guys don't... Bro, I was there when Tinder was invented. You know, I was still I was an active single man in the first couple of years of development of Tinder. But yeah, I think... Did I ever tell you about my first Tinder story? And I learned quick. Oh, dude, it was the weirdest. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to tell you. I think I have told you, though. I mean, long story short, dude, this was like... I don't even know, man. Was this like 2014? This is over 10 years ago, 12 years ago. It was like one of the first couple of months that Tinder was out. And somebody showed it to me. And they're like, yeah, like, you just meet girls. And then I did it. And then I got a match. And then the girl was cute. And I was like, dope. And I was like, yeah, you want to hang out? She was extremely interested. And then I didn't find out until she arrived. Yeah, that was she looked nothing like them pictures, sir. It was that was my first experience in PR. I don't know, dude, I did not know what to do, bro. It was the weirdest, and I was like, whoa, bro. And like, I already committed a little too heavy. Dude, it was so different. And that was back in, and I was like, oh. I was like, yeah, and then I did not like it after that. I tried it again once, like a couple years later, but after that, I was like, oh, fuck that, man. At least it wasn't a dude. I never said that. So I guess this was before that. That shit wasn't. Nah, man. You guys, I feel bad for you guys now. I feel bad for you young guys now, and I feel bad for the young women. I told you that. Dude, I had this guy. He was saying that, and he literally, he lost the date because of that, because he legitimately, like, he didn't know, and like this girl got mad at him, a biological woman got mad at him because he just genuinely, like, he didn't know, and he asked her, and that was it. That's it. But I feel bad, like, that's bad. I feel like it's just that's a generational problem. So, but no, that was before that, dude. No, this was the catfish era. This was before. This was weird. Internet and dating was weird, man. You met your first ex-wife on Tinder? So you have more than one ex-wife? Wow. You got banned on Tinder when you were 15? Why were you on Tinder when you were 15, dude? That's crazy. Dog, that's awful, man. I was doing hard drugs by 15, but still... That's what I'm saying. I don't even know. I guess, different lifestyles. But my goodness. All right, man. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you. I appreciate you, Virgil. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope all of you enjoyed these conversations. Maybe it lowers the tension ahead of an Intel earnings. You guys know your long term might change forever, but you don't care. You sold a covered call. If you didn't, you might care a little more. Or you have a long term plan, so you'll care about it 9 more years from now. They're like casting a fishing net. No, I don't like it when people say there's plenty of fish in the sea. You know, and you then like relating dating to like in relationships to fish. Have y'all ever seen a fish? That's why I'm saying they only say that to ugly people like me, because I'm like, fish are ugly. I've never seen an attractive fish. You know that? So don't compare it to fish. That's why I've always said, man, and this is for all of you young men out there, you know, if you go and get the honey, the bees will come. That's all. I don't know how y'all haven't figured this out yet. Don't chase bees. Chase the honey. So you go get your bag, dog. Worry about it later. Worry about it later, okay? But yeah, I don't like the fish. Fish are ugly. I guess. We all like fish, but have you ever seen a good-looking fish? Okay, Little Mermaid don't count. At 15, you have whole high schools of girls to work with. I don't want to have this conversation with you anymore. I have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna respectfully back out. I don't know how old you are now, but even then, bro, we were just lying about dating girls from other schools when I was in high school or middle school. But shit, I'm not. Whatever, man. I didn't. Hey, I'm not. What's the FBI report? How do I get the? Where's the fucking whistleblower tip? How do I get? Do I get paid? I don't even care. I'll do this one for free. Nah, bro, I'm just messing with you, but yeah, I'm not. China is using its partnership with Russia to gain battlefield experience and advanced military experience from the war in Ukraine, including drone operations, submarine stealth, missile defense, and intelligence capabilities. Argachi, the aggressive approach they advocate will only force POTUS to pay a higher price to secure the deal he is pursuing. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, you should have started. You should have led with that. Yeah, you know, I didn't know what age we were operating off of, bro. So, but yeah, you should have led with that, maybe. Oh, no. Intel dumping. I mean, again, that's what with the Netflix, the puts and then the calls rip. So I was hoping I could get that. The calls did come up a little bit. They killed those things, though. I'm telling you, bro. But that one, I did not. I don't think there's any chance I play Intel earnings. I wanted the run up, but we even played it a little bit before. But even then, theory of run ups, they're looking very grim so far. Day before, for sure not. In the day, like the week of, you're still not getting any leeway. But yeah, the run up plays, as if the bar in this setup, they're not there. The news on TTD, I don't know if they have earnings. Oh, right now it's dumping. The latest one was the Netflix stuff. Your first crush was the fish from Shark Tales? Will Smith? It looked like him, dog. I'm not even gonna... I'm pretty sure they made sure the fish... I don't even... What do you mean, dog? I'm not even... I don't know, bro. Will Smith? Isn't that Will Smith? The gold digger one? I didn't know this. I didn't remember the plot of Shark Tales. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I like I like Space Jam. What's her name? Lola. Everyone loved Lola. But that was as far as cartoons go. But I don't know if you were into Will Smith or not. We are staying for Intel. But I do need to go to the gym if I want to go to the gym today. So I might not stick around for the call. But if the report, I don't know. Well, let me see when it comes out. Yeah, Intel earnings will be closely watched for signs of chip demand, with investors looking into insight into hyperscaler spending and data center growth. It sucks, though. You guys, we shouldn't put the pressure on Intel. It's a really bad one to put that on. Because Intel's not used to being this. You guys don't get that? Because I know you want Intel to save the market, but, like, this is not the guy you put in with the bases loaded. I know, listen, I love Intel in our portfolio. But just remember, it wasn't until last fucking quarter that they got the memo to, like, hype shit up and, like, actually sound confident in your business. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if, I don't know if they're the ones you guys want to send in right now. And everyone's like, well, this is going to give us some very crucial insight now after Google. I'm like, oh, fuck. You guys are putting a lot on Intel's shoulder. This is not the guy I'm putting in the game. You're like, we need a good earnings call right now. Who you going to put in? They're like, Intel. They're not peppy. Not at all. That's all they had to do last time. I'm telling you, bro. So I hope he didn't forget. You know, he might have got comfortable, and I hope he doesn't forget that. What is it, David Zisner? He better not forget, dude. He better sound excited. He better say excitement. He better say record history. You know, just talk about the backlog, exponential, like, you know, has no signs of slowing. He had, you know, ignored price hikes, doesn't impact us. We're a beneficiary. You know, needs to stay tailwind. So, you know, that's the only thing. I'm still saying we're effed if we depend on Intel. Believe me, if Intel with no what's it called? Just no pressure, it's still a toss up. But this is, like I'm saying, I'm just not. Because that thing I just read you, Intel close, that came on the newswire. This is like, yeah, so people are definitely watching some Intel today, but unfortunately, this is not the one. This is not the one I did not think he was going to be our leader here. The results are expected to provide a broader read of semiconductor, particularly CPU demand, with implicators for chip makers including AMD, NVIDIA, Samsung, and SK Hynix. All right, well, I have the preview for you. if you would like. Spy's kind of tweaking out. That 10-minute rigged. Yes, sir. I got my eye on that prize. Yes, sir. All right, well, Spy's popping, but that's 10-minute rigged, most likely. Again, this is still, think about it. They're hyping up Intel right now. Just tension, dude. Tension. Maybe it does save it, but you're expecting 14.43. Company said 13.8 to 14.8. Average analyst estimate right now, 14.4. Next quarter, 15 billion. They're up 55% since last quarter after dropping 55% last month. S&P is up by 5.5. XLK up 15. Chipmakers up 12. Bro Billionaires down 7. China's up 7. High Beta's still up 16. Momentum still up 20. And retail favorites still up 12. Near-term options price in 13% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 24, loss of 17, break even and loss of 9. And look at that. Look at that, dog. He hit 1 3-pointer. 1 fucking 3-pointer in the last year, and they're like, put him in. This is our most important. This is our read-through for the entire economy now. And all of the chip, man, are you fucking kidding me? But I wanted at 20, y'all said, fuck that. 40, fuck that. 60, everyone. You know how hard. And now y'all like, I think we should use this as a litmus test for the entire market. Revenue is beating 15 of the last 20. EPS, 15 of the last 20. Forward quarter revenue, 7 of the last 15. Forward quarter EPS, 5 of the last 20. This is who you... Forward... Let me read that again. Forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters. Even then, you are at 50% for revenue guide. This is like, bro, we're literally putting in Shaq at the 3-point line for the game winner. Or even a free throw with the game. We're down by 2. And we're like, yeah, if Shaq hits these free throws... Everybody in the league has been... Oh, this is going to be fun. So get ready, guys. I would, make your decision. Make your mind up. Again, people are going to be looking at this. It does, like we talked about yesterday, bro. It depends on the vibes, bro. Who's the audience? So people are... I do think you got a highly attentive audience here for Intel. And then the chips and after yesterday and the CAPEX, so... Yeah, man, let's see where this all leads us. I kind of need a pee. I got time. We got 7 minutes. You guys got to wrap it up. Event calendar is going to come out right after market. Conference call at 5. That's your go. I know, but like, I'm a real honest guy with Intel. You know, I'm not a yes man with Intel. Some of y'all are yes man for Intel. You see, I liked him at $20, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was hyping him up. I was telling him, bro, I was like, you got real value. I was like, here, let me manage it for you. Let me manage it. I got you. I was gonna be CEO, bro. That's it. That's why I said I know his role. I know Intel's role as a lagger. $20 value. Let it do its thing. That's why he got hella famous. Y'all started treating him like it was Kylie Jenner. I was like, nah, y'all need to chill. Y'all like Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner at $100. $100. Kylie Jenner. Kylie. I'm like, man, y'all don't even know. So yeah, I can't. That's why Intel, I know the role, man. You know, he plays a role, but I'm not putting him in there for that shot. I do not view Intel as the litmus test for the whole entire economy, let alone the chip rally, because Intel showed up 3 years later. So he's not. But then again, I mean, you know, we'll see. We'll see. This could end up working out in your favor, because if they do good, and there's still many things on that balance sheet they haven't recognized per se. So yeah, H.C. Wainwright. Yeah, that's the... I read you the 2 paragraphs of that exact note like 2 hours ago. So yeah, but I'm down. I would like a pump on it. The plays are up like 50. Wide spreads, but they'll fill. Maybe you want to sell them, or did they come down? Oh, now they did. But No, now it's on the ask. Now they are. That's what I was about to say. I was like, nothing's fucking holding. CPay. Modern times, the CEO's hitting the 3. I know the centers hit 3s now, but I'm saying Shaquille O'Neal. You understand? And that's what I think Intel and Shaquille O'Neal started their careers around the same time. I'm talking Shaq. Shaq from the 3-point line. Oh. Shit, I almost forgot. Damn. Okay, those aren't moving though. I forgot. We got time, right? Good thing I didn't go to the bathroom. Good thing. You will lose money. You could play it cheap or you could play it with a couple $100. That's what I'm saying. It's up to you. It's really about the earnings play, if that makes any sense. I actually like that one. Okay, the 40 centers are gone. I don't know how. Oh, no, they should be there. But it didn't fill on the bid. Celtic Shaq. I guess I'll give it to all of you, but I mean, you guys get mad at me if it's again. But even then, bro, this from last week, anything I've touched will go down. Shout out to Zscaler. But Knowles, Transistor, they have earnings after. This is my favorite earnings for today. This is the only one I want to play. So good luck. But again, it's related to the bottleneck bullshit. So the fact that it held up, I brought this up like a month ago. So yeah, I thought it was going to pull back after that. The options didn't move though, but then now they did. But that liquidity balanced it out. Those are literally 50 now. So yeah, good luck. And it's up to you, not a recommendation. And then SpaceX into the close, Microsoft. I can't believe we closed that VWAP, dude. You know, pretty shitty day. You know, all things considering. My goodness. All right, what time is it? Oh my goodness, Chad. Rapparooney. God bless you. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, earnings, intel, knows anything. You tell me, my friend. You got to wrap it up. Make up your mind and decide. And after tomorrow, this might change a lot, bro. And then next week is even crazier. So, Chad, get ready for it. We'll be here for all of them. And God bless you. And yeah, I'd make your decision up. Remember, playing afterwards so far has not been that bad of an idea. So we will find out, and God bless. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Oh, I feel, is Intel already out? They might have already dropped it, dude. I know, I'm already seeing some movement. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? It's already popping. I have the preview, right? So here are the estimates. Please hold. I don't see it yet, but they do. It said it's supposed to come out right away. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I don't see it yet. Oh my gosh. It's already up. Intel is going crazy. I don't think it's out. But then again, it should be. It's moving like it is. But then again, everyone is a crackhead. Oh yeah, here. If you guys are down to wait 1 minute, I could turn on real time for the non-locked in. If you would like that. Is this it? Would you guys like, should I do it? I think we can't. I don't see the earnings out yet. Oh. No, I see people posting it. 16.13 versus 14. And then EPS of 38 versus 27. So let me confirm it. That one might be fake. But if that's real, they beat on both. And then I still don't have guidance. But I think that might be the number. I'm good with that, son. Big, it looks like it. All right, well, give me a sec. I told you I would not put these guys in the game, but no, they did it. They beat and raised. So let me see. I'm gonna pull up. It was that December earnings. Wait, they haven't updated their site. Bloomberg and CNBC have the numbers, but it's not. The 8K is not on the site yet. But yeah, it was a beat and raise. It looks amazing. I'm telling you, they actually killed it. Data centers beat. Revenue, they guided higher. It looks I don't want to call it Intel, but it looks kind of like Intel. So yeah, that's it's not too bad. The long term has been going straight down for a month. Dude, I fucking hate you. Okay, you know that? Straight fucking down. You guys, I don't. Will you guys ever be happy? Are we ever gonna have happiness? Are you ever gonna be happy? Because this is quite the feat, bro. Quite the feat. But I don't know if Are we ever gonna be happy? Are we ever gonna smile again? Is it what's it gonna really take? Holy shit, man. Holy shit. But yeah, they beat and killed it, bro. Intel killed it. Great for it's the vibes. If you wanted to put all of it on Intel, they saved the economy. Hyperscaler. This is the only one getting rewarded right now, you guys. So, and thankfully it sold off 50% from that high, but yeah, they literally nah, dude, this was good. This is actually crazy. So 42 versus 21, revenue 16.13 versus 14, margin 41.8 versus 39, adjusted operating 17 versus 11, foundry, data center, everything beat, and free cash flow fell to negative 8 billion though from a year earlier, but then their CAPEX is going up. That's the only bad thing, but they're making more and they're spending more. MXL, I think MXL is a transistor play too. But yeah, KN, that one's moving now. I think they reported. But even then, they should benefit off of Intel too. But yeah, we'll see if this sparks momentum. Yeah, Knowles came out. I don't have the estimate. But yeah, financial outlook. Whoa. They did 14%. I think the numbers were like 6. So I think they blew it out too. Dare to say the hottest in the world. SpaceX. But yeah, nah, dude, Intel is the hottest in the world. I mean, honestly, that's actually getting you a solid ass reaction from them. You're finally getting a reward. I don't know if it's gonna hold. You still have the conference call. Hopefully David Zisner does not fuck this up, but that might be enough. If really, that might spark a little bit of momentum for a couple of days. Hopefully, unless oil hits 100 tomorrow. But at the same time, yeah, that was a beat and raise. I mean, again, I don't think it was easy for them. So it's not like Intel has been on a streak of beat and raises. So yeah, for the most part, the market rewarding it. I mean, you are up 10%. It was pricing in. This is still one standard deviation. So let's see the call, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what he ends up giving us. And then Knowles, I gotta check the estimates. Where is it? $157 was expected. I just gotta go bouncing back and forth. Let me just save this shit. I didn't think Intel. I think Intel had it in him, but I wouldn't trust them with the ball. I'm not giving him the ball in the fourth quarter to go be the rep. He's not my representative. That would be like Elizabeth Warren representing the Chad as our. You know what I'm saying? He's not a good representative of the chip industry, fully. If they want to make him the ambassador and he could prove it, maybe. But as it stands, I would not let him be the representative. You know. Okay, yeah, dude. Knowles come down? Boo. No, it's tweaking a little bit. Again, people don't really know about this one, and sadly, it just did 4% right there. But yeah, they beat 166.8 versus 157. And I think they did net income, gross profit 74, and then EPS 33 versus 21. And then outlook 167 to 177. Estimate was 163. But yeah, these are guys part of the transistors you've probably been hearing about. That's why some of the other ones like MXL and all that went there. Warren as a Chad rep, I know. Yeah, those are the numbers. So they did good. I think it'll even pick up. Again, unless we wake up to sell Korea, buy a bunch of oil, some of the things we've seen derail stuff, then we'll find out. But yeah, Chad, other than that, no, Intel was easy. Intel was good. It did it. It killed it. It's just now you're in the mercy of the market. It looks like the market likes it for now, as long as they don't say anything dumb on the conference call. I mean, so far, too, after all of these other earnings, it's just like, yeah, the chips in memory and the momentum, all the earnings have been good, and the trend is getting better. No one seems like they're stopping for now, even though people have stopped in the positioning in the market. It feels exactly the same. And a lot of the good, if there's been any good news, it has been good news for chips and AI. That's it, if anything. So, yeah, and that's why I think Intel feeds into that. But like I'm saying, it just all depends on now. Is the market really going to do this? Because low-key, the last 3 or 4 chips that have been good, they got somewhat of love, but then they sold off right away within 24 hours. So, yeah, we will find out. All right, Chatadonia. I think that's it. Hopefully it goes higher, because if not, this is still one standard deviation. So even in this instance, it may be good and good vibes for the chips, but all the options are going to get washed. So Chatadonia, God bless you all. Thank you for your time. I think it is time that I depart. I don't think I'm going to wait an hour, bro. I don't think I'm going to wait an hour for the call. I will listen to it at the gym. That's what I do. I was listening to the other one. I finished it in the car. So I'll be up to speed. Today's Friday Junior, so I should have a watch list. Maybe a video. We could talk about it. But Chad, I hope you make a decision. I hope you let it be. I hope you believe. There's only room for belief. And I hope you don't guard a prison that you don't know you're guarding. You know, so defensive. Chad, finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chad Adonia. Have a wonderful evening. Intel getting above one standard. I see the light, you guys. I see the light. Don't you? Don't you see the light? You know, so we'll see if we make it to the end of the tunnel. But thank you for your time, and God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you in the evening. I tell you the books, Richest Man, Proverbs, and Living Translation. You already know that, yes. And then just don't forget, you guys, none of this content is possible without our sponsors. You know, for some, honestly, I'll admit it, because like I told you, I keep it real with y'all in many ways. I even be telling you, I said, man, watch out the options. This last week, even though I did hit 1,000%er, a lot more often than not, if I touch it, that shit's gonna get clapped, But like, I have to be honest with you guys, just like, especially this year, I apologize because I did not mean. I'm sorry for the long term only going straight down. Okay, forgive me. I will. Okay, y'all right, and I hear some of you complaining with heavy hearts, and I feel, it would be, how out of touch of me to not acknowledge it, you know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry for that, because like I'm saying, I know the trades, like an option, right? Like an option goes down 50% in value, you know what I'm saying? Like that's weird, but the long term, like I gotta be real about this one, because this has just only been a hellish, nightmarish, probably the hardest part of everything we do on a day-to-day basis has definitely been the long term. And unfortunately, so I want to be transparent about that. But that being said, please check out our sponsors at Long Term Monthly, baby. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.